and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
It is May 1st. Happy month of May, everyone. Do you know where your San Francisco Giants are? That's my question. They used to ask these questions, Marcus. They say, it's so-and-so. Do you know where your children are? That's what I'd say now. It's May 1st. Do you know where your San Francisco Giants are? But before that, good morning, brother.
Well, good morning, Murph. And I can't answer the question. I know that the Giants are in Boston, but I'm still looking for their offense to show up.
Looking for something. My God, I wish we had something like a little more peppy on a great spring morning. Bay Area, feeling good. Weather's nice. Maybe we should just go over to Oakland to watch some good baseball, buddy. We'll go check out some of the white shoes there because they're bearing down on your Giants, buddy.
Maybe go check out Mason Miller striking everybody on this face of the planet.
Yeah, man. So that's the thing, man. Good morning, everybody. If you missed it, the Giants lost to the Red Sox last night, 4-0. Or as young Tony says, right? Yeah, give me a boo. Give me a hearty boo on that one. As young Tony says, hey, Murph, we're going to call in a win for your Red Sox. That's what he says. So that was very funny.
Murph walks in this morning and goes, damn. My baseball team can't win a game. I said, wait, Murph, your baseball team did win a game.
I should have worn the Red Sox hat that I wore from age, I don't know, what was it, age like 15 to 23. I wore it every day of my life.
And you still have it?
No, I do not have it. But maybe I should go get it.
I was hoping it was like in a box up in like the attic or something.
Yeah, man, I wore that Red Sox hat. In fact, I remember seeing an old buddy from the Santa Rosa Press Democrat. And I hadn't worn the Red Sox hat in like 20 years, and he sees me, he goes, where's your Red Sox hat? That's what he said to me. That's how much it was on my head. I just felt I looked damn good in it, Marcus. That was the deal, right? I was sexy. I was dead sexy is what I was.
A big B for Brian right on the top of your head.
Because so many people call me Brian, including Carl Yastrzemski.
Yeah, that's
who
right.
did say Brian yesterday.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Man. Well, that was lousy. Logan Webb's scoreless streak ended in a jiffy in the first inning.
Super quick.
Tired of this guy, Rob Refsnyder. Doesn't he host Holy Moly? Rob Refsnyder? What's he doing out here? Who are these? Who is this lineup? I was in the car when John Miller announced the lineups. I was there for first pitch in the car.
Yeah.
He went through the Red Sox lineup. I was going, hey, dude, I might go, you know what? We might have to go through this together here, buddy, with the help of Mike McDaniel. Mm-hmm. Leading off in center field, Jarren Duran. Who? Now, maybe batting second and third, Duran. What? I heard Duran. I heard Duran last night. Is it Duran?
I think it's Duran, right?
Are you sure? I mean, Roberto Duran, Mano Sapiedra. I heard Duran last night. Anyway, that's what somebody was saying. Anyway. Yeah, see, we don't even know how to pronounce his name. Batting second, Rafael Devers.
I won't give you a who for that one.
Batting third, Tyler O'Neill. Who? Batting fourth, Wilyer Abreu. Who? Batting fifth, Rob Refsnyder. Who? Batting sixth, Emmanuel Valdez. Who? Batting seventh, Garrett Cooper. Who? I mean, we kind of heard of him.
Miami Marlin.
Batting eighth, McGuire, the catcher. And batting ninth, Rafaela, the shortstop. Who? Yeah, well, guess what? 11 hits and a 4-0 win.
Yeah.
We might want to go through this. How about if you keep that around? Say, batting leading off, Jung-Hoo Lee. Who? Batting second, Lamont Wade Jr. Who? Batting third, Matt Chapman. Who? Batting fifth, so you get the point here, right? Or there's the bit.
I mean, can we go through the Red Sox pitching staff too? Criswell? Who? I mean, who the hell are all these starters that have one of the best combined ERA in baseball?
And is Andrew Bailey, is this the revenge of Andrew Bailey?
Dude, the mad scientist that is Andrew Bailey.
Is he saying me and Gabe were ready to win a championship and you didn't know what you had?
Me and Gabe were ready to win a championship.
We had this thing poised and ready to go and you all didn't want me? Fine, I'll go to Boston. I'll pack up my toys, go to Boston.
See, here's the thing. I did want Andrew Bailey to stay. I thought Andrew Bailey's been great. From the minute that he put his hands on guys like Kevin Gausman, we saw Carlos Rodon come to San Francisco, have a great season. We've seen the turnaround of multiple pitchers. Look at Alex Cobb and what he's done since coming to the Giants. So Andrew Bailey for years has been putting his hands and fingers literally all over this pitching staff. So when they lost him to Boston this year, that was a big, big sign to me.
Yeah, okay. Well, interesting. And for your Yankees, you better watch out. Here come these no-names.
A bunch of nobodies with the Boston.
It's kind of hard to get excited for a Red Sox-Yankees game when you don't know a single Red Sox. Who? You know what I mean? Exactly. Let's see. Last year's pitching staff was highlighted by, Logan Webb finishing second in the Cy Young, went 11-13 with a 3.25. Alex Cobb, 7-7 with a 4.387. They had some struggles last year. He had Sean Manaea, Alex Wood, Ross Stripling, Jacob Junis. All those guys were kind of waffling in and out. They weren't really finding themselves. But you're right. Some of the highlights of his time here were strong.
Yeah, and going back to last season, the reason why the numbers weren't great overall as a staff is because outside of Logan Webb and Alex Cobb, you really didn't have too many starters in that rotation.
No, in fact, I'm looking at last year's baseball reference page, and they only list 3 starters: Webb, Cobb, and DeSclafani.
That's because
And DeSclafani only made 19 starts.
yeah, the other 2 guys that rounded out the top 5 in games started were John Brebbia and Ryan Walker last year for the
Can I
Giants.
get another Mike McDaniel?
Yeah.
Who? Thank you very
Well,
much.
Murph, just in case you missed Andrew Bailey in the bullpen games last year, guess what? You might be getting one today with Dalton Jeffries.
They might start Eric Miller and then hand it over to Jeffries. We'll just hit the baseball and maybe good things will happen. Listen, holding the Red Sox to 4 isn't like death. I mean, the bullpen did great last night. Weird for Logan Webb. What are you going to say? The guy's fantastic. I mean, he doesn't get to pitch. He doesn't get to pitch complete game shutouts every time he's out there. Yeah, he gave up a little bit of hard contact, but some of them were ground balls with eyes. You know what I mean? And he did walk 4, unfortunately.
Yeah, and just to me last night, just watching his stuff, it wasn't there. His changeup wasn't dropping like he usually does. Even his 2-seamer sinker wasn't running as much as possible. Some nights, it's just one of those nights you don't have it. I don't know if the weather conditions, being out in Boston, affected him a little bit.
53 degrees.
That's what I'm saying. A little bit of a different temperature. The air is different. We always know about guys complaining about altitude and throwing in the Coors Field up in Colorado, how that affects the spin rate on certain pitches. Who knows if being on the East Coast has some effect like that?
You can go
too.
with Young Tony's theory, because it is a 6-hour flight back there. It's like, bro, dog.
It is a 6-hour flight.
First of all, it's only 6 coming back. Going there, it's actually probably a tidy 5:15, something like that. Always like a good west to east flight. Then the depression of the east to west headwinds. It'll just slog you down.
Oh, the slowdown is bad.
But anyway, well, that happened, but that wasn't the only thing that happened. Did you watch your Knicks last night?
Dude, I did. And Tyrese Maxey out here pulling up from the logo.
Do we have an uh-oh? Yeah, do you have an uh-oh?
No, I don't have an uh-oh.
We need a good uh-oh.
I'll get a good uh-oh.
Yeah, we need a good uh-oh.
We'll add one to the board.
Because I am rooting for the Knicks, and that thing was all tucked away and won until Tyrese Maxey. I was driving in. The national guys were losing their mind. Because, those shows are based in New York.
Of course. Yeah.
So everything there is times 10, right? And for that to happen, your boy Greeny was calling it like the greatest playoff finish in the history of the NBA.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Game 5, round 1.
Yeah.
It's the first round, said Chris Russo, right?
Greeny doesn't know his ass from his elbow.
It was pretty impressive, though, this 23-year-old kid, Tyrese Maxey, saving the Sixers last night. If you missed it, Sixers were down 6 in the final 25 seconds. Maxey hit a 3 and got fouled to cut it to 2. Knicks made 1 free throw, and then Maxey came down and hit the 3 to tie it.
Pulled it up from the logo, mid-court three-pointer, just drained it.
Now you got to go to Game 6 down in Philly. We'll see. That is the most interesting compared to the Magic and the Cavs.
Yeah.
By the way, even my 12-year-old, who's just now really beginning to feel his sports thing, says, Dad, it's got to be the most random series ever. I said, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It is. The Magic and the Cavs. Do you have a take on that?
None.
I don't have a take on the Magic
Zero.
and the Cavs.
The loser will get Klay Thompson. That's my take.
There you go. Oh, and shout out, by the way, the beekeeper down in Arizona. I told you, did you know what happened at our house? So Candace got off the exercise bike in the garage the other day and came running in frantic, freaking out. She goes, there's a swarm of bees. She said, oh, my God, there's like a million bees. Like a horror movie. Like, a swarm of helicopters outside the garage. And she's like, what do we do? I'm like, I don't know. Just hope they go away, And so we kind of waited them out, And they did go away, but then they came back in little mini form. And we found out that there's a little hole in the side wall of our carport where they have developed a hive in the little between the wall and I guess the foundation. And they're just it's a thriving business. The bees they're coming in and out all day. The commute is busy.
Yeah.
It's almost like a Disney movie of like cars where they're just zipping in and out.
I think they actually had a bees movie.
I think they did.
It was like an animated film, yeah.
So it's like so then in Arizona had a bee delay last night.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who do they think they are? Our garage?
Yeah. And then I call Brian Murphy, the beekeeper, to save the day.
We don't know what to do. There's been some interesting suggestions, I'll tell you that. Of how to handle a bee problem.
I've been seeing a lot of viral TikToks and Instagram videos of people, they'll fill up a bowl full of gasoline and then they'll put it over the beehive and the whole entire hive will just drop down and kind of die into the gasoline.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, that's one way. First, but we got to get inside the wall to get to our hive.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got a hidden hive.
We have to take care of the little hole, so to speak.
Yeah.
So anyway, shout out the guy who wound up saving the bees in Arizona and then threw out the first pitch. Right?
Dude, and this guy's like a national hero this morning.
And the Diamondbacks beat the Dodgers.
And by the way, when he was saving the beehive, they actually played over the PA system, "We Need a Hero" For the
Okay.
beekeeper being
I
the
thought they
hero
were
of the
going to play
day.
some Beyonce.
I would have thought so too.
Yeah.
Something from the
Would
beehive.
that have been too deep of a cut for people to figure out the beehive there?
This
Yeah,
ain't
and-
Texas.
All right.
This ain't
Exactly.
Hold'em.
There you go. Very good. All right, guys. Well, listen, we got the guest list coming our way. It's going to be hard to follow yesterday's excitement with Carl Yastrzemski and Steve Young and Dwayne Kuiper, but we will. We will follow it, and we will exceed it. I promise you. When Young Tony gives us the guest list, coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Uh-oh. Holy choke job, Batman.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Hall of Famer, Steve Young, stopped by the Murph and Marcus show yesterday morning to talk about Brock Purdy having his first full offseason as a starter and what his expectations are for the 2024 San Francisco 49ers. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful. This is KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
The pitch on the way. Ground ball down the third base side. And Chapman steps on third for one, throws to second for two. The throw back to first for three. A triple play. Matt Chapman gloved it right behind third. Quickly got it to the bag, threw to second to Estrada, who went back to first. And they call it a triple play, but the Red Sox are going to ask for a review on this one.
After the review, the call in the field is overturned. The runner is safe. Boston will retain its down.
Man, if you can't turn a triple play, what kind of night is it? You know what I mean? Like, come on. God, we're all out of bed. I expect a triple play. You know what's interesting is Mike Holler and I have a long-running joke, is that he and I were at the last triple play. It was a Friday night against the Padres in 2008. Bad Giants team, by the way, except for Timmy the Kid, right? Bad Giants team. And I took my sister to the game for her birthday. We were doing that again in a couple weeks, by the way, with her nephews. And it was Jose Castillo to Ray Durham to John Bowker. Dude, let me say that again. Jose Castillo to Ray Durham to John Bowker. You know who the pitcher was, Marcus?
No.
Keiichi Yabu.
Wow.
Keiichi Yabu. Shout out. Give me a Copes laugh on that one, buddy, because that is right. It's right in his era, right in his wheelhouse.
And please tell me that you and Mike Holler have done a this date in Giants history.
So there's two parts of the story. One is that he knew I was at the game, and we were sitting a section over from each other. And when it happened, we stood up and cheered, and then we made eye contact, and he pointed at me from a section over. This is late. It was like the 10th inning on a Friday night, too. I wish it was a late inning game. And he yelled, "This date in Giants history."
No way.
He yelled that. Yes, he did.
In the ballpark.
And we have used that almost every year if the date works out. And so that's kind of like our little inside joke. And then I didn't know until last night that if you had replay review, that would not have been a triple play.
No.
The guy, whoever the Padre was safe at first.
Which I want to say, yeah, going back to that play, he probably was safe, but there's no replay review. And that's why this morning I want to start a petition. If you turn a triple play, the other team should not be allowed to hit the replay review.
That's pretty good. I like that.
Like, come on, it's such a rare oddity. Just let it slide.
Right.
Let it happen. You called him out on the field.
Yeah.
If they're turning a triple play, it should be non-reviewable.
I kind of like that rule. I'm signing your petition.
Thank
You have 2 signatures now. If you signed it yourself, too.
Yeah.
Young Tony, we'll say good morning to young Tony Farias.
Will Tony sign
Farias.
the petition?
Good morning, brother.
Good morning. Yes, I would sign that for sure.
All right.
We got 3 on the petition.
Would John Joe Curley sign that petition?
Oh, that's a thumbs
what
up.
What if it's going against your Giants?
Oh,
Okay, all right.
It only fits my argument right now.
Wait a minute. Did you do some digging? 2008, Friday night, bad Giants team?
And Kuzminov, who will not be bunting, waiting on the first pitch. And here it is. And he hits a ground ball to third. Castillo's got it. He goes to second for one. The throw to third. Triple play! Not one, not two, but 3 on one pitch from Keiichi Yabu. And the crowd here is losing their mind. And around the horn triple play.
In that crowd, can you see Holler and me pointing to each other?
I think I heard it in the background during that cut. I actually heard this day in Giants history in the background.
Holler somewhere just got a thrill. We just interrupted his dream about top fuel dragsters, and he just got a vision there.
I love the visual too. Like, you know, when like a pitcher has a guy on first and he looks at shortstop and kind of gives the 1-2, like, hey, it's me, you about to turn a double play. That's Mike Holler turn to you, like, yeah, me and you, Murph, we turn that triple play.
How come with first and second, nobody out, no pitchers point to to the third baseman. and
Never.
said, let's start a triple
It's
play.
only when there's a runner on first base
yeah.
when the pitcher starts pointing at people. Yeah, me and you. We got you. Ground ball to me. I'm coming to you.
It's always there's a slight, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a slight, I don't know, bravado or phoniness, or that's not the right word. There's a slight bit of like whistling through the graveyard when after you like walk a guy or hit a guy, and then you turn around and you're like, we're turning two.
Yeah,
here.
it's
You're
fine.
like,
Yeah,
exactly.
It's fine.
Give me a Draymond Green.
That's exactly what it is for a pitcher. It's like, oh, I just walked a guy. I just plunked him. I just came high and tight. There's a runner on first.
No, it's fine.
I'll get you a ground ball. It's fine. I used to do it all the time too. When my shortstop would boot a ball, I'd be like, no, dude, it's fine. I'll get you another one. And in the back of my head, it's like, damn, I really don't want the ball to be hit to him again. But no, I got another one for you, bro. I got another one.
Yeah, they're calling for two after you've just kind of coughed it up, man.
Guy just put one in the gap, but he stayed at first. Oh, it's fine.
We're turning two.
We're turning two right here, baby.
707 says, this is an incredible recall. Says Aaron Rowan hit into a triple play as a Giant. Do you remember that at all?
Good knowledge.
I don't know, man. Anyway, that's what happened last night. Young Tony, you're a Giants fan. Are you as disgruntled as I am right now?
I just felt like the bats didn't travel. The Giants are in Boston, but they left the bats out in San
There
Francisco.
it is. That's his lead, by the way. That's what we call, like, we'd say, save it for your column, Chief. The Giants flew to Boston. This is your Cal, what was the Daily Mustang or whatever, the Cal Poly paper?
Mustang News. Thanks, though.
The Giants traveled to Boston, but they left their bats at home. Period, paragraph. That's the lead, baby. That's a lead. Yeah, well, you're the one defending you offered the flight as an excuse, right?
Yeah, I looked it up. 5 hours, 50 minutes. SFO to Boston.
1-5 or 5-0?
5-0.
Really?
So about 6 hours.
Then
That's
what's
what I said.
Boston
Yeah.
to here then? 6:45?
Probably. I'd have to check.
Can you look it up? Give me a little. Wow, 5-5-0. That's longer than I thought. I would have thought you would have got a tailwind action to like a 5:15. But that means coming back, it must
6:40. Boston to SFO, 6:40.
Well, you might as well fly. So
I told you it's a long flight, see?
You can literally fly from Boston. Go give me Boston to Dublin, Ireland. Give me that. I bet it's shorter than Boston to San Francisco. Is it like 6.5 or something like that?
6:20.
Dude, dog. You can fly from Boston to Dublin faster than you can fly from Boston to San Francisco.
No way.
Well, that's why it's a great Irish-American town.
That's
Boston,
insane.
Massachusetts. Yeah.
I love all this flight breakdown, but I'm not going to excuse a 6-hour flight for Logan Webb having 6 less inches of run on his two-seamer last night.
Besides, they flew Sunday after the game.
Yeah.
So they got in at 2. They had the whole day.
They had a day off Monday, Tony.
A walk around, whatchamacallit, Buchanan, what's it called? Where's Daisy Buchanan's on? Commonwealth Commonwealth Avenue. Walk up and down, browse the shops. Go to the north side and get a what do you call the shaved ice?
Yeah, go get
Italian shaved ice.
Go get yourself some chowder somewhere.
Yeah. Go to Pizzeria Regina.
Oh yeah.
You did that.
I wish I could go back.
You did that.
I did go back.
Yes, you did, buddy. By the way, 408 says, and this is great knowledge. So Tony, when you were back in high school or college or whatever, one of the riffs we had on the show was, and I was worried about the Giants. My big thing was, one day I just said, around this time of year, I said, man, just get to 500 by Flag Day. And that caused a huge stir in the audience and everything. Are you familiar with this kid?
I think we talked about this not too long ago, yeah.
Well, listen, all I got are bits that I recur. But I didn't know you knew this bit. I thought this was pre-you.
Well, we talked about it. That's when I learned about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yes.
I'm repeating it then.
And how familiar are you with Flag Day?
Did you know? We talked about it because you guessed. That's right. You guessed. And you knew it was in June.
I said June 14th, I think.
No, you didn't say the day. It is June 14th.
Wow.
You said like June 10th or something like that.
I would have had no idea.
yeah.
But you were in the ballpark. I was shocked that you knew Flag Day. I was trying to go with like a comedic old school holiday that nobody talks about anymore.
Yeah.
But you were like, oh yeah, Flag Day. I'm down.
That's good knowledge by Tony, because I've been working with Murph for now 4 years, and I still don't know when Flag Day is.
Well, and it's going to be the day the Giants finally get back to 500.
Said, you've been running this big for 4 years. I still don't know when Flag Day is.
So 408 texts in and says, Flag Day approaches fast, which will answer the rhetorical question, what will the Giants' record be? Hey, man, my tweet from Saturday Night stands, the gravitational pull of being 2 games under 500. That was another bit we had, Tony, during those bad years. We would just say every time they would get over 500, they'd fall back, get to 500, they get back to 500, they fall back, get to... And one day on the show, we just said, it's that gravitational pull of 500. And listeners have latched onto that. For years, we've gotten texts saying the gravitational pull of 500. But now it's the gravitational pull of being 2 games under 5. Seems like they've been 2 under the whole season, doesn't it? Yeah. And they just can't. And I don't. But, boy, you better watch out. Let me tell you something. You better watch out on this road trip. You could get battered and bruised on this thing. Red Sox, for whatever reason, with their completely dull and uneventful lineup, are winning ball games. And, dude, Philly,
yeah. We
is
know
kicking
about
ass.
we know about the Philly
They're
lineup.
20-11 right now.
Yeah.
And then you go to Denver. I mean,
And who knows what happens out in Colorado.
yeah, exactly. So I'm just saying, watch out, bro. Are you coming home like 5 games under 500? I mean, that's on the table, brother.
I don't need that as my Brian Murphy kind of roadmap for this East Coast road trip.
I always like to give a roadmap.
Hey,
I mean,
you're a big roadmap guy.
Tone, I usually like to, we would have a bit like going on the road. What do you need? What do you need on a 10-game roadie? I mean, I need 5-5 is what I need. Am I going to get it? Is my question. Probably going to get 4-6, which means they'll come home 3 games under 500.
Come on, I just need wins against the Red Sox, Murph. If anything, just do me a favor and just
seeing
beat the Red
Uni
Sox.
in the Fenway, did it get to you? Did it affect you?
I always get angry seeing. Like last year when the Red Sox came to town, I don't want to say dig too deep into some of the conversations that I had with Red Sox fans, but they weren't too pleasant.
Well, you were repping your squad.
Well, yeah, the fact that the Red Sox beat the Giants, the fact that the Red Sox were in the ballpark just running their mouths.
They do.
For a team that was like 4th place or in the bottom of the division last year, I just don't like seeing the Red Sox have success.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, shout out 619 from the text line, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text. Cannoli was what I was looking for. Thank you, 619.
Cannoli.
Maybe that's what you could have done all day. You could have gotten a cannoli in the North End.
Holy cannoli.
So anyway, today at 4:10, it's a TBD possible bullpen game with Dalton Jeffries maybe against Cutter Crawford. And then tomorrow we have pregame at 9:35. Then they go to Philly for 4. Friday night, Apple TV just to kick you in the nards.
Ooh.
And Sunday's ESPN.
That means I actually have to try to tap into Apple TV.
Yeah.
Because last time, at least, they were at Oracle Park, so I just went to the game instead.
No, bro. You got
You can get KNBR on Apple TV. You just
can.
the audio feed. You can switch it over to the home radio for the Giants.
It's actually an incredible tip if you can figure it out, yeah. And then 4 in Philly, 3 in Colorado. Then they come home. They don't get home until a week from Friday to take on Cincinnati.
Dude, they're not back in the Bay until May 10th.
Yeah.
I've got my calendar marked.
Who knows what will be going on in my life on May 10th?
That's a long 9 days.
All right, guest list on Wednesday, 5/1/24. Hello, May.
I can't guarantee any of us will be alive on May 10th.
Hi, you guys, my buddy Robbie's best man at my wedding. Robbie, it's his birthday.
Hey,
Happy birthday,
shout out to Robbie. Happy
He's
birthday.
the artist who never talks about sports. My buddy's the
Ooh.
cartoonist and all that.
Hey, Arnold?
Yes, correct.
Hey, that's
Great
my guy,
knowledge.
Robbie.
Great knowledge.
I don't think young Tony knows Hey Arnold.
No.
I've heard of it. I haven't seen a lot of
Okay.
it.
Don't tell me that predates you.
No, it doesn't predate me. I
Okay,
just
all
haven't
right,
seen
He's
it.
just not a cartoon guy.
He's also worked on all the Shrek movies.
Hey, football head.
What do we got, buddy?
All right, coming up at 6:50, we got a Steve Young replay for the 6 a.m. crowd that did not get a chance to hear him at 8:30 yesterday.
Hell yeah.
I want to hear it again.
Incredible. I actually listened to it yesterday as well. Re-listened to it. Yeah.
So you're like listening to your favorite song over and over again. Yeah.
I mean, why not?
all right.
It's Steve Young.
Yes.
Mike Krukow at 7:30 this morning.
Perfect.
Big hit at 7:50. And then Mike Yastrzemski following up his grandfather. Mike is coming on at 8:45 this morning.
How about us? Only show ever to have back-to-back Yastrzemskis?
Back-to-back yeses.
That's incredible.
Incredible.
Good booking, John Joe. Yes.
And then we got Andrew Bagley to close the show out at 9:35.
All right, getting off the Giants tip. Any more thoughts on that Warriors future plan? The Kevin Durant plan, the Paul George plan, the DeMar DeRozan plan. Did you sleep on it and come to any new conclusions? Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
He goes to second for 1. The throw to third. Triple play.
Mob Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
The funny thing you can mention about that is, and the interesting thing is, the Warriors actually got assets to make such a thing happen. Like, they got Kuminga, right? You got Chris Paul, potentially having Chris Paul's contract, Wiggins' contract. Maybe you could add Clay as a sign and trade part of it so Clay could go back to L.A. But do you think the Lakers want to help the Warriors out? You don't want him in your division. If you move him, you want him to go to like Cleveland or New York or something, right? So I'm guessing that he's going to kind of like put his toe in the water and explore things, but my guess is he returns and his son's with the Lakers next year too.
Yeah, I mean, LeBron James, let's be real now, right? Is LeBron James a Warrior in October of 2024? I think I'm going to say right now the answer is no.
Ooh,
right, so.
It depends whether or not Bronny James is on the Warriors roster.
I just don't see it happen. Making a call, buddy. Ain't happening. Ain't happening. They got to go other directions.
Where do you think LeBron does end up then?
Back in LA.
Back in LA?
I think the Lakers will probably draft him. That's my call. My call, yeah.
I mean, that seems like the obvious answer. But you know what I wouldn't mind seeing?
Him as a New York Knick.
Ding, ding,
There
ding.
it is. I was just throwing it out there.
No,
Yes.
you're absolutely right. Because you see the mania that's going on with the Knicks fans right now, with Knicks fever and Jalen Brunson being touted as the greatest Knick since Walt Frazier was on the court. They're always looking for a superstar. And if LeBron James was to bring a title to the city of New York, that to me would be the argument of him becoming the GOAT over Michael Jordan. Now, I don't know if that puts him over the edge, but if he was to win a championship in a fourth different city, which I believe he'd be the first NBA player to ever do, to win 4 rings with 4 different teams, and if he did it with a team like the New York Knicks, you want to talk about bumping up your legacy even higher than it is, I think that would be the perfect spot for LeBron.
So that ain't happening either.
Yeah, probably not.
All right, so,
But I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Well, hey, listen, that's going to occupy a lot of people's time. See, he put out a tweet. What was it? He basically asked for, please respect my privacy during this time. It's like, come on, bro. Again, I told you guys, I've come around on him, and I've gone from sort of like rolling my eyes at him to just admiring his incredible. But he says, here's his tweet. I've heard a lot of reports about my future. I said it last night, and I'll say it again. I do not know yet, as I'm only thinking about spending time with my family and friends. When I know after speaking with the fam, my counsel as well as my reputation about it, then you guys will know. Until then, love. And then it was a crown for the king. Like, it's like, bro, okay, I get it, bro.
Love.
He didn't have to send that out. He's basically said, please respect my privacy at this time.
And of course, this is a day or two after
he
he was asked, after being eliminated by the Nuggets, whether or not he played his last game in a Lakers uniform. And of course, LeBron's got to have this cryptic answer so that we're sitting here this morning talking about the future of LeBron James instead of talking about the fact that he just lost another playoff series to Nikola Jokic. Well, it's the same exact thing that happened last year when he got swept. And then he came into the podium, and he's like, I don't know how much longer I'm going to play basketball. Maybe I'll retire. And then the next day, the entire sports media was like, oh, is LeBron James going to retire? And I remember coming on the show the next morning, I was like, no, you bunch of bozos. Yeah. This is how he distracts you and gets you to talk about a different topic than him just being swept in the playoffs.
I know. It's true. It's true. And that's why he'll drive people crazy. And yet, I told you guys, when he passed Kareem in scoring, I just had to stand and recognize. And he's also, where is he on the all-time assist list, by the way?
Oh, top 5, right?
He probably, since I last looked, he's probably moved up for sure. Either John Joe or Young Toe, if you can look that up for me. Look up NBA all-time career assist leader. He might be like, and does he have a chance to be number 1? Is my question.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Tony, do a quick little dig in there for me, bud. I know, where's John Joe? We asked him to do a task. That means we won't see him for 15 minutes.
Yeah,
right?
where is he?
Where is he?
Okay, you know what, guys? You know what they say? When you want to do something, you do it yourself,
I was going
right?
to say, I could have found these numbers already if I really looked.
I sometimes, you know what? How many times I do these things on the air right here? Yeah. NBA all-time assist leaders. Here it is. He's 4th. I just got it for you.
There it is.
He's at 11,009. Chris Paul is 3rd at 11,894. So he's not going to get to 3rd.
You got to be quicker than that, Tony.
Unless he has 900 assists in the coming years. So he'll finish 4th all-time in assists.
Well, hey,
John Stockton 1, Jason Kidd 2, 2, Chris Paul 3, LeBron James 4.
If he wants 900 more assists, just dish the ball to Steph Curry for a couple corner threes.
Well, for 3 years, 300 assists a year, he can get there and climb over. But Chris Paul's still playing. Will he be playing next year, Chris Paul?
Oh, CP3. Does he come back to the Dubs, get LeBron on the bench?
It's kind of like the Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy war for wins. Have you looked at that on the career manager list? They're like right near each other. They keep passing each other.
Going back and forth.
Yeah. So anyway, so I told you guys when he passed Kareem, it was my moment of a reckoning. I mean, I know obviously his career was fabulous before then, but it was just one of those moments where I had a moment of clarity, and I was like, he might be the GOAT. He really might be the GOAT. And I just got a text here from overnight Dave, who voice texts on the way home. He says the only people who think LeBron is better than MJ are people that never saw MJ. He said he's the GOAT. Well, now Dave, I saw them both, and I told you guys this, man. In the '90s, I would pound my fist on the bar and say Magic and Bird were better. Magic and Bird were better. I was like, they did more. You know, he's just a scorer. It's all he is. And he's all NBA defensive team, I know. But still, I did. I fought for the 80s.
Let the record show that Murph has always been anti-MJ.
Do we have that JJ Redick sound about the end 90s being watered down? He just said that. There's that whole TikTok trend, right? Done with the 90s?
Done with the 90s,
where you're playing against plumbers and electricians?
Yeah, and it goes back to plumbers and electricians in the 90s. It goes back to that NBA poll that they do every single year and how it's starting to shift. How they always ask the question to these NBA players, who is the greatest of all time? And for years, there's been a big gap between LeBron and MJ. But with the younger generation, it is starting to close down a little bit now.
Yeah. Overnight Dave's argument is he's Jimi Hendrix. Everyone else comes after the man. He led the league in scoring, was Defensive Player of the Year, league MVP, Finals MVP, and he played when they knocked you on your ass.
Bang. Tell him, Dave. I absolutely agree. I don't think there really is an argument. I thought this argument
You don't even think there's an argument?
I thought the argument was done a few years ago.
Are you crazy?
I mean,
you don't think there's an argument?
Michael Jordan never lost an NBA Finals. Never even went to a Game 7.
How did Michael Jordan do without Scottie Pippen, brother? I'm here to tell you, he didn't do jack without Scottie Pippen.
Yeah,
all
but
right?
he also had back-to-back three-peats.
Yeah,
LeBron never did that.
With Scottie Pippen.
And LeBron James went to go play with D-Wade and Chris Bosh.
15-yard unsportsmanlike that you say there's not even an argument.
No, the argument's been done for years. What do you mean? LeBron went.
That's a silly
LeBron,
take.
you just said Scottie Pippen. He just went to go play with D-Wade and Chris Bosh. Went to go play with Kyrie and Kevin Love. Went to go play with Anthony Davis. Like LeBron's been chasing superstars his entire career. What are we talking about?
In the finals. What do you have the record of? 10 straight NBA finals, which Jordan never did?
Yeah, because
and then when you get to the finals, it's a matter of who's your team and who you're playing.
Well, exactly. Look who LeBron was playing in the East. Look who LeBron was playing.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Look at the trek that Michael had to go through in the East to get there. The East was a cakewalk for LeBron.
No, the East was not. The East back then, the Knicks weren't that. It was like a physical fist fight game. Those weren't great teams. Those weren't great Knicks teams. Beyond the Knicks, there weren't many. But Pacers, a little bit, had Reggie Miller.
And there weren't no great teams in the East for LeBron to go through either.
Well, I have to go back and look at that, brother. But no team in the... Then why has no player in the history of the NBA done what he's done, or even come close to the amount of NBA finals he's made consecutively?
It's the longevity.
The idea that you say it's not even an argument is silly.
Well, I guess
That's silly.
I guess you can have the conversation, but the case has been closed for years.
Well, I'm going to have to stridently disagree with you there, brother.
I mean, Michael Jordan was perfect in the NBA Finals.
Yeah,
LeBron
I know.
wasn't.
Again, Michael Jordan also didn't get to the NBA Finals until he got Scottie Pippen, and I watched him play from 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, and he was selling those shoes and selling those Nikes and doing the commercials, and he wasn't getting to the NBA Finals.
And LeBron James wasn't winning NBA Finals until he joined Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, he got the Cleveland Cavaliers were probably the worst, most downtrodden franchise I've ever seen, and he lifted them to how many NBA Finals? I don't even know.
And didn't win any until he had Kyrie and Kevin Love come save him.
San Antonio Spurs of one of the greatest dynasties of all time.
Losing in the NBA Finals.
It's a team game, brother. It's a team game. And when LeBron lifts single-handedly these teams, absolutely absurd. Brother, that you're saying it's not even an argument. And in fact, the argument could be made, and 42% of the current NBA players think so, that he is the GOAT.
Yeah.
All right, brother?
I get that. But to say he keeps saying he single-handedly did it when he's had multiple All-Stars on every championship roster he's played on.
Well, sure. I mean, we can make arguments all day, every day on all this stuff. But the idea that LeBron has scored more points than any player in the history of the game. He's top 4 in assists in the history of the game. He went to more consecutive NBA Finals than any player in the history of the game. And he's still going. I mean, the reason why I am absolutely flabbergasted right now is you said it's not even an argument. That's outrageous.
Well, I guess to me, I'm never going to put LeBron over Michael Jordan. So in my opinion, I don't think the argument's there. I know the argument's been going on for years, but I thought this was the argument that was settled years ago.
I'm not going to put Jordan above Magic and Bird. All right, brother? So there's that. I mean, Magic and Bird, you want to talk about competition. the Magic and Bird, those were absolute wars, whereas Jordan showed up in the NBA Finals. Where's that J.J. Redick sound? What do we got here on the J.J. Redick? This is from what pod? Is this his podcast?
The Big Pod with Shaq.
Okay, what is he? I haven't even heard this. I just heard that he said something about the 90s.
The only thing I don't like about the conversation is they don't put my boy's name in it. If you're going to be throwing names around, you got to have my boy's name in it. That's like saying, what are the best luxury cars out there, Lexus or a Beamer? You got to put the Mercedes in there, too. Mike, LeBron, or Kobe, now y'all debate.
I refuse to get into the GOAT debate. I don't care. They didn't play against each other. What makes him great is the fact that he's done it now for 21 years at the highest level. Yeah, LeBron's never averaged 35 in a year. Guess what? He's averaged 25 or more for 20 straight years. We're nitpicking. A lot of times we're comparing eras. Like, I'll say this with Michael Jordan, and I don't mean this to be controversial. Michael Jordan, during his heyday, 6 teams were added to the NBA. There were 90 players added to the NBA. Does that not water down? I'm not talking playoffs, by the way. No chance we're talking playoffs. You're not telling me that the league for a little bit is going to be a little watered down?
So there it is, right there. And by the way, Shaq is bringing up Kobe. He's saying, forget your argument. Why isn't Kobe in the discussion?
Throw Kobe in the conversation.
Yeah. So anyway, well, dude, I'm just going to have to end this segment, stay on the clock by saying the fact that there's
Clock.
the leading scorer in the history of the NBA and the top 5 assist guy in the history of the NBA deserves to be in the conversation.
He's in the conversation.
Okay, well, you told me the argument was over.
Well, the conversation ends because MJ's the GOAT.
I don't know.
It's clear to the days.
Disagree.
To me, yeah.
I've been around a long time, brother. I said a lot of basketball.
Yeah, we've had this
when
conversation for a long time.
And when LeBron passed Kareem, I think it's way. I think, and I used to work with a guy here, old Pat, who every day woke up and just pissed all over LeBron every day. And there's this, it's like trendy to make fun of LeBron because he is such a needy diva and he tweets out this stuff and you roll your eyes at all that stuff. Let's just talk about the basketball player. Forget all the, I definitely think
but again,
that people's opinion of LeBron is colored by his needy diva-ness, that people roll their eyes, oh, this guy's wearing me out. He's so needy.
Oh, absolutely.
I get that.
Absolutely.
I'm just talking about the basketball.
True, but
That's
you
it.
also just said that you didn't have him as the GOAT until he broke the record for the most points
I was
scored
in
in
denial,
NBA history.
because I was one of those old heads saying, no. I should have been.
Now, isn't that more of a credit to LeBron James' longevity?
Which is, that's where you get into, you could say, that's a fair argument.
Correct.
That one I'll buy, that LeBron is more like Brady and Jordan's more like Montana.
Yes.
That one I buy, and I go with Montana.
And we know
argument.
you're on that Montana
So, I mean,
perfect
I'll say
5-0
that.
record in
But
the
again,
Super Bowl.
you said that there wasn't an argument.
And I think, exactly. And I know that's what triggered you a little bit. But again, that's why Brady, to me, wasn't in the conversation with Joe Montana until he eclipsed him in titles. Until LeBron James eclipses Michael Jordan. And to me, it's not a conversation. Michael Jordan's the GOAT.
Do you see what happens when the Giants play a boring 4-0 loss? We wind up arguing LeBron and MJ on the radio.
That's sports talk radio for you.
That segment was brought to you by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Where does Steve Young come down on LeBron versus MJ? I don't know, but he comes down on the 49ers and Brock Purdy and their chances of winning a championship. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I don't think there really is an argument. I thought this argument
You don't even think there's an argument?
I thought the argument was done a few years ago.
Are you crazy? Bright and early on a Wednesday, Steve Moskowitz is on the line to help us out. He wants to tell us what to do when you can't pay your taxes or didn't file your taxes. Steve, good morning. What do you do?
April 15th in the rearview mirror, but the IRS hasn't forgotten about you if you didn't file a return or you owe a bunch of money. And remember the news articles where the IRS hired all these new IRS agents? One of the things they're looking for is people that didn't file, people that didn't pay. But it's not a nightmare. It's not sitting waiting for guys to knock on your door and do something bad to you. There's so many good solutions, so many good options. People don't realize a lot of times it's an easy fix. So here's what I'm asking your listeners. Give us a call, let's chat about your situation. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. I'll explain to you everything that's going to go on in your case, all your rights, all your options. And if you want us to, we'll go ahead and do it. And you might be really surprised. You might be able to put all this behind you with a simple procedure that we do for you. What do you have to lose? Just give me a call.
All right, you do that. You call 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report, sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Dave Fleming joins Papa and Lund at 12:30 this afternoon. All right, I saw it on the text line. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Landslide for Waterboy and Jordan. Landslide.
Go MJ, go MJ,
And
go.
I will
go
stand
MJ,
by
go
my
MJ,
take
go.
that
I would agree, honestly.
You are all letting LeBron's personality affect your view of him as a player. And I get it. I get it. Because I did for years, too. I did. There's no question that his neediness and his floppiness and his always shining the light on himself, that definitely has detracted from his image as a basketball player. But we should probably pause.
We should. And I will say this. LeBron's on the Mount Rushmore. He's just not my first face. Michael Jordan's the George Washington.
Okay, we'll see. I'm still saying one of these days we'll pick this thread up because we got to go to football. Steve Young, he joined us yesterday, and he's going to be at Thursday, May 16th, 2 weeks from tomorrow, at the California Theater in San Jose. Go see DwightClarkAward.com and go see him and Brock Purdy talking football. Are you kidding me? You want to go to that for sure, but he talked football with us yesterday on the Yuma guest line. Steve Young, what a pleasure to have our buddy, the Hall of Famer, on our show. Good morning, Steve.
Oh, look at this. This is it. I'm on carpool. I'm listening you guys know this every morning. I got it. And now I'm on. It's great.
You've made it. You made it to the big time. You graduated from the JV afternoon.
JV afternoon. Now we're in the premier spot.
Morning prime, buddy. Morning
prime.
Yeah. And Steve, we stacked it up perfectly so that you could follow up your favorite segment, the Cooler of Content.
You guys haven't renamed it yet. You guys are still pedestrian. You're still laying low. I mean, come on. Let's rise up.
We got to come up with something better than that Princess Bride thing. It was too wordy.
It was too wordy.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
It was a little much.
It'd be like when you audible, you didn't say cornucopia, cornupalicious.
The cornucopia of the best. Yeah. That was really true.
What was your audible, by the way? What was your Omaha, or what was your audible?
Razor.
Razor. Is that for Ralph Barbieri?
I don't know. Just razor.
All right.
Scissors and razor. That was all we weren't deep. Neither was Omaha either. Football's not deep, as you know, boys.
Oh, there it is. I like
football is, I always said if you get too deep in football, you'll be alone. So you don't want to go there.
Don't overthink it, right?
Don't overthink it, bro.
Kiss. Keep it simple, stupid. He's open. Jerry's open. Throw it to him, right?
Yeah, throw it. In fact, that's Holmgren's greatest thing is I go to the sidelines and he goes, Jerry's open. Why didn't you throw it? I said, well, I freaking didn't see him. And this great comment back says, well, you better start seeing him. And I was like, well, thanks for the coaching tip. You know what? Hey, Mike, how about this? I'll look at you, you point at him, and then we'll both see him together, okay? That'll work out perfect.
That might be my favorite coaching tip of all time. You better start seeing him.
You better start seeing him. I was like, hey, I hope they pay you a ton for that. That's big. That's big stuff.
He's a Super Bowl champ, man. Well, you're sounding good, buddy. And I know we have the Dwight Clark event, which is awesome. And in fact, let's do that right now, just real quick. You and Jeff Garcia and Alex Smith and Brock Purdy. I mean, dude, there's going to be some high-level quarterback. You talk about not getting too deep. You guys are going to get deep. This is Thursday, May 16th at the California Theater in San Jose, DwightClarkAward.com. What are we going to say about Dwight, Steve? We're keeping his memory alive. And then you sitting down with Jeff, Alex, and Brock for a little give and take.
Yeah, and I think more than anything, Kirk Reynolds puts this together, the PR guy for the 49ers back in the day, and great guy, trying to raise money for the Golden Heart Foundation. That is a pile of proceeds that have started by Eddie DeBartolo, Harris Barton, Ronnie Lott, and it's really for, kind of the older generations of 49ers who need some help. And it's really a model for the league. I was talking to Roger Goodell the other day, and the league has a lot of resources, but no one knows about them. Even though players, they don't follow, they don't get it. And so I said, well, Roger, because it's global, you need it local. Each team needs to be able to get to their people, and this is maybe one of the ways to do it. So this is part of it, part of remembering the great Dwight Clark and all the things that Dwight was to us and is, and so this is cool. And then we get together and talk some football, and it's not like a bunch of linemen getting together, because to me the game today more than ever is really about one position. So that's good.
Yeah, and Steve, that position will be on display at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series, whether we're talking about you, Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith, or the 49ers starting quarterback Brock Purdy. And today, Steve, is actually the anniversary of 2 years ago, the 49ers selecting Brock Purdy with the last pick of the draft. Just give us kind of your big picture breakdown, how much Brock Purdy has meant to this franchise over the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, it's just his processing power, and like he has that, like nothing surprises him. So then after a while, we all realize, well, nothing should surprise us either. And then he goes to the Super Bowl and plays solid ball. Like, you keep waiting for the youth or the irrelevant or the something. Like, come on, when's this going to show up? And it just doesn't show up. And we talked about it really early. You could sense it. I smelled it really early. You could see that this kid's like not going to be riled. He's got these great processors. He's get the ball out, and now he's got the challenge of figuring out how to, kind of extend his game when, like he was last in the draft for a reason, right? It was the measurables, all the things that you can see. And so those are things over time, he's not going to be able to throw it over the field. We already recognize that. He's not going to be able to run like crazy, but he's got to be able to extend his game so that he can threaten in more places. Because in this league today, you have to, at quarterback, be able to kind of create your own narratives. Like, you can't just be about distributing the football and getting it out quickly. That's a lot of it, 98%, 90% of it. But at the end of the championship seasons, championship games, championship plays, it's really you going and making it happen. And you saw that happen to us in the Super Bowl. And that's where Brock's going to have to extend his game a little bit.
I mean, Steve, is it as simple as, like, Pat Mahomes is the best in the world and nobody can kind of beat him? I mean, how can Brock out-duel a Pat Mahomes?
Well, I think you saw some of it in the Packer game, I want to say. He got out and made some big plays with his legs. The yards are there. The league, look at what they did this year. I mean, it's such an unfair fight now. You can't hit the quarterback. I'll describe it as Tom Brady described it as he left the season, his last season. He said, look, Steve, they no longer patrol the middle of the field. The flats are always open, and no one can hit me. So the game, in the name of safety, and I've said this 1,000 times, in the names of safety, the league changed the rules to force defenders they could not tackle by launching their bodies anymore. They had to bring their feet, and it slowed the game down. Now there's a lot more space, and there's a lot more space for quarterbacks to get those easy yards, and you saw that at the end of the Super Bowl. And so Brock's going to have to do that more. He's going to have to go get those yards even more so. Now, look, he's not as fast as everybody, and he's not as big as everybody, but he's going to have to do that part of the game. And then, again, I always said when Brock got started, he's going to have to do it in his own way, which might be a couple extra laps, but that Patrick doesn't have to do, that Josh doesn't have to do, that Lamar doesn't have to do, that Joe Burrow doesn't have to do, that even Justin Herbert doesn't have to do, because they can just decide, oh, I feel like going deep, I feel like ripping 190 yards, I feel like, they can do things that he's not going to be able to do. So he's going to have to do it in 2 steps. And he's proven that, I can do it in 5 steps. I got you covered. So he's going to do his own Brock way, but I still think he's going to extend his game so that he's more of a physical threat other than just distributing the football. And he's shown that. You just got to do more of it.
And we saw Brock Purdy finish as an MVP finalist after having off-season elbow surgery last year.
It's crazy.
And so,
when's
Steve,
the movie? Marcus, when's the movie?
Yeah, the script's unwritten still, Steve, and it's crazy. So now Brock Purdy is going into this season with his first ever full offseason as a starter. Steve, is it possible that we have not seen the best version of Brock Purdy yet?
Well, you're going to see somebody, like what you've seen him do, I don't know that you can get significantly better. Once you're a great processor and the pressure doesn't get to you, and the coach is innovative and thoughtful, and you've got the support. That's the other thing. He's got the Lamborghini kind of talent level around him that what's better is just even like how can he be more efficient? I mean, how can he be less? What are you gonna say? I'll throw 5 interceptions in a season. I mean, I guess there's places to go, but I think the consistency of who he is really the Marcus in the way is the upside, right? It's just that he's going to be consistently excellent, and that's. I mean, you might say, okay, what can he get better at? There's some small things that you can kind of pick at, but if we can have more of what we saw last year from Brock Purdy, then we're going to be just fine.
Steve, you mentioned, we're talking to Steve Young, of course, who's going to be at the Dwight Clark Legacy Series next month, it is next month because it is April 30th, May 16th, Thursday, May 16th. So it's 2 weeks from Thursday at the California Theater in San Jose. I'm telling you guys, you don't want to miss it. It's Steve.
Support
it's awesome.
Dwight, support the Golden Heart Fund, support the people trying to do good work.
Yeah, and you know what?
Make us feel like you care. You know?
And Jeff Garcia and Alex Smith and Brock Purdy's going to be there, and Dre Greenlaw's getting the Dwight Clark Award, which is really cool. But so that's Thursday, and go to DwightClarkAward.com for your tickets. Steve, so you mentioned the Lamborghini talent, and that leads to a burning story in Ninersville. Our mutual friend Mike Silver is repeatedly reporting that the Niners have been shopping Brandon Ayuk, and then he shifted and said they were shopping Deebo Samuel.
Right.
There were rumors yesterday the Steelers were heating up with him or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm talking about that Lamborghini talent. My question to you is, if they did move one of those guys, does that put a dent in the Lamborghini, and you're not allowed to, or you can't be the full form of who you would be?
Well, I mean, it's a precursor to the inevitability, right? That we can't keep everybody. Now we can this year. So that's where people are like, hey, wait, I can deal with this, but I'm not going to deal with it until I have to. And I think that the league today, quarterback, number 1, offensive line, corner, and an edge rusher. So there's 4 spots that you have to be like elite at. And hopefully in the draft we kind of got a better corner. We can maybe think about it that way. But we have great linebackers. We can try to make up for it. We have the elite edge rusher. It's offensive line. So you say to yourself, okay, Ricky comes in now and does something that is really cool because, as Tom Brady just said to me, and I'm repeating back, the middle of the field is unpatrolled. And so that's why Travis Kelce's dominating in there. There's people just making hay like never before. And so in many ways, Ricky's going to be that guy, but then we already have that. We already have that guy, so we have an extra guy. So you can make an argument that we have an extra guy if Ricky's going to come in and be as good or near good as those 2 guys. Can we use 3 of them? Well, yeah, that gives Kyle that much more flexibility. You can save yourself by October, and Ricky's fully integrated into the system. There might be too many people with George, and Christian, and then Juwan, you got a lot of guys. And so what didn't we get better at? Hopefully we will get better at offensive line. You saw it in the Super Bowl. You saw it toward the end of the season. That's the thing that's going to be a big difference maker. So more so than even at receiver, I think that offensive line beats receiver as far as importance in what you have to have in the league. And so those are all kind of pieces of it. So when you say, are we going to shop? If you got 2 number 1s for one of those guys, would you do it? I mean, you got to think about, in the future, we're going to need cheaper talent, super talent, when Brock gets paid and other people get paid, that we can, we have these super, guys on rookie contracts, we can stay great. So there's some forward thinking. I know there's a lot of emotion about it, but we have the riches now at receiver. When do we strike? And it really depends on how much people are willing to pay. You can see if no one comes up with something amazing that's going to be amazing for the 49ers in the future, we're not thinking about it. But we're open to it in case something crazy comes forward. And if something crazy does come forward, you can't knock them for thinking about in those terms, so that we can have more great talent on rookie contracts so we can keep attacking the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and the 49ers definitely invested in the wide receivers with Ricky Pearsall with that first-round draft pick. But I also want to ask you about them signing Tariq Owens as an undrafted free agent. We also saw Brandon Rice get drafted by the LA Chargers. Steve, how does it make you feel to see some of your former teammates' sons get drafted in the NFL?
I was with Jerry last week, and he's fired up. It's really cool. Can you imagine? I mean, I guess if I was a high jump champion, it'd be really cool right now, but I wasn't. I sucked at high jump. But it's really, it's generationally, you can imagine when somebody does something that, kind of reminiscing around, reminds you of yourself and how great you were. And so Jerry was fired up. And I think I love the warriorship of children of famous people willing to kind of lean into it and take it on. And that's why Brendan's so cool, is that he's like, no, my dad's the greatest receiver of all time. I'm not afraid of that, and I'm leaning in. So I thought that's, there's a warriorship in there that I really appreciate.
Well, then we'll end it on this then, Steve, because then we know drop off. You got to get going. And again, Dwight Clark Legacy Series, Steve Young, Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith, Brock Purdy cannot miss Thursday, May 16, California Theater in San Jose. Tickets at DwightClarkAward.com. Not just remembering Dwight, but helping out Niners who brought you so much joy through the years, who need your help in the Golden Heart Fund. So the tickets at DwightClarkAward.com. And that's how I wanted to end it. Knowing you, knowing your age, knowing your Connecticut, and knowing what you just said. But did you know who we had on this morning, brother, at 7:15? We had Carl Yastrzemski on this morning, brother.
Shut up.
Yeah. Seriously.
Really?
And that's because Mike is going. The Giants are at Fenway tonight. And our producer, John Joe Curley, was able to land 84-year-old Carl Yastrzemski. That's got to stir something in Steve Young's Connecticut soul.
No, the Red Sox of Jim Rice, and those were the days. And so my buddy, Steve Gebhardt, loved the Red Sox. I like the Red Sox. I like the Mets, and the Red Sox are my favorites. And so Fred Lynn was my guy. And people I'm sorry that you get older. Like, these guys seem like they're forever ago.
Steve, does this sound familiar? Do you remember? No? Never mind.
Hold on.
Wait.
Familiar, yes, but where?
The closing credits of This Week in Baseball?
This Week in Baseball. So we would religiously watch that. Religiously. And baseball was the big sport in our town. Baseball was we played home run derby every day for 350 days unless it was snowing. And so
you were a pitcher, right? You were a pitcher, right?
Yeah, and I loved baseball, and I couldn't hit. I pulled everything to second base, and no one ever taught me. And I was at the beach recently on a thing with Kevin Millar. Kevin's he played for many years in major leagues, and we were sitting about, and he goes, I could have been great in baseball, but I never learned to hit. He goes, what are you talking about? And he goes, so we sat there for half an hour as he taught me how to hit, and I'm like, oh, you squish the bug and spin. Oh, why didn't someone tell me that? What I could have been, Jim Rice, Fred Lynn, I could have been. Oh, what a waste!
Fred Lynn.
What's the bug, man? I can't get one guy in Greenwich, Connecticut that knows how to hit. You got to be kidding me.
But toeing the slab, you were throwing that cheese, though. I know. I read your book. You were a good high school pitcher.
I threw the cheese, but I didn't want it. Someone said if you threw a curve, you hurt your arm for football. So I wouldn't throw the curve so people could lay back, and they hit some rockets by me. I had some neck injuries on some of the rockets.
Anyway, I just used that to forward tease. We're going to replay Yaz at 8:30 or at 9:30, pardon me. And I knew that given your demographic and region that would hit you. It would strike something in your soul to hear that name.
Yeah, it does.
All right, buddy. You're the best. And thank you for donating your time. I know you're going to be traveling the world around that time, and you're going to wing back from some faraway place to go there. And you're awesome. And everybody go see Steve and Brock Purdy and Jeff Garcia and Alex Smith Thursday, May 6th. What are you laughing about,
Hey, look,
buddy?
if you guys need some funding to come down to AT&T, I might self-fund it just to see you.
I know, bro. Right?
So
Never forget when you called. The one year they didn't send us. You called.
Steve from Pebble Beach.
And they thought, Adam Copeland answered, thought you were Steve John.
Some guy.
Thought you were Steve John. He goes, Steve John's on the phone.
Boy, look, if Steve John calls from Pebble Beach, you put him on right now.
100%. So he did. Cope said to me, he goes, Steve John's calling. I go, put him on. And then we
put him on.
And it was you.
And I was yelling in the background. It's Steve Young.
But thankfully, I'm a PhD in the youngster. I recognize the voice right away.
There it is.
Steve came on. Young came on. He goes, where are you guys? Where are you guys?
What's happening?
And I heard that. I'm like, this is not Steve John. This is the lefty. This is number 8. All right. Well, we will self-fund the trip to Pebble 25, and you will have a great day and have a great Dwight Clark Legacy Series. You're the best, buddy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
See you, boys. Take care.
The energy of a Steve Young. Go see him 2 weeks from Thursday. Have Steve and Brock talking football, man. What more do you want?
And you'll be there.
Maybe.
And I'll be there.
My schedule's up in the air. You'll be there.
I'll be there.
All right. I'll hope to be there.
All right.
Let's carry this on. Hey, guys, Giants baseball, we got some bad news on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Antioch, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Antioch Sports Leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the-sports-leader.
I just, I wasn't getting ahead of guys. I thought, because I had the team had a great approach. It seemed like everything they were doing was just trying to go the other way and take what they give me and not try to do too much. And they did a good job at that. I thought the changeup was pretty bad. I don't think it was either up for a strike or they could, sit on it, go the other way, or it was a non-competitive pitch. So it was just one of those nights. It wasn't very good.
Damn, Logan. No light in the beam in Fenway Park. Logan Webb with a stinker of an outing, matching kind of that one he had at Dodger Stadium earlier in the season. 3 2/3, 9 hits, 4 walks. No good. More than a bad feeling here from Boston. But I teased bad news. And as soon as I teased it, you guys were all like, whoa, what is it?
Ooh, what's going on, Murph?
Well, the bad news is the Giants lost.
Yeah.
That's the bad news.
It's bad news that Logan's changeup was flat last night and his two-seam wasn't running across the plate.
There's more bad news, see? So we're delivering on the tease here. So Giants lost. Logan Webb's stuff was flat. No run on the sink. I got one more bad news for you.
Uh-oh.
Fenway Park is low-key kind of house of horrors for the Giants.
Really?
2-7 all time. And I got to tell you, it doesn't feel good being there. So I've been there twice for Giants-Red Sox series, and I've yet to see them win. 2007, they got swept. Barry Bonds hit just sort of a check the list. I hit one at Fenway home run in the Sunday morning game, but they got swept. Matt Cain pitched great, I think, on the Friday night game and got no run support. And then went back in 2016 with my buddies for a big old booze fest. Saw Mac Williamson homer at Fenway Park.
Shout out the Mac.
And the Red Sox beat them up then, too. So I got to be honest, when I saw just the visual of them there last night, and then I was there in 2019.
Yeah.
They got the one there. They got one there in one of those games. And then in last night, I saw the scene, and I was like, these uniforms don't fit at Fenway. They just don't, they got to turn the narrative today, but I'm just saying it's a house of horrors. 2-7. And not feeling great.
And do you think there's any reasoning behind it? Like, we hear so much about the lore of places like Fenway Park. I don't want to say the stage is too big for these guys, but it was an interesting note last night when I even heard John Miller talk about Wilmer Flores, and how it was only the second time Wilmer Flores has ever played in Boston, even though he's been in the league, seems like a pretty long time, but because of interleague play, because of he used to play with the New York Mets, that's the only other time he took a trip. We know the Giants don't go there often. With the new interleague plays, they'll be going there every other year now. But is it just because it's not a familiar place? I don't know. Like, I'm trying to see if there is a reasoning or explanation of why they've struggled at
Part of it would be that each year they went there. Let's see, by the way, Boston this year at home is 6 and 8.
6 and 8.
They were 5 and 8 going into that game.
Not a house of horse for anybody else.
Exactly, dude. Part of it is the Giants have brought bad teams there.
Yeah.
2007 Giants were particularly bad.
That's always an issue.
2019 Giants were bad. Yeah. But the interesting is the 2016 Giants went into the break with the best record in baseball. Do you remember this? They were flying, man. They were amazing. It was an awesome run. Everything was happening. It was an even year. 10, 12, 14, 16. And then do you remember they came out of the break, they went to San Diego, and they lost one of the first games out of the break on a balk-off by Santiago Casilla.
Oh, balk-off.
A balk-off. And that started a skid that they really never recovered from. They had a horrible second half and wound up losing to the Cubs in the playoffs. And that Boston, they went from San Diego to Boston and just got clobbered. So they've never been in a good place when they got to Fenway Park. It has never been like Giants are humming. They've won 16 out of their last 20 or something like that. They've always kind of limped into Fenway. Although, I mean, they just took 2 out of 3 from the Pirates, who, by the way, the A's are about to sweep the Pirates today. Matinee baseball in Oakland. Young Tone on your way home. When you drive to Danville, you going to pop in, say hi to the boys?
No.
Okay. Bro, I'm telling you, the A's got something cooking over there. They got something cooking.
Yeah, and it smells bad. It smells like John Fisher. It smells like burnt fish.
What can you get in for today? What do you think?
Probably $4 or $5, but I still don't even want to give that to John Fisher.
They should pay you to get in there.
Yeah. You know what? Do you really, honestly, you wouldn't give John Fisher $4 for your ability to enjoy a baseball game in the sun?
You know, that's the problem, because I did go to A's games last year. We talked about how I went to the MLB debut of a Mason Miller, and I did fork over a couple dollars. But after everything's gone down, after they've announced they're going to Sacramento, there's just a stink around the team right now that I don't want to be involved in.
You're a principled man. You're a man of morals. I applaud you.
Yeah, and of course, like,
I have my feelings about the Coliseum and going to Raider games back in the day. I don't know. It's just a weird situation. So, no, I really don't feel like giving that guy any money.
A guy like you with a whole afternoon free, you're young, you're single.
That's what I'm saying.
Hop over on Bard, man, just cruise in. How cheap is the beer?
Ooh. I think when I went last year, it was still like $15-16.
Still, man, it's gonna be a beautiful day over there.
What are you
Go see your boy Mason Miller throwing 103.
You're trying to change my ethics over here, Murph.
Well, it is funny. I mean, if we got into ethics of like the companies we've given money to through the years,
I will say
I don't even want to go down that.
I am now.
dude.
By the way, I am boycotting Old Navy
because of Fisher.
No, just because I think the clothes are terrible too.
You can boycott anything. Circling back to our argument last hour, you can boycott anything to do with LeBron James.
Yeah, there it is.
Right? What does he? What product does he have?
I don't know. I ain't drinking his wine. I'll tell you that.
Okay, that's it. There you go. Jeff in Santa Rosa, Giants fan, checking in at 808 KNBR. Hey, Jeff. Good morning. You're on with Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, team. How are you?
Good, Jeff. It's a beautiful morning. Beautiful morning to go to Oakland and see a ball game. All right.
Well, I mean, no, I'll take a hard pass.
All
but,
right. Anyway, what's going on, brother?
Hey, we got our 2 tickets for Birmingham.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yep. Congratulations.
Dude, you're like, whoa. How'd you do it?
Well, they put out an email that I guess for season ticket holders that if you want the opportunity, it goes through a company. I mean, we won't eat dinner out for about 6 years.
Oh, was it? Did they?
We'll be at Birmingham.
They got you for a little bit of dough, huh?
You know, yes.
Well,
yes,
I mean, Jeff, listen. Talk about value. You're getting something incredibly valuable in return, right?
And my wife and I sat down and talked about that. There's a thing on Wednesday night. There's a brunch on Thursday. There's some whatever. But how often do you get to see where Willie Mays played and then the Giants and St. Louis are playing the Field of Dreams game? You have to put a value to that. And since we're big fans and we enjoy the game so much, we took some money out of the savings and we went and
Jeff,
we did it.
I'm going to tell you, without even knowing your financial situation, you are 100% making the right move. 100%.
Yeah. No.
Jeff, do you remember who was the center for the Warriors who was such a wise guy? David West, was that his name? David West, was that his name? Come on, help me my brain.
I'm not a basketball guy.
Okay, remember the guy, David West was their backup center in the one of the title teams?
Yeah, unless you're thinking of somebody else.
Do you remember his famous speech when he was like, the Egyptians told us you can't take it with you? He was talking about treasuring moments.
Yeah,
see if you can find that David West Egyptians rant. It was incredible.
Yeah.
You can't take it with you, Jeff, so you go to Birmingham and you enjoy life.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And we already had on the books. We leave on Saturday, go to Chicago, see a game Monday night, go to the White Sox on Tuesday. We were going to kind of do the Chicago thing on Wednesday. Now we're catching a flight to Birmingham.
Bro.
And then
hey, can we go, Jeff? Can Marcus and I go?
You got a +1, Jeff? What's going on?
I would be honored. I would be. My wife and I be honored. And then we're going to go to St. Louis, so we're going to get 3 stadiums in 1 week. So
I'm going to bring this up on the air, and because I'm going to bring it up now, Jeff, is that we were just talking about this during the break. What's interesting is the Giants are going to be wearing the uniforms of the San Francisco Sea Lions, which was the only Negro League team that ever played in San Francisco. And what's really unusual is that they were only around for 3 months. John Shea has a big piece at sfchronicle.com this morning. They were only around from April till July of 1946. So it's interesting because I think a lot of people in the country are going to be like, what the heck is that? You know?
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's going to be a very almost emotional type being there.
Dude.
I mean, I truly do.
Jeff, so Jeff, will you please promise to call us from Birmingham either the day after or the game?
I'll call you while we're, at the Wednesday night thing, I can't call you, but I'll call you Thursday at the brunch.
Well, as Gary Rogers said, you don't have to call too much, Jeff, all right? But you can call the day after, buddy.
Fair enough.
Do you have a take on the Giants before we let you go? Are you upset with the squad here?
No, you know what? It's baseball. I'm not going to get upset. I'm going to get upset about my family, but, and things aren't going well with them. But it's baseball. It's a long, long marathon. It's not a race.
Okay, Jeff. Hey, great call, buddy, and congrats on your tickets. That's amazing.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, and hope to see you at the Yard. We'll be there Mother's Day weekend.
All right, Jeff in Santa Rosa.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that the tickets were only for Alabama residents.
So
I guess the Giants made them available. Now, I'm a season ticket holder.
Yeah.
Now, Brad Mangin handles all our paperwork.
Uh-oh.
So he must have gotten the email.
Is Brad holding out on you? Sounds like Brad's going to Brickwood.
What if, like, the game was the game, like the camera swoops in from the drone. They're like, welcome to Rickwood Field in historic Birmingham, Alabama. And then this pans down, and right behind home plate, Brad just like popping in some popcorn. Like,
Brad's there snapping photos.
Like, and it'd be like, there's like a movie or something, or a sitcom or something where like somebody thinks that their buddy's not there and then they see them there. I forget what it is, but that was what it would be like. So
it's like the guy who like calls in sick to work and then gets caught on TV catching a foul ball at a Giants game that day.
Yeah, that's it. It's the Ferris Bueller.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
there we
too.
go.
That's what I'm thinking. Thank you for the Bueller
Yeah.
call. Yes. Speaking of which, we have some Bueller-related stuff in the cooler of content. The Minnesota Twins are with their home run sausage. Pause. But anyway, hey, my buddy Kevin Mursky checked in. He said, isn't the logo for the San Francisco Sea Lions actually a bear?
Dude.
He's right.
It's confusing.
And he says, I'm very perplexed by this. He says, but he loves the unis and Sykes to hear they'll be worn again. It's just great to hear from my buddy.
And shout out to the Giants giving that uniform as a giveaway last year at the ballpark.
Yeah, I'm just going to say this, just me personally. I would wear the New York Giant one that Monty Irvin wore. So Monty Irvin was the Giants' first black player. And if you know the history of Monty Irvin, he's an incredible story, war hero, gentleman. This is kind of Larry Bear, man. When the Giants won the 2010 World Series and Monty Irvin was in a nursing home in Houston near the end of his run, Larry flew down with the trophy for Monty Irvin. Dude, I'm getting chills right now. I mean, Larry flew down with the trophy and let Monty Irvin hold it.
That's awesome.
Monty Irvin was supposed to be Jackie Robinson, but he'd come back from the war and there was some adjustment period. And Branch Rickey said, I can't. Monty Irvin's still adjusting to life after the war. I'm going to go with Jackie Robinson. It was between Monty Irvin and Jackie Robinson. And Monty Irvin then became one of the first black players, like I don't know what number he was, 5th, 6th, or 7th, whatever. And he was, first of all, unbelievable player, Hall of Famer. It's the number 20 on the wall down there at Oracle. Me, personally, I think they should wear that uniform to honor Monty Irvin. But hey, I'm not going to hate on the Sea Lions. I'm just going to say, let's enjoy the game.
I don't disagree with that take.
Okay. Not like LeBron and Jordan.
No, I'm not going to get to an argument with that.
All right. Mike Kruko, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports League.
You can't take it with you. The Egyptians learned that. You can't bury and take the treasures with you. So it's about the small things in life, the accomplishments, man.
All right, let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, and it is, of course, great news for the East Bay. Hayward, what's up, man? Brand new location in Hayward, offering takeout and delivery to Castro Valley, San Lorenzo, San Leandro, and Union City, as well as Hayward. That's pretty cool, man. And we're going to offer a big old fat offer for you to get excited. How about this? At the new location in Hayward, all this week, when you order via amicis.com and enter the promo code HAY50, that's HAY 50, at checkout, they'll give you 50% off any large pizza. Any large pizza, half price. That's awesome. Amici's has been making and delivering their famous New York-style pizzas, pastas, salads, chicken wings in the Bay Area for over 30 years. And now Hayward, you get to join the pizza party. So when you want half-price large pizzas to enjoy with family and friends in the Hayward area this week, go to amicis.com, click on the Hayward banner, use the promo code HAY50, HAY 50. 2 words, baby. Amici's. Delivered.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 670 AM.
All right, Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Beautiful spring day. May 1st, everybody. Let's hope the month of May, a little better than the month of April for the Giants, who just tread water a little under 500 for the entire month. And they wake up this morning 14-16 in Boston, Massachusetts. Mike is brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Mike on the UMA guest line. Mike, the sun is out, but the Giants lost. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. They lost, and the sun came out. So it's a new day, and it's a new game, which is the best part about baseball. Is you don't have to sit on a loss for more than 24 hours normally. So, I mean, you take a look at how they lost. They got shut out. Well, that's not really a surprise, given that the Red Sox right now have the best team ERA in all of baseball. But what was a surprise was that Logan Webb got hit around a little bit. That we haven't seen.
No, we haven't. And, explanations. It's baseball. You can't be great every time. Didn't have, Marcus was saying, the same kind of movement on some of the changeups and sinkers. I'm hesitant to make this as an excuse because they're big league athletes and they have to. But, shifting your body to the East Coast, you had an off day to adjust. Is there anything to that? Fenway Park, Mike? Giants don't have a great history there?
No, none of that history really affects, your outing. And I think early in the year when you go from the West Coast to the East Coast, it's an easy transition. The only time it really gets significant is when you're going from the Bay Area weather into heat and humidity of the Midwest or the South. That is a whole different deal when you have to acclimate to the heat and humidity. The thing about when you're a pitcher, I mean, when you, in a normal outing, when you're throwing 100-plus pitches, you're going to lose in that heat and humidity. You're going to lose anywhere from 3 to 7 pounds. I mean, so it's a big deal. You have to learn how to do it, and you have to learn how to prepare for it. When you're pitching in San Francisco, you may lose a half a pound, maybe, not even that, complete game. So it isn't an issue. But when you transition from the West Coast to that climate, it's a big deal. But so when they're going into the cool weather of New England, it isn't an issue. But you know what? If you take a look at what Logan Webb had done, I mean, he had been brilliant the last 29 innings. I mean, his ERA was under 1 or something like that. Completely dealing. And the thing about pitching every fifth day, when you start stringing together outings where you're going deep into a ball game, you take a little bit more out of your arm. And then there comes that point in time when you come back that fifth day and you haven't quite recovered and you really haven't gotten back up to 100% strength. So you go into a start and you're kind of at a deficit. Your body hasn't recovered. So it can affect the pitch. And in yesterday's game, the changeup just didn't really show up. I mean, it was moving. It was as big as and the movement was as big as it normally is, but he just didn't have the command of it. And so, maybe he wasn't quite up to strength level. It affected that pitch. And his outing suffered because of it. But that's it. I mean, you'll string together 5 or 6 really good games where you're going into the 6th, 7th, 8th inning or whatever, and then you get that one where you can't get out of the 4th, like last night. But guess what? In the next 5th day, he comes back because of that short outing. He comes back and he's stronger again, and that's kind of how it works.
Yeah, and as you and Murph just mentioned, to me, it did look like that changeup was a little bit more flat than we're traditionally used to seeing from Logan Webb. Even his two-seamer didn't look like it had that run that we traditionally see from Logan. Did you notice anything off mechanically from Logan last night, or was this one of the days where he just didn't have his stuff?
No, and no, there probably was something that was different mechanically. I mean, those days when you're tired and you haven't quite recovered, 1 degree on your release point or your hand angle is going to affect the pitch performance. I mean, that's just the way it is. But again, you have to remind yourself, he's still young. This is what you learn when your days that you can't get your arm quite up high enough or your hand in a high position. You learn what isn't working, and you learn ways to try to get through that outing, doing something else. And I think what we see from him identify with 3 main pitches: the split, the changeup, the slider, and the sinker. He's learning the four-seam fastball, which has been really, really good pitch for him. The next area of growth is a cutter. And with all of his movement, the cut is completely different. And the days that the changeup or the slider doesn't show up, the cutter gives him another opportunity to get through the lineup, to surprise a hitter with a different type of movement. Because right now he's established. When hitters know they're going to face Logan Webb, they know they're going to see stuff that's going to be down around the knees. They look to the low part of the strike zone. That's how you try and hit him. And a lot of guys will look, they'll look up, which he doesn't make many mistakes up because they're looking for something that hangs, which he doesn't hang a lot. That's what good sinker ballers do. They don't hang a lot. But anyway, the cutter, I think, is another field that he really hasn't explored. And as he goes forth, that will allow him on days that the changeup or the slider doesn't work, another pitch to get people out with. So again, he's young. He may have learned from something yesterday.
So, Mike, the Giants' bats obviously didn't pick him up. They only allowed 4 runs. Bullpen did great. Tonight, though, we don't know who's going to be needed to pick up. The feeling is they might start with Eric Miller, a lefty, and then give the ball to Dalton Jeffries. This is the Snell spot. Your feelings on them not, calling up Mason Black or somebody and going with what appears to be a temporary starter into a Dalton Jeffries? What do you think the thinking is there with the Brain Trust?
Well, first of all, they like Jeffries. He's a hard sinker baller. His last outing, he didn't really do well. But, I always liked the guy when he was with the A's, and then he went through they had to rebuild his arm because of Tommy John. And when we saw him in spring training, he was throwing the ball great. He had sink. They love sink. Sink is great. Sink puts your defense in play. It's a quick pace. You don't have guys with long innings standing out there in the outfield. And if they do indeed open up with a left-hander and then flip the ball to Jeffries, he could give him 5 innings, which might be the case. So basically, because Snell's spot comes up and you don't have a defined starter for it, you mix and match with your pin. But I like the equation that they're coming up with Miller and Jeffries. The key for Jeffries is to settle in, being able to establish the low part of the zone, and be able to relax. He was a little over-geeked his last outing, and it showed. He had a lot of pitches up, and he kind of had some bad luck early. If you remember, the way the game started, his first pitch was a ground ball to Fitzgerald, air. Things kind of snowballed from there. So let's just hope that they can play a clean game behind him if he does indeed get activated and is in the game tonight. But look, you're going to have to mix and match at a certain point in time during the course of a year. I think they have the bullpen to do it. They think they do. And that's what you do. You just, you get it done with what you have.
Mike, you mentioned the Red Sox rotation earlier in this conversation, and it's been one of the best rotations in baseball all season long. But it's not your traditional rotation with household names and all-stars throughout it. But I want to ask you about the impact of someone like Andrew Bailey being with the Boston Red Sox now and how much credit he gets for the success of that rotation so far this season.
Well, he definitely gets credit. When you have a new staff, as a new pitching coach, you go in and the first thing you do is you watch this guy throw and you learn his angles. Every arm angle sort of dictates the type of movement that guy's going to have, whether he has a high release, whether he has a low three-quarter release, sidearm release, whatever. That release tells you what his natural movement is going to be. Then you analyze and you start talking about grips, you talk about pitch shapes, how to tighten up this, how to sharpen that, how to suggest this. And then along the way, you give confidence to these guys. And if you can gain confidence, say you're a 3-pitch pitcher with 3 types of movement, and a pitching coach comes in, he reshapes a slider that gives a little more quickness, introduces another pitch that gives you another speed, another movement. Boom! Now all of a sudden, you got another weapon, a 4th weapon. That's significant. And then you enable a guy to be able to repeat the arm stroke and get it where he can throw strikes and get ahead on hitters and pitch in pitching counts. Quick goal 1s and 1-2 and 0-2s. Well, that changes the whole thing. So Bailey, we saw what he did here for 4 years. He's a good pitching coach, and he's having some significant success with the guys in Boston. It's not a big surprise. He's been around.
Well, there it is. And so we'll see what happens tonight. Cutter Crawford, the latest Andrew Bailey patient to take the mound tonight at Fenway. Mike, we can't leave without talking about, we had a big day yesterday. Our producer, John Joe Curley, landed an interview with Carl Yastrzemski. We were all thrilled. The man, a few words, classic 84-year-old Yaz, talking about Mike, his grandson, and he might go see him tomorrow, he told us, depending on batting practice. And I know interleague play wasn't around then, so what place did Carl Yastrzemski hold in your mind and baseball heart?
Well, I loved how he dealt in a very, very tough environment. I mean, Boston is really a tough environment. He had to follow Ted Williams. How do you do that? I mean, and he did it. I mean, you follow a Hall of Famer with a Hall of Famer, but and I don't think it was always easy for him. But he was consistent, and I think I only had 1 year where I played on the East Coast in Philadelphia, and it's a different deal there. I mean, fans perceive their team in a different way. I've always said that the East Coast fans love their fans. They love their team like they love their God, and that's extreme. And I think that they have no problem letting that person know they're frustrated with it. Really, I mean, a guy could be hitting 330, and all of a sudden he has an over 12 over a weekend, and he's going to get booed. Well, that doesn't happen in San Francisco. And so for Yastrzemski to have lived and existed in an environment which is so abusive when you go into a slump and the expectations are off the charts given who you're trying to follow, I thought the fact that he had a Hall of Fame career is remarkable, and he never played anyplace else. So I always loved this guy from afar. I never knew him, and I never had the chance to pitch against him, which bothers me. I wish I would have. Yeah. You always want to see how you're going to do against the best, and he certainly was the best during his tenure.
And Mike has carried that name on his back gracefully, right? I mean, that must have been a huge burden for him growing up. Maybe it's different being a grandson, but your feelings on Mike carrying that name.
Well, it's not easy. There's expectation. I mean, I saw it with my kids. I had 4 boys and a girl, and I had 3 sons that played college ball, and there was expectation. People knew that your dad played the big leagues, and they expected you to be good, and that's hard to live up to. You never can relax, and to a degree, some of the fun of the game is taken out of it because of the expectation. I tried to keep it as low key as possible and threw the bats and balls out there, and never really insisted. I wasn't hanging jock straps on the crib. I mean, I if they wanted to play, it was great. If they didn't, well, that was great too. But I realized that it was going to be a different challenge for them than it was ever for me. And I think it is a difficult thing for any son to the expectation of a professional athlete for a father or a mother, and it's a different deal. But I applaud Mike. I mean, maybe he's a buffer of his dad was the generation that was living in the most intense microscope. But I think as a grandson, there was still pressure on him to perform. Yeah. And I think he has done so beautifully. He's a different player, but yet he's an outfielder that hit left-handed. There's there's the comparative. So, but he's done well and certainly has made Carl proud.
Yeah, and I know we're out of time here, but just there's something like there's players and then there's other players like Carl Yastrzemski's like iconic, like mythical, kind of like because he was so quiet and mysterious, almost like Ben Hogan in golf or something. So that's added to him, and I guess maybe the great fortune, Mike, is that he did it all the way out in San Francisco, where he's not anywhere near Boston. That's probably had to really help.
Well, it totally helped.
Yeah.
And it also helped that, the opportunity was there. He had earned the right opportunity given his minor league statistics. And he also became, very likable figure and a fan favorite. And he had big hits. Yeah. I mean, he's an easy guy to root for. And he found a home. And the other thing, too, he loves it. He loves it in San Francisco. And that you can't hide. That you can't fake. And that gets picked up by the fans. And, we like this guy.
Oh, he's one of the longest tenured Giants right now. So, all right, Mike, great wide-ranging conversation. Enjoy the heck out of the game today, and we'll talk to you Friday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow, brought to you by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Okay, the big hit, we're going back to the basketball. Obviously, yesterday, big topic about Kevin Durant being ousted and LeBron James being ousted, and where do you go? Steph Curry offered some thoughts. 808 KNBR is the phone number. If you're still feeling Durant, if you're feeling LeBron, Let's have a little hoop chat in honor of the NBA playoffs next on the Sports Leader.
I tried to keep it as low-key as possible and threw the bats and balls out there and never really insisted. I wasn't hanging jock straps on the crib.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We're going back-to-back with Yaz in the Murph and Marcus lineup. Yesterday, we had the grandfather, Carl Yastrzemski. Today, we got Mike Yastrzemski coming up at 8:45. So to hear both of those podcasts and more, check out all of our interviews available on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I'm truly just a fan, watching how it plays out. The good thing is, now we're in a position where as we're watching the playoffs from the outside looking in, you're trying to figure out what it's going to take for us to get back to that level. So I'm taking notes, doing a little scouting just on the fields of how much I miss, that environment, that atmosphere, and don't want, our absence to be another year next year. So trying to get back there.
There he is, Steph Curry, resting. He's resting. That's a key thing here as we watch the NBA playoffs play out last night. Incredible thriller in Madison Square Garden where Tyrese Maxey ripped out the hearts of all those celebrity New York fans and forced a Game 6 by scoring 7 points in the final 25 seconds. He went Reggie Miller on the Knicks last night.
46 points total last night. Pulls up from the logo with time expiring in the fourth quarter. And, did it right in the face of Patrick Ewing and a bunch of New York Knicks legends.
I saw Jon Stewart looking dumbfounded. I was like, you know what? That's like the classic Knick fan, Jon Stewart.
Oh, Ben Stiller's out there.
Fat Joe.
Fat Joe talking about his dap up with Joel Embiid.
Anyway, it got us in a basketball frame of mind, and how far are the Warriors from that stage? Well, Steph Curry accepted the NBA's Clutch Player of the Year award and said, listen, he actually said the words were not that far off, and that leads us to the big hit. Is he right? Are they that far off? Because,
Well, they missed the playoffs, so they're pretty far off.
They are pretty far off. I'm not super hyper thinking like it's only a small tweak. I'm thinking they got to do something big and dramatic. Mark Spears has told us that, and I think we're all in agreement. Now, what is that? Yesterday, you were advocating for Kevin Durant.
Bring him back.
Even you were advocating for your second greatest GOAT of all time, LeBron James.
Bring him in. Why not?
If anybody missed it, we got into a fun, spirited debate, 6:35 to 6:45 this morning, where Marcus said there's not even a debate that Jordan is the GOAT. And I said, whoa.
Case closed.
And I said, you can't say
MJ's
that.
the GOAT, baby.
And that led us down a road. And by the way, Marcus won the people's vote dramatically, which makes me proud, by the way. When everybody zigs, I like to zag. When everybody zags, I like to zig. But no, I truly do feel like there is a definite debate between Jordan and LeBron. And I've never felt that way for years and years and years until I had the awakening. When he passed Kareem, I was like, I've probably been dissing this guy because I don't like his flopping and I don't like his Miami, South Beach nonsense and all the things we dislike about LeBron, which are so obvious, He's just so easy to just roll your eyes at. I said I've probably diminished his basketball career because of it. So I'm trying to correct that. And by saying that, I feel like it's an open debate between Jordan and LeBron.
But it's interesting that you're so, I guess, dipping your toes back in the water of this debate. Because I was telling the guys behind the scene, like, I've had this debate since I was in high school, Jordan versus LeBron.
So again, you were born in
92.
So you didn't see the Jordan heyday?
Not primetime Jordan, no.
You grew up like hearing about him as an icon.
I grew up with him on the Washington Wizards.
So you
like I remember watching like having the Bulls being on TV. Like my dad always had Bulls games on. I remember Jordan and then going back, of course.
I'm trying to make a comp here because I was born in '67, so I'd like it'd be like how I heard about like Dr. J. No, I saw Dr. J. I'm trying to think of somebody from the '70s, like the Big Red Machine. Like the Reds of the Big Red. Whoa, man, I heard about those guys, Or the A's, 72, 73, 74. I never saw them. So anyway, it's interesting. Maybe when you're just coming of age and you hear about these guys, they become iconic to you. So that's interesting you didn't see him because he was a stone-cold killer, brother.
Yeah,
he was
exactly. And trust me, we've all gone through The Last Dance. And another argument that I didn't even make this morning, the original Space Jam is just so much more better than the remake that LeBron was in.
Somebody recently came out against Space Jam. Who was it? Some prominent NBA player said they went Sandlot on it, said it was overrated. I was like, oh, that's a hot take.
But I mean, like when you talk about the legacy of LeBron James versus the legacy of Michael Jordan, look at the NBA playoffs right now. Each and every jersey has the Jordan Jumpman logo on it. Like there's things that goes deeper than just being on the basketball court.
I mean, listen, I fought for LeBron. My only argument is it's open for debate. And that athletic poll that asked the players in 2019, they said 75% Jordan, 19% LeBron. This year, it was 45% Jordan, 42% LeBron, dude.
Moving.
Wow. It's definitely, I think the best analogy is Brady, Montana, in that, but although Jordan has more championships than LeBron, so it
Correct.
doesn't work that way. But what I mean is longevity versus peak. And LeBron clearly has had the greatest accomplishments of it. Well, he's the top scorer in the history of the game, so it doesn't get any more accomplished
Correct,
than that,
and that's
right?
the big difference of LeBron coming out of high school versus Jordan coming out of North Carolina, Jordan leaving for a couple years to go play baseball before coming back. Like, if Jordan doesn't take a break from basketball, maybe he wins 7 or 8 titles in a row.
Maybe he could, for sure. But the other part is that LeBron has accomplished over his career versus what Jordan accomplished at his peak. It, to me, reminds me of Brady versus Montana.
Correct.
Whereas Brady's entire career is more decorated, and Montana's peak, to me, was better.
And that's where I came in with the argument for Joe was that he had more rings than Tom Brady until Tom Brady eventually eclipsed him. Then I kind of get rid of Joe's perfect record. But still, LeBron has not passed MJ. MJ was perfect in the finals. LeBron's almost got as many finals losses as MJ has finals wins. So that's my argument, and that's why I go with
The
MJ.
ring stat is so interesting because we can go through unbelievable players starting in baseball. Barry Bonds.
Well, it's different. You can't compare baseball individual players versus basketball
But
individual players.
when you cite Jeter, though, you love his rings.
I do, but he's not winning those rings without the core four, without the talent around him.
but
Like in baseball, like the best players don't always make it. Look at Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani.
Just part of Jeter's low aura, though, is
Correct.
the rings.
Is rings.
Whereas Bonds and Ted Williams don't have that aura because they didn't win the rings.
But you'll still hear the argument for Barry Bonds being the greatest of all time despite not having any rings. Like, I think rings carry more weight in basketball, football, and then baseball in that order.
Yeah, and so you think about great basketball players, Karl Malone, Charles Barkley, guys who maybe only got one. I'm trying to think of other guys. Like Julius Erving, I think, only got 1 or 2. So Bird only got 3, right? By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. So anyway, we digressed off the big hit.
Yeah,
there
but I
for a
guess
second,
I guess just like kind of tying it together and back to the Steph Curry sound is in basketball, one guy has a bigger impact. Obviously, there's less players on the court. When you're 1 of 5 on the court, you can help determine the outcome of the game. I guess the question now moving forward with the Warriors is when you have that one player, Steph Curry, is it enough? When you look at the West and they have duos of superstars. They have trios of superstars. You have these super teams that are built with more star power than his current Warriors roster.
Let's go with Steph Curry on saying, this is cut A, this is him on TNT, and this is what he says, we're not that far away here.
I mean, the sad part was just missing 3 wins to get out of the play-in and have yourself in a playoff series where, even like a game like Sacramento in the play-in tournament we had, you're looking at, okay, we're down 1, and can find a way to game plan to try to get back in the series. Obviously, early in the year, we had a lot of missteps and some absences, but you do realize like we're not that far off, even having tried to stay at this level at this peak for so long. There's going to be some tweaks. We know, like when you lose, you have to look yourself in the mirror and say, what can we do to get better? What holes can we fill? And thankfully, we have some time to figure that out. So, a lot of conversations with upstairs, with Coach Kerr to try to figure out how to get back to the level that we expect. I didn't answer anything specifically about what we need, but we're going to figure that out over this summer.
Okay, so that's it. They're going into the lab. What will that be? Yesterday, we laid it out. The 2 camps are, do you go try to get a young version of what Marcus Thompson accurately called the Wiggins 2.0, when they went and stole Andrew Wiggins during the pandemic from Minnesota and tapped into his potential, which was not being realized in Minnesota. The other case, so you find a guy like that, and we mentioned Lauri Markkanen, we mentioned Zach LaVine, we mentioned Brandon Ingram, guys like that. And then there's the other camp where you go for the old head, like you just did with Chris Paul, but even more dominant than Chris Paul, Kevin Durant, DeMar DeRozan, Paul George. And it's what Marcus talks about is what happens in these playoffs will play a role. Like, do the Mavericks knock the Clippers out? Or do the Clippers go on a run, which they could?
Or does Paul George get frustrated that Kawhi Leonard is never healthy and on the court, and maybe that adds to his decision of leaving L.A.?
Is Paul George coming to the Warriors enough to get them a championship? And you keep Kuminga and Moody and Podziemski and TJD and all those guys grow another step level, and you keep Peyton and you keep the big 3 and you add Paul George, and then you're still going to go try to beat Minnesota and Oklahoma City? Yeah.
I mean, the West is just so tough. Like, it's hard for me to envision, like, any one move that's going to put the Warriors over the edge to compete with some of these top teams in the West.
So this is where you have to get creative, and it's also going to take player development, man. The same way that Minnesota has developed players in the same way OKC has developed players. Moody, Kuminga, they got to take significant steps up.
But do you have time to do that on the Steph Curry timeline? Like, that's always been the argument for the two timelines, to being light years ahead of everybody else. It didn't work out with Jordan Poole and the youngsters and James Wiseman, and now you're going in a different direction. So can you rely on the growth of a 21-year-old Jonathan Kuminga to turn into this second option while you're still in this Steph Curry window?
Well, then let's get back to Durant then. You were making the case that he would be the piece you want, and then my question to you was, do you win a championship with him? And the answer still remains, ... we don't know.
It's still a question mark, but I think having KD in that system, man, because I've just gone back and watched some of those highlights of KD, Steph, Clay,
7 years ago now.
Dude, that ball movement, I don't care, Murph. You ever go out to the park and see the old heads just running the old fundamentals and running the young cats
LeBron
off the court?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Bring them in, too. I don't care. Give me all the old heads and just run it like you're at Rucker Park.
So, I'm so fearful of what the young Bucks in the Western Conference are doing. We didn't even mention the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah.
We didn't mention the Kings, who are still out there. I mean, the last time we saw the Kings, they were driving a Mack truck right through Joe Lacob's backyard, right?
Right the beam.
I know. So, I mean, you expect the Kings to be back in it next year?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you expect the Phoenix Suns, well, who knows what the Suns might drop off. How about the Houston Rockets, who are breathing down the Warriors' neck?
The baby Houston Rockets.
Yeah, and it's got all young talent, too.
I mean, look at the teams in the West that didn't make the playoffs this year. Whether we're talking about the Memphis Grizzlies with Ja Morant making his return next season, whether we're talking about a team like the San Antonio Spurs and Victor Wembanyama. They're going to make strides this offseason also.
The Spurs, I would expect the Spurs to be in the playoffs next year, maybe. So DeJounte Murray was another one that was brought up. Trae Young. In fact, we have some Mark Spears stuff. In fact, I want to jump first to the more haunting quote from Mark Spears yesterday about he thinks they really need to do something for Steph, who, even though that quote we just heard from inside the NBA at TNT where he was like, yeah, we're having conversations, we're going to take these steps forward. He's like, behind the scenes, though, Steph's, don't let the baby face fool you. He's pissed and won't stand for mediocrity.
If it gets to the point where they're still trying to keep their head above water and he feels like, you never know, like it could get to a point where he could want out. I'm not saying he said this. I'm not saying he's thinking this, but guys like LeBron and Steph and KD, they can't do mediocrity for a long time. So I expect some kind of significant change for them to ensure that they're in a more competitive environment next year for all three.
Well, there it is, man. The Steph is like, yeah, I'm smiling. I'm a nice guy. I'm a happy guy. Now bring me some freaking wins, right? He will not stand for it here. We talked to him about the Kevin Durant story, and that is what, obviously a lot of people, Greg Papa, Marcus Boucher, want to happen. So it's a long cut here. It's cut I. But Spears on that possibility.
Man, I'm a huge Kevin Durant fan, man. He should have never left. I'm still perplexed by that decision. I've asked him if he regretted it and kind of said no, but I'm kind of looking at him like, okay. To me, like, think about this. Phoenix does not have any draft pick of any kind until 2030, right? I mean, Bradley Beal's 32, Book's still under 30, Kevin's older. I mean, if I'm the Suns, I would certainly entertain that, even though it's a Western Conference rival. If I could get some young assets like a Kuminga from Golden State for KD, I would certainly entertain that. But I think the one thing I kind of heard from the beginning was that there was some discourse with Vogel, long practices, some kind of always kind of like flexing on who he coached, like LeBron and them, like these guys cared. You know what I mean? So I think he kind of got off on the wrong foot in Phoenix. If they do make a change, I'm guessing Kevin would be a big part of that. But no, if you had to ask me who's more likely not to be back next season, I'd probably say Kevin and LeBron.
Okay, man. There you go. So here, I'm trying to think of great sports reunite. I'm forgetting. Where have we seen this in sports? Football, basketball, baseball, where a guy famously won a championship somewhere, split, and then came all the way back. Tony, you got one, young Tone?
Pablo Sandoval?
All right, there's one.
That's the first thing that came to mind.
I like it, Tony. I like it.
Not bad at all. Yeah, that kind of thing. But he was sort of diminished. Like Pablo came back sort of as I don't want to say a mascot, but he wasn't going to lead them to a championship.
LeBron
right?
with the Cavs?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't win one in Cleveland. He won it in Miami and then went back to Cleveland after.
Yeah, I guess that would be LeBron. LeBron going back to the Cavs. But if Durant,
I was trying to say, like, I know an example for me, not someone who won a championship. It's someone who left a team, won a championship, then came back. My guy, Charles Woodson, left the Raiders, went to the Packers, won one, and then came back to the Raiders and had a solid career.
Okay, all right. Well, it would be. I think Warriors fans would welcome him back. I do. Would it win them a championship? I'm not so sure of because of that. Just again, I keep calling it the Keon Ellis factor. Just the young, hungry dogs that are running the West right now. And the Warriors would just be our big joke last year. The Warriors got older and smaller. Yeah. Well, they'd get older and longer, but
older and taller, Murph.
So
well, I guess that's the question: is what can you do with this roster to turn it into a championship roster?
Well, I mean,
do you have to blow it up then? Do you have to get rid of Draymond? Do you have to get rid of Clay? Do you have to trade Steph Curry and just hit the restart button? Then I got news for you. You're not competing for a championship for the next 4 or 5 years anyways.
Yeah. That's where we're at, guys, and we'll continue. So, Mike Dunleavy, you are on the clock. By the way, the question has been brought up about the first round. Do you know if the Warriors get picked 1 through 4, they keep it? Did you know that? They're in the lottery. It's my understanding Portland gets their pick if it's anywhere lower than 4, which the odds are dramatically that they would not get 1 through 4 the way the lottery's set up. But there's a chance they could get 1 through 4.
I need one of those frozen envelopes.
There we go, buddy.
Be a frozen ping pong ball.
The cryogenic envelope. Maybe Keon Coleman will like that, man. You freeze your boxers off in there.
For life.
All right, guys. Well, listen, that's the big hit today. We took a break from Giants woes. But listen to this. Mike Yastrzemski is going to join us today at 8:45. How great is that? After having Grandpa yesterday, and he might have Grandpa tomorrow in a visit at Fenway Park. I need the Giants to shake these Fenway Blues, although they did take 2 out of 3 in 2019, but they got swept there in 2007. They got swept there in 2016. They lost last night. A lot of bad memories there. We need to reverse that. Yes, Young Tone.
Have no fear. Dalton Jeffrey's on the mound tonight.
Is that official?
It's not official, but he's probably going to play.
Are you making the call right now?
I mean,
All
it
right.
sounds like it.
I know, well, he's in Boston with a locker. He's not there just to look good, right?
And I have fear, Murph. I have fear.
You got that Curly. Maybe Curly was on something, man. Game 4, when the Giants won Friday and Saturday in San Diego, and then they rolled out Jeffries in Game 4, and he got clobbered. Curly sent a flaming text. He said, "What the blank is going on? Where's the hunger in this team? Where's the drive for greatness?" We were like, bro, splitting on the road in San Diego's good. He's like, no, that was a wasted game, a wasted effort. You know what? Curly might have been right.
Curly was right. And he was right because the Giants DFA'd my guy Joey Barr for Dalton Jeffries that day, too.
Well, they were going to DFA him for somebody, but you're right. Symbolically, it's a bad look.
But Dalton's the dude.
It is, man.
He's the face of the DFA.
You owe us one, Dalton Jeffries.
Go do it for Joey.
Cooler of content featuring some great stuff. We got highlights in there, Tone. What do we got here? I need to tease something here, buddy. I know.
Mad Dog is what Curly just told me.
Oh, Mad Dog on Knicks fans?
Mad Dog, and we reference Fat Joe and his dap up with Joel Embiid.
We
That's
got
in the
Fat
cooler,
Joe,
too.
we got Mad Dog, we got things you need to hear to keep you current. Next on the Sports Leader.
We need more dogs.
Fairfield, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfield Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Hall of Famer Steve Young stopped by our show yesterday morning, that of course being the Murph and Marky Show, to talk about the 49ers 2024 draft class and his expectations for Brock Purdy this season. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, you ready to make your money do more for you? How about that? Let's make your money do more for you. It sounds good. So why don't we discover Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate Special? Yep, with Provident's Pick a Term Certificate, you can watch your money grow quickly. Secure a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. So listen up, those are good. This limited time offer is a great option for high dividends on a term that works best for you. Earn up to 4.75% and achieve your short-term savings goals with ease. So, whether you're saving for a vacation, a down payment, or just building your emergency fund, Provident has you covered. Don't miss out. Secure one of the most competitive rates available on the market. Open an account today and start earning more. Visit them at providentcu.org or stop by a branch for more details. This rate is effective as of March 26, 2024. Minimum balance required of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit providentcu.org.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler. You're not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler content on the first day of May, on the merry, merry month of May. Here we go. Beautiful weather. See if the Giants can have a better month of May than April. How's that? For an idea.
It's going to be May, Murph.
It's going to be May, and we're going to have a great cooler to start your month of May. Starting with, we told you guys, back east, they're having big old situations because the Knicks and the Sixers are going at it. New York and Philly, two angry sports towns going at it.
Bing bong.
Surprisingly, we had Chris Mad Dog Russo taking issue, eating his own, like taking issue with, he's a Knicks fan, and he was berating Knicks fans.
He's turned on his own people.
Yeah, saying, what are you doing celebrating Game 5 win in New York, or Philly, pardon me.
It's almost like when he comes on air on opening day and turns on his former love team, the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, I thought you had an listen there, huh?
I'll give you an listen to. Listen, here's what Chris Russo thinks about the San Francisco Giants. Oh, I lost it, Murph. I can't find him scrambling.
Listen.
There you go.
I got a lot of pages.
All right. Sometimes guy used to steer that ship would lose his pages too.
I'll
so
do
funny.
it.
I'm like, do you sit with that every day? Don't you think?
But he had like 20 pages and like the organizational skills was not there.
It was like it was one of those closets that you open up and the bowling ball falls out. You know, you don't even know what's going on. You're like, I thought there was a jacket in here somewhere.
He's like, I know exactly where it is. It's just in the back to the left. You got to look a little bit.
All right, Mad Dog.
Oh my God.
The Knicks blew a 6-point lead with 25 seconds to play. Tyrese Maxey scored 7 points in the final 25 seconds. Shout out Reggie Miller. So Mad Dog's almost taking glee in Knicks fans prematurely celebrating.
Hey, Knicks fan! Yes, sir! Enjoy your little drive down 95 South. Tyrese Maxey! The Knicks blow a big one. Where are the Celtics now? You want to win an NBA championship? Why don't you get by the first round first? You and the Lakers, who called it last week, Denver in 5. The man who makes this show work on Wednesday.
There he is. Hey, so the same way he turned on the San Francisco Giants, he's like painting himself into a corner of turning on his Knicks.
So now he's like cheering.
Yeah.
It's like, how about the Boston Celtics? What do the Celtics have to do with anything?
This is weird.
They're playing Miami.
Russo, he's one of my favorites of all time. We love him. We'll have him on any time. But it is interesting. He will reach a point where he cannibalizes. He'll turn on you. He'll eat you.
Have you ever turned on one of your own, Murph?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Scott, the last 5 years of UCLA football.
Oh,
Bro,
yeah. You and Chip Kelly.
Deep, dark. I mean, it was a very dark time for me because I would not be unhappy when they lost. I'd be like, good. You know, I hate that. Yeah. I hated that. But I was like that.
Yeah, Murph. And people thought we were getting heated this morning, going back and forth between LeBron and MJ. Shout out to the people who remember the Garrett Cole debates from a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah. This was JV.
Oh, me and Murph used to go at it over Garrett Cole.
Did you read that story about the diminished four seam in the Chronicle? The Chronicle wrote a story about the four seam is down. People aren't using it nearly as much. And they came up with all these theories, and one of them was that there's no more sticky stuff. And I was like, well, there's your theory right there. I mean, they had all these other theories about, it was getting predictable, and they weren't throwing it for strikes and things like this. And I was like, no, it's because of the sticky stuff is what it is.
And I have another theory, too, that maybe we can dive into one day, that maybe the increase in elbow injuries is due to the cut down on sticky stuff.
That is okay.
Because there's someone like Tyler Glasnow from the LA Dodgers who was very vocal about how when he got banned from using spider tack, he started having more arm issues, and he thought there was more of a wear and tear on the arm because of the lack of sticky stuff.
Inside Medicine, Dr. Marcus Boucher. I love it. Hey, we talked about Fat Joe. Where are you with the rapper Fat Joe?
Lean back.
You
now
down with
lean
him?
back.
You guys good with him?
My
Young
boys
Tony?
don't dance. They just pull up the pants.
Young
and
Tony, you
do
down
the
with a
rock
Fat Joe?
away.
Yeah, he's got some good bangers.
Okay, all right.
I'm surprised he knows a Fat
When
Joe.
you said that made me laugh.
He had some bangers.
All right. Well, Fat Joe filmed himself courtside at the Knicks game after dapping up Joel Embiid.
Let's go Knickerbockers, and let me tell you something. My fist stinks a little, because Joel Embiid just walked by and gave me a dap. My shit smell a little. Know what I mean? It smells dirty.
He's doing Embiid dirty. He daps him up and then drives a knife into him.
Smells dirty.
Yeah, Embiid never promised to win the series, and they're back in Game 6 in Philly.
Know what I mean? It smells dirty.
Is it even possible to transfer scent through a dap? Like if you hug somebody, like, oh, that guy smell.
If you have a really stinky hand, I guess you could.
Like a handshake makes more sense, but even from a dab.
Maybe he's speaking symbolically.
Knuckle
perhaps,
to
yes,
knuckle. He smells dirty.
My smell a little.
Yeah, I want to jump down to this home run sausage thing because I teased it earlier. You know the Twins have a home run sausage?
I did not know this.
Pause. Apparently one of the players showed up with a package of sausage, like a big plastic, like a square package with a sausage in it. You know?
How big is this sausage, Murph?
Pause. And apparently he brought it in the dugout, and when they hit a bomb, they like throw it around to each other.
They're playing with sausages in the dugout.
Pause. Rocco Baldelli, the manager,
he's the one who busted out the sausage.
He had to. Well, the Italians are known. You know what I mean?
Hey, now.
So anyway, pause. Baldelli had to explain. People are like, what the hell? Why are you guys chucking sausages around here?
It's a summer tangy sausage, is what it is. I actually looked at the package yesterday. It's bringing us a lot of hits and runs and stuff. So I'm all for it. I mean, for anyone that hasn't been following, it's a substantial packaged, sausage that Jeffers has been carrying around in his bag and throwing at people when we score runs and hit homers. So I'm all for it. I'm slightly concerned as I'm not even an adult, but slightly concerned as more of an adult than maybe some of the people in the other room, that the package is going to open up and the thing hasn't been refrigerated in many days. And there's no doubt that when that thing opens up, whoever's touching it is in deep trouble. That thing is there's no doubt in my mind that we are carrying around something that is very, very unhealthy to the human body.
Listen to Baldelli coming at the sausage.
What a breakdown.
I know, right? Very, very breakdown. So how do you feel? Like home run celebrations. The Giants have never really had, the Mariners have that trident. Don't the Astros did that thing where they fold their arms and look at the camera or whatever?
The Baltimore Orioles have the dong bong.
Pause.
You've seen this, right?
Yeah, uh-huh.
It's the funnel, super funnel they have.
Yeah. They pour water in it?
They pour water into it, allegedly.
Yeah.
And they call it the dong bong.
Okay. And now the Twins are chucking a sausage around.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You heard Rocco. He said a sausage might slip out of that package.
And I shout out the who's that skier for cross country? Or was the Italian sprinter?
With the frostbite?
The frostbite, yeah.
Oh no.
I actually read a story in The Athletic where they contacted a sausage maker, and he was like, "No, Baldelli's wrong. There's no health hazard." Because he was thinking, is he thinking salmonella or botulism or something like that, unrefrigerated meat?
It's a summer tangy sausage.
Did he say it's also substantial package?
Yeah, it depends who you're asking, man.
Well, it's Tommy Lee on the Ryan Jeffers. But I told you guys we had a Ferris Bueller call earlier, and they came after a home run. Let me know when you guys get that ready.
For anyone that hasn't been following, it's a substantial packaged, sausage.
Okay. Hey, man, Twins ball. Ryan Jeffers is the catcher he's talking about.
Twins sausage.
He's doing his thing. And so after they hit a home run, the other day, whoever the Twins play-by-play guy is made reference to, and this will be a good one. This will be a good one to test young Tony. We can vamp until you get it there. Here, let's buy another. We'll buy time by putting another one in.
I was going to ask Murph, if this means that they're sharing the sausage in the dugout after a home run, does that mean they're having a sausage party?
That is correct, brother. That is correct. How about those sausage parties we all attended growing up, too? You know what I mean?
It's a summer tangy sausage.
I once had a sausage party so bad, we threw a Halloween party in my 20s, and no girls came.
Oh.
And we actually counted the number of girls who came. We counted one guy who came to Halloween party dressed as a girl.
No.
We're like, well, Sandro came as a girl, so that's one. You know what I mean?
I'll count it.
So
I won't assume.
So did he get that thing in there yet? No? This kid. He books Yaz one day and then takes the next few days off.
It's a summer tangy sausage.
Well, then let's play the beekeeper then.
I was going to say, if we want to keep on the theme of sausages, it was hot dog night last night in New York with the New York Mets.
Okay.
And there was a TV interview going on.
It was dollar hot dog night.
Dollar hot dog night. How many dollar hot dogs could you take down on a dollar hot dog
if
night?
I didn't care about my caloric intake, I could probably eat 4.
Would you ever attempt a Babe Ruth challenge?
Well, that's, I will have to get, I have a long story on that for the other day.
Okay.
We'll have to tell you, I'll tell you another day. So they finished a home run. They come to the dugout, and here's the Minnesota Twins play-by-play guy when he gets to the dugout.
Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago. There you go, Carlos.
There it is.
The Sausage King of Chicago.
Okay, so I ask, do you guys know the reference? Marcus, Tony, play it again. One more time.
Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago. There you go, Carlos.
So I'm just asking. No, you can't cheat. Is Curly helping you? Okay, go ahead.
You talking like the sausage race?
Okay, good guess. What? And you know?
Sausage King of Chicago.
Okay, Curly?
No.
Okay,
I got
wow,
nothing
interesting.
for you.
All right, well, I thought most people like kind of my Sandlot of the John Hughes movies is Ferris Bueller's Day Off. It's not my favorite, and it's a very unpopular take because people love it. But I'll watch it, and I know it. So he once faked his way into a restaurant by pretending his name was Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago. And if you're a child of pop culture in the movies, that's like something you break out on occasion, like, what's your name tonight when you go into the bar? I'm Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago. Okay. So here's the play-by-play guy dropping this here for the Ferris heads here.
Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago. There you go, Carlos.
For all you Bueller heads out there, we hooked you guys up.
Nice.
So, all right. Well, there's a cooler of content for you. That was fun and wide-ranging. And we didn't get to the Wiener Night, Dollar Dog Hot Dog Night in New York.
We didn't get to the We Want Wieners chant.
No, they were chanting that. You could do it. We could blow up the clock. Give me 27 seconds.
Squeeze it in, Tony.
Because we teased it.
For Dollar Hot Dog Night, 10 grand. 70,000 hot dogs have been ordered for tonight. An extra refrigeration truck was needed to house all the hot dogs.
What happens with the leftovers?
Guys, I don't know if you're saying anything to me. I can't hear anything. But everybody's really excited about what's going on here at Citi Field tonight. I'd say they got themselves a hit.
Seems like they're consuming more than hot dogs.
I wouldn't know anything about that, Gary.
Oh, man. All right. We want wieners.
The people have spoken.
All right. For $1, too. All right. Hey, Mike Yastrzemski is going to join us at 8:45. Stick around on these Sports Later.
It's a summer tangy sausage.
Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
All right, the Bueller Army has come through on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Yeah, for whatever reason, you know what?
Bueller.
I'm a John Hughes guy, all those politically incorrect movies, 16 Candles, etc. But when Bueller came, I was like, yeah, it's same reason I don't like Sandlot, Squints. Everybody thinks Squints is so cute. Everybody thought Bueller was so cute, and I was like, no. I'm buying it.
I got to say, too, because I've seen the movie, but I never this is one of the greatest of all time.
Oh, there are people, though, that will just, there are people who say that is the greatest. They treat it like the Sandlot. Like it is the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it in that ballpark.
For the twist and shout scene going in the parade in Chicago and all that. I mean, listen, it's love letters to Chicago. It's first of all, the Wrigley Field and the Michigan Avenue and all that stuff. He brings Chicago to life like few others, but, I get it. Bueller, you're always getting over on the authorities. I get it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Let's not burst anybody's Bueller bubble this morning.
True.
Murph,
It's a very good call. It's a very good call. All right. Hey, Mike Yastrzemski's going to join us at 8:45, and we can reflect a little bit on yesterday. It caused quite a stir having Carl on. A lot of reaction here at KNBR, and John Miller used it too on the broadcast. And so it is, what a moment for this kid to come back 5 years later. Who knew when he came in 2019, he was a rookie, and we didn't know if he was going to stick. Who knew if he'd be on the team in 2020, 2021, 2022. And he's now, I think, is it Slater, Webb, and him, pretty much, the old guard?
And you're absolutely right, because he was a 28-year-old rookie. And you go back to his time in Baltimore where he couldn't break out of the minor leagues. There is no guarantee that he would even be a big leaguer with the San Francisco Giants. Going back to the trade that Farhan made, and this really being one of Farhan's first finds, bring him into this organization, turning around his career, and here he is, almost being in the outfield every day when there's not a lefty on the mound, and because we know he's in the platoon system.
Yeah, where are you with him defensively on how you feel that adds to the team? Because there's any question, if you go by quote-unquote OAA, outs above average, he grades out very, very highly.
Yeah, and especially in the ballpark where the Giants play, Oracle Park, with that brick wall out in right field, it's a very, very difficult right field to play. Kind of like it's difficult to play right field out in Boston also, or even play left field out in Boston. So to me, what he brings defensively is huge. But to be honest with you, I like defense up the middle. I like power on the corners, and he will provide some power. And I think there's enough of a blend to have him in as a platoon player where you get the advantages of that defense, of that strong arm, and he can go deep on occasion. He still has pop in that bat. I know the batting average isn't close to where it needs to be for anybody's liking, but Mike Yastrzemski has value as a platoon player.
So, by the way, I just looked up outs above average. So, remember the dispute between a 16-year-old and Copes. So here's how you do figure it out. It is the cumulative effect of all individual plays a fielder has been credited or debited with, making it a range-based metric of fielding skill that accounts for the number of plays made and the difficulty of them. For example, a fielder who catches a 25% out probability gets plus 0.75. One who fails to make it gets minus 0.25. Does that help you at all? Do you add value to that then? Do you trust it?
Not really, because as you were talking, I was having flashbacks of me like in the back of the math classroom trying to figure out equations. Like going back to Declan and Copes arguing about this, and Copes basically being my high school math teacher yelling at me to show my work. I was like, I don't know how to show my work. I got the answer for you, but I can't show my work. I don't know how any of these equations work.
Well, that one's pretty simple, though. You just take the probability, the hit probability, which is a whole other thing. Like, do you buy into hit probability when it leaves the bat? Do you buy that on StatCast? That thing had a 10% hit probability or whatever?
Yeah, because then people will be like, oh, the exit velocity adds to the hit probability. I was like, I don't know, dude. A guy hits a ground ball. As a pitcher, I expect my fielder to make the play. I don't care how hard the ball's hit.
Really?
Yeah, I don't.
Well, isn't that a little unrealistic? A scalded ball up the middle versus a routine grounder?
And if it's hit straight to you and if it hits off your glove, I don't care if it's 105 or 110 or 98 miles per hour. You're supposed to make the play.
So in the StatCast, if a ball is scalded but hit right at a fielder, how does hit probability judge that? I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah.
Is it because if it's hit right to the third baseman, is it low probability, or is it high probability because it's a high exit velo?
See,
I don't know the answer to that.
Like, that's the question. And I've heard people say, well, he hit it this hard, it should be a hit. Well, there's thousands of hits that are 45 miles per hour off the bat, little scribblers, and they still count as hits.
So how do you think in the old days how would you judge a gold glove before computers? Just eye test.
Yeah.
That's it? Just the eye test?
Who made the most plays?
Right, but we don't get to see all these guys enough, unfortunately. And frequently the gold glove, no joke, would have some misses. Sometimes the managers would get lazy with their votes and just vote a guy who had a good offensive year. Yeah. Seriously. Rafael Palmeiro once won a gold glove. He played you should look it up. Look up the year Rafi won. He played like 50 games at first base and DH the rest of the way. They're like, yeah, he won the gold glove. We're like, wait, what? So but anyway, this long way of saying Nick Ahmed and Tyro Estrada are top 5 in baseball in outs above average.
Wow.
I was trying to find Yastrzemski is what I was trying to find, is what this whole thing looked up here. But I can't find him on this list. But I think he has a high outs above average. I had read that somewhere. So you have to factor that in for him as a player. I mean, we as fans have to factor in defense. We all want hitting. But if you're going to win, it's pitching and defense, baby. And also, if you want to go with another metric, this is one that will drive Giants fans crazy. This came from Baggerly's story today. Did you know this is according to wins above average? Again, what is that? I don't even know what the Giants are getting a positive contribution offensively from every position except DH. So this isn't me. This is wins above average. Says that every position has a positive offensive or positive contribution offensively and defensively. Pardon me. It's a combination of offense and defense, except for DH.
Okay.
And their overall position player core ranks 12th among the 30 major league teams. So that either means that that means it's a faulty stat, or that the DH is really dragging them down right now, or that they're not that bad. They're 14 and 16, and they're kind of like hanging around. And you see Buster Posey gave an interview to Tim Kawakami in The Athletic today, and I just read the first. We should get into it a little later in the show, but I just read that one of the first quotes is he says, "I'm excited about this team. I know they're sitting around 500 right now, but I honestly feel like they haven't come close to playing their best baseball as a group." He says, "I'm excited." So
it does feel like a team that's better than their record.
I agree, but man, I'm telling you, this road trip can get dangerous, brother. This thing could go sideways. They need a win or two in the next couple of days, because Philly is rolling right now, and it's not an easy place to play. All right, well, that guy we were just talking about, Mike Yastrzemski, the grandson of the Yaz. We have the grandson of the Wind. We have the grandson of the Yaz. Next on the Sports Leader.
You can sure as hell try. Hi, I'm Abe Froman. Party of 3 for 12.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's a Wednesday, and it's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher here to talk to you about Prize Picks because the biggest moments in basketball are happening right now. So get in on the playoff action and win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks as you and the world's best players take the game to a new level during basketball's postseason. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selection of players and stat options. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can now win up to 100 times your money with as little as 4 correct picks. Turn that $10 into $1,000. And get this, Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from basketball and hockey to League of Legends and everything in between. Tonight, you can get James Harden over 17.5 points, and why not sprinkle some money on a Luka Doncic triple-double, over 52 total points, rebounds, and assists. Put those 2 together, and you got a chance to win up to 2 times your money. And right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Eligibility restrictions apply. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details, and always game responsibly.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3-1, Yastrzemski. It's a high drive center field. Jackie Bradley going back, looking up. It's gone. And you can only imagine what's going through the head of Mike Yastrzemski and his whole family. He has homered at Fenway Park, his 20th of his rookie year. And just about everybody is standing up for Mike Yastrzemski. Wow.
I was more thrilled for him than if I had hit the home run myself.
Well, there you
It was a great feeling to see him do that. He had a lot of pressure on him, and he came through, so it was great.
Sorry about that, Carl. I stepped on you there. That is an outstanding moment in time there. Mike Yastrzemski's 2019 home run. Trying to repeat it tonight and tomorrow afternoon when the Giants take on the Red Sox. 5 years ago that happened. 5 years later, he's back. Mike Yastrzemski back in his hometown, home region, where his grandpa manned left field, and he was there last night doing it again. What a feeling that must have been to come back 5 years later. We have Mike Yastrzemski on the UMA guest line right now. It's not the result they wanted, but it is baseball. Back at it tonight. 4-10, trying to even the series. But, Mike, first and foremost, it's great to have you back. I think last time we talked to you was Scottsdale, so welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're good. How are you? Can you, we're impressed you could take some time to talk to the KNBR listeners here in San Francisco, because it must be pretty hectic, right? I mean, how many people are pulling at you right now?
There's a few, but it's definitely not as bad as the first time I was here. So it's a lot more relaxed this time.
Oh, that's good. So, and just to get the grandpa out of the way early here, he came on yesterday, which was awesome. We know he doesn't do a lot of media. I don't know if you knew about that, but he was great. He's so, just hearing his voice was fantastic. There's a quality to a grandpa voice that is so good. But he said he might come see you tomorrow. Is that the plan?
I hope so. Honestly, I think you guys talked to him before I did. I'm impressed that you guys got him on. That's awesome. It sounds like you guys had a good talk, and I'm glad he stepped out of his shell a little bit and was able to do that.
Yeah, and Mike, I don't know if you heard on the rejoin, we actually had your grandpa talking about the moment he had watching you hit that home run at Fenway Park and said he was more proud for that home run than any home run that he's ever hit in his career. Well, now you just had another son, so there's going to be another Yastrzemski on the back of a future big league ball player. How much does it mean to just have that name Yaz on the back of the jersey?
It means a lot, but if I could make my choice, I'd rather be wearing his name on my back, caddying for him. So I think that we'll try and work that out.
Oh, okay, we're already putting the golf clubs in the crib, huh?
Oh yeah, I think he. That's probably the first thing I handed him was a golf ball. It's perfect.
All right, I like it.
We're gonna try and stick to the warm weather sport climates. We're gonna, as I get older with Paige, we're gonna make sure that we can travel to some nice exotic destinations to watch him play.
Now that is some planning, buddy. That's really good. By the way, you talked to Richie Aurelia. His two sons are playing Division I college golf. Do you know Rich at all?
Yeah, just a little bit, but I definitely got to pick his brain and figure out the best pathway that he got that to work out, because I'd love for Quinley to play too. It'd be great to have both of them play.
Yeah, I would say start with the short game. That's my. I've been around for a while. It's just start putting, and we'll move back from there. How's that?
Exactly. I think that's a great idea.
Mike Yastrzemski joining us in Boston for this Giants Red Sox series. So was there the emotion of walking into Fenway yesterday versus 2019? You told us earlier, a couple minutes ago, it was more relaxed, but was there something about it that hit you? Was there something you saw that stirred something in you this time in 2024?
Yeah, it was actually my favorite part is getting to be around Nick Ahmed, because he's from up here too, and he hasn't played at Fenway yet. This was the first time he played. So I got to kind of see the look on his face as, a guy who has almost 10 years in the big leagues. He's never played there, and it was like a brand new experience for him. So to be like a tiny part of that and just be around while he's getting to explore and, walk through the grandstands that he got to watch games as a kid. I remember that feeling, and I know that experience. And so to almost like go through that again from a different perspective was so fun.
And we were actually talking about that earlier this morning, the lack of history with the San Francisco Giants traveling out to Boston to play at Fenway Park. But we now know with the interleague rules that you guys are going to have a chance to travel out to Fenway each and every year. How big of a benefit is that for not only guys like Nick Ahmed, but for other young players who previously wouldn't have got that experience to play in a ballpark like Fenway?
Well, it's huge. I think, Fenway arguably has the most history from baseball in existence. And, there's a reason that it's still standing here. So I think especially the way that the game is changing and how it's becoming so accessible through social media and all this stuff, I feel like some of these places, they don't get taken advantage of, but they are underappreciated. And Fenway is one of the final places that I feel like is home to history still. So I think it's great to have people experience that. And I hope guys take the time to go walk around, check out the monster, see the red seat, see some of the statues, all these things that are a reminder of us of where the game's come from. So I think it's special that everybody's going to hopefully get to experience that.
Mike Yastrzemski, the voice you hear on the Yuma guest line. They're in Boston. Tough one last night, 4-0, but tonight they try to get going again, 4:10 first pitch, 3:10 on pregame on KNBR. Mike, this will be your fifth time going for a game. Do you have a routine now? Do you take the T? What are you doing? How are we getting in? I'm
just taking the team bus.
Okay, all right.
But what's funny, though, is last time we were here, I didn't get to because I had so much media going on, and I was a rookie. I was terrified to take the bus. I was getting to the field an hour before the bus even left, and so I got to walk through the concourse by myself there, and so that was actually really special, and I'm glad that I had that feeling of needing to get there early because I got to literally have the stadium to myself at one point. So, now I'm just taking the bus right now and going in with everybody, so it's a much more normal routine.
And you guys had an off day on Monday. I'm curious if you had a chance to maybe hit up any of your old hometown spots. Did you stop by Regina's for a slice? What was going on your off day on Monday?
Yeah, I went into Andover, and we there's a place called the Andover Deli that I hit up and got a nice little calzone there, and then got my old hometown Chinese food. So it was nice.
That's awesome. Well, I remember, so 2019, I got to meet your mom. I sat down by the dugout, the night Boach won 2000, and she was great. I think I maybe got her digits because we were having the show one time. So seeing mom, awesome, and is she as proud as ever?
Yeah, she had more adrenaline pumping than I did. Yes. It's so funny to watch her experience this. She's like, I come out to San Francisco and I have no nerves. Like I just, I'm just happy to see you guys. But then when you come here, I get so nervous and excited, and I'm like, man, it's okay. It's just another game. We'll be all right.
So that's mom for sure. By the way, I do notice, because obviously you're a New England kid all the way, but you do maintain that neutral accent. But I'm wondering, if you had to fall in with your boys and you had a couple of beers, could you fall into that Ben Affleck, that Matt Damon?
It'll come out. Yeah. Yeah, I think it comes out more in in the trash talking banter. It's like, and I've been listening to Spittin' Chicklets lately. It's a podcast that has a couple of guys that play hockey, and I've noticed some things just start slipping around a little bit. Dropping a couple R's, they just decide to disappear. I don't know. They turn into AHs, and it's been nice to hear it, but I just enjoy some of the fans are getting a little, more rowdy now. Mm-hmm. Back, in 19 it was like I knew everybody in the stands, and now it's like, okay, it's more the diehard Sox fans that are out there. So it's like I'm getting the banter and I'm laughing, and people are thinking they're like getting in my head. I'm like, guys, I was one of you. I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly where it's coming from. So it has no effect on me. It actually makes me feel better, to be honest with you.
I've been to Dunkin's too. Hey, did they say, are they on you? Like, hey, Yaz, they turned on you last night? They were heckling Yaz?
A little. Like I have guys yelling at me like, they're like, hey, your grandfather was better. I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, of course he is.
That's great, Mike. And I think one of my favorite moments of our conversation yesterday with your grandpa was talking about the slumps that he had in his career. And I prefaced the question like, hey, Carl, I'm looking over your numbers. It doesn't seem like you were in very many slumps throughout your career. And he goes, oh, trust me, Marcus, I was in plenty of slumps. And that's why in baseball you have to have patience. And we've seen you exercise some of that patience early on this season, and also the patience of your manager, Bob Melvin, for giving you those opportunities at the plate. Talk to us about that relationship with Bob Melvin and how you guys have worked through this early part of the season.
I think the best part about Bob is he understands the game so well. He's been around it so long. He played. He knows every crevice of the game, and it's hard as a player to go through those times, even though you know they're going to happen. No matter who you are, they're going to happen, right? Like, I was even talking to Barry about it, and he said, I started the season off 17 for 100 and still hit 320. And I go, well, Barry, I'm not you, but I appreciate that support, Like, these are things that it makes you feel better that everybody goes through it. And you have to have patience. You have to trust yourself, and you have to go through the process because it's going to happen no matter what. It sucks when it's in the beginning of the year because it's so magnified. You have if it takes you a week and a half to have a batting average, and then you feel like you're digging yourself out of a hole, whereas if you get off to a hot start, you feel like you're playing with house money because you know you're going to go 0 for 10, 0 for 15 at some point. And then you don't really see that on the board, right? It's not right in front of you all the time. You're not staring down the barrel of it. And so you just got to keep plugging along. And, you know, my appreciation for Bo Mel is so high right now. Same thing with the hitting coaches for putting so much time and effort into running me out there and trusting that, you know, there really is nothing wrong. It's just one of those times. And, you know, I appreciate them sticking with me and giving me the opportunity to turn it around and start swinging the bat again.
Yeah, it's great. And hopefully tonight, again, Cutter Crawford on the mound righty. I think hopefully Yaz is in the lineup doing his thing. We'll let you go. I know you're busy, but just kind of wrapping up here, just a little bit on defense, because we talked to your grandpa about that yesterday. We said, you know, your son, doesn't matter what's happening at the plate, he's going to play outstanding defense. And he talked about playing the Green Monster. And it's kind of funny. It's not the Green Monster, but right field at Oracle is no joke, right? With the winds, the space, the arcade. Oh my gosh. How long has it taken you to master it? Have you mastered it yet? And is it kind of a funny analogy with your grandpa mastering the Green Monster?
Yeah, I would definitely not say it's possible to master, because there are endless bounces it can take. The wind is always changing, but I would definitely say I'm probably more comfortable than anybody in the league playing there. It's something that I take a ton of pride in, and I put a lot of work in, and I've always felt comfortable in the outfield because as I was coming up, I felt like that was my path to getting to the big leagues, was to show that I could be a fourth outfielder, throw me in there in the seventh inning and let me play defense for a close game. And so that was something that I always worked on and wanted to make sure that was always going to be in my back pocket no matter what. And it's, you know, defense is kind of a choice, you know, like you have to decide that you want to go out there and get better. And, you know, everybody wants to hit, and that's great. And, you know, those are where most of the highlights are, and, you know, you become a star by hitting. But I'll tell you what, if you can play really good defense, that's how you end up having a long career.
Yeah, and this is a Giants team that has definitely improved defensively this year, and a big reason for that is the other grandson playing in center field. I got to ask you about the grandson of the win, Jung-Hoo Lee. A, what it's been like playing next to him, and B, whether or not you guys have had those conversations of carrying on that family legacy. His dad and grandfather were great players out in the KBO, and just whether or not you guys have had those conversations of representing your last name on your back.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about that, but I love playing with Jung-Hoo. He's so fun and obviously an incredibly exciting player, and he's made me better defensively. Having a guy who has such good range has given me the availability to kind of trust going to the line and being able to cover shallow more so than the gap. So knowing that he can run the ball down in the gap gives me essentially more range in other directions. And so he just exudes confidence from himself, and it translates to us. And he's one of my favorite players to watch. He's electric.
So cool to have you two guys out there playing some great outfield defense and just savor everything about it. You had a great quote to Andy Bagley about Fenway, and that was like when you said just there's like a rustle or a noise or a buzz in those concourses, right? That's different, right? And so
it is, man. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I think it's because it's so cramped. You know what I mean? In like
it's cramped, like you can barely fit in your seat.
Yes.
But you could never be happier to be cramped in your seat there.
Yeah.
You know? So, and it's just you hit the concourse and you can start to hear it, and then the second you step out to, you know, through the tunnel to where the seats are, it just like it hits you. It's like I'm at Fenway Park.
Yeah. I mean,
it's so cool.
Gosh, it's so great. So just enjoy the heck out of it. Be zen, be in the moment, be under your feet, and take it all in, man. You are truly living the dream. And hopefully maybe another tank or two along the way, right? So
I would love that.
All right. Listen, you took time out of a busy time. Say hi to your mom. She won't remember the KNBR, the Murphy guy from KNBR in the morning who sat near her the night Boach won his 2000. So thanks, Mike Yastrzemski. Go have a great time and enjoy the week.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
All right, guys. Thanks. Always a pleasure being on.
There he is, Mikey Yaz. He is a good dude. Now, a lot of people are remembering this funny story about heckling. Now, this is one for Young Tone. See, the good thing about you working on the show, Young Tone, now is I get to break out my stories that I've told a million times, and you've never heard them.
It's all fresh material to Tony.
But the listeners are like, this one again? So, Milwaukee, 2021.
Oh, this is a good story.
This is during your era.
Yeah,
Yes.
I know this story.
So, Young Tone, get on the mic here, bud. First of all, thanks to Mike Yastrzemski. That was great.
Yeah.
This is a Mike Yastrzemski story. So, whatever gear, Giants gear I have. I have a Will Clark gamer. I wear it every Little League game because we're the Hum Baby Giants. I have a Matt Duffy gamer that the Giants gave me. I have a Willie McCovey gamer I got from the Junior Giants. It's really awesome. And then any number of T-shirts. I have an Adios Pelota John Miller T-shirt that a listener gave me once.
Hell yeah.
But I also, Candace just one year, just stocking stuffer, got a black T-shirt that says Giants. And on the back it says number 5. And on the name it just says Yaz. It doesn't say Yastrzemski.
Ooh, it's the jersey.
It's the jersey and it says Yaz, not Yastrzemski. So I was wearing it in Milwaukee with all my buddies. It was like, I don't know, it was like 8 of us. And we're, the Giants are playing the Brewers, and the things are going poorly, but something happened good for the Giants, and I stood up and cheered and, high-fived one of my buddies. And this guy behind me starts going, sit down, Yaz! Yaz!
Yaz!
Yaz! Sit down! And I'm like, is this guy yelling at me? My buddies are like, bro, there's a guy who's on you. They're like, Yaz! Turn around, Yaz!
Yeah, you're the only guy in a Yaz
And I'm
jersey.
like, he's saying Yaz. What are you saying? Yaz? He doesn't know who Mike Yastrzemski is?
Who is Yaz?
I'm like, who? And I say to my buddy, I go, look around, see who that guy is. He turns around, he goes, bro, this guy looks like trouble.
Oh.
And he was like, he had the look of, and Marcus knows this, a wrestler.
Yeah.
Do you ever want to fight a wrestler?
Never. And Young Tony knows this because Young Tony used to wrestle too. But if you turn around and you see a guy with cauliflower ears, run for your life.
He got the Popeye forearms. He had kind of a messed up shaved head. He was probably 23 or something, maybe out of college or high school. And he was short. And I was like, I'm not turning around. He's like, turn around, Yaz. You going to keep cheering, Yaz? He's like, you hear me, Yaz? I know you hear me, Yaz. Yaz. And my buddies started howling. They're like, God, he's relentless, dude. I'm like, I can't turn around. I'm a 50-whatever-year-old man.
Next thing you know, he's going to ankle pick you. Get you on a single leg.
He just crushed me. It was late in the game, thankfully, so it was only like the final inning and a half. But I told that story when I came back, and some listeners have said, well, if Yaz got heckled in Boston, maybe it was that Milwaukee wrestler going,
maybe it was the same guy.
Yaz. So anyway, shout out all those who heckle Yastrzemskis.
Yeah. Just make sure they don't got cauliflower ears.
So, well, listen, Mikey Yaz sounds like he's in a good headspace there.
He does.
Yeah.
And he's been swinging it a lot better over the last couple of weeks. It's great to see him get out of this slump. And what he talked about Bob Melvin, having that patience, something that we talked about a lot the first couple of weeks of the season when people were saying, yeah, it needs to be DFA'd, call up one of the kids. No, Bob Melvin stuck with this guy, and it's starting to pay off with Mikey Yaz.
Yeah, last night over 2 strikeouts. But then again, none of the Giants hit last night, and there was this guy Criswell, and then their bullpen. Criswell didn't top 89 on the gun,
dude.
So Giants bats, man. It's time for Soler. What did Soler do last night? He went 1 for 3, but 2 strikeouts.
Hip hip Jorge.
Bailey struck out twice. Soler struck out twice. Yaz struck out twice.
Yeah, Yaz also got beamed on a 2-seamer in on the hands. You were asking earlier if it was retaliation after Logan Webb plunked somebody earlier in the game.
I guess we should have asked him.
Could have dove into it, but again, when a guy's throwing 89 inside, I never really think it's intentional.
Well, because Jelly hit a dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, Jelly got some outs.
Yeah, but is Sean Jelly really out here headhunting?
No,
I don't.
And
think
hit him
so.
on the wrist.
Yeah. Jelly's just trying to stick on the roster.
I was involved in a text thread with an unnamed Giants fan friend of mine who was coming hard at Sean Jelly, and I was like, bro, come on. Sean Jelly's really the object of your rage right now?
You shouldn't be picking on Sean Jelly.
I know, especially after the incident he had with Declan.
Oh, that's his guy.
It was like a few years ago, they said, tag your favorite Giants player, and Declan tagged Sean Jelly. And Jelly responded with what's the emoji with stars in the eyes? Whatever that is.
Oh, kind of like the starstruck emoji, I guess.
And he's like, Sean Jelly responded to my thing. And he's like, I go, why'd you pick Sean? He goes, because he's tall like me.
Us tall guys got to stick together.
So, Young Tone, what do you think about Sean Jelly hitting him back?
That's pretty good. Hey, real quick, though, did you follow up? You didn't turn around after the game with the Yaz?
Never once.
Didn't even glare at him.
Dude, it was an incredible act of discipline. Because, believe me, I was not, we were relaxed and having a good time, and I was not completely sober. So I could have done something. So like, hey, are you talking to me? But dude, I had enough brainstem instinct.
Yeah.
Even in my diminished state, because it was all guys trip, Milwaukee. Remember I told you that story about, you want to talk about cost of living, guys, and this will get you guys to move. We found a local bar near our hotel down near the Bucks Arena. It was a great stretch of bars down there. Just a great drinking town. Unbelievable drinking town, Milwaukee. It's like baby Chicago. And we go to the guy. He goes, we have a shuttle to the park. We go, oh, we could take that. He goes, yeah. He goes, you guys, I go, I need 4. I go, give me 4 tall Miller Lights and 4 tickets to the park. He slams down 4 in the tickets. He goes, $20. Dude, 4 tall boys and 4 tickets to the park. $20.
I mean, the price alone for the beers is out of this world. You got to ride on top of it.
Yeah. So anyway, it was a great time, and I just knew, even in my brain, I'm like, don't turn around. Do not engage.
Yes.
I did sneak one little look.
Yes.
So I have a vision of him. He was short and stocky and cauliflower eared. Dude,
and I love the fact that we tied it together with later on. I don't know if it was the same series, the same years, but remember Jock Peterson hit a home run and started like cursing at guys sitting behind home plate in Milwaukee.
And we were wondering.
And we were thinking, is it the
Must have
same
been the
guy?
same guy.
Is it the Yaz guy?
He's the Milwaukee heckler. Oh, man. All right, guys. Here's the deal. It is time for Andy Baggerly at 9:35. He will get us there. We've been talking about the Warriors. Marcus and I had a huge LeBron James, Michael Jordan argument, if you want to revisit that.
No.
We can talk about the bee incident, too. We have some sound from that.
Ooh.
What a situation down in Arizona. So that's all leading up to Baggerly at 9:35. On
I have
KNBR.
guys yelling at me like, hey, your grandfather was better. I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, of course he is.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You just heard from Mike Yastrzemski, but if you want to hear from his grandpa, Carl Yastrzemski, download the KNBR app and check out our interview that we did yesterday on the Murph and Marcus Show. Available now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, Giants baseball today, 3:10 pregame, 4:10 first pitch. Tomorrow, we have the pregame, right? 9:35, 10:35 first pitch. Is that, did I get my times right, Young Tone? Yes. And
Yes.
Kyle Harrison tomorrow.
Ooh.
In Fenway.
We get to do some award-winning diamond notes for Dirty Harry tomorrow.
Not award-winning opener today, likely going to be Eric Miller leading into Dalton Jeffries, was when John Joe Curley turned on Bob Melvin. Game 4 in San Diego.
Early on this season.
Is that Greg Silver? Here, look at that. Look at this guy, just as I can see a celebrity.
Look at this guy, huh?
Dubs OT, right?
Big time, Greg Silver.
Does he have any takes on what the Warriors should do? Is that his take? Look at this guy. What's your take, buddy? What's your take?
What's the inside information?
What's your take? Come on, hop on the mic, buddy. Hop on the mic. What's your take?
I need the sounds of Silver.
Everyone else in the bottom of the West is flaming out, so I guess you could look at it in two ways. One is like,
we're getting two takes.
Hey, that's good, right? Everyone else is in chaos. Maybe Kevin Durant does want to leave. And then the other is, well, the Warriors still finish below all those teams.
There it is. That's for takes like that. You can listen to Greg Silver on Dubs OT.
That's why he was poached from the morning show running our board.
All right. We do have time for a little non-Giants, Red Sox, what are the Warriors going to do to save their season? And that is the 49ers. That the dust is settling now. And 2 weeks from tomorrow is that Dwight Clark event down in San Jose. And Monday night at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, John Taylor's going in. Bashoff.org, BASHOF.org. We just found out that you and Young Tone and John Joe are going to be there.
How about the boys getting a seat at the table, huh?
That's big time, baby. Big time. All right? So you cannot wear your Santa Cruz hoodie. I mean, you could, but you'll probably be frowned upon.
What about my Thrasher hoodie? Will that be accepted?
We just want you to be just be cool, baby. That's what I'm looking for.
Is this like a suit and tie event?
I think you can get away without a tie in 2024, but I will be knotting up. But you could probably get away without one.
I got to get like a sports blazer or something?
Yeah, sports blazer.
All right.
That's what you're getting, buddy.
I got to up my wardrobe.
Right,
I dress like a bum.
Or just dress like John Joe coming to work.
I don't have any of those clothes. I don't own quarter zips, Murph.
So,
I don't own loafers.
What will save you? I'd say most people will be knotted up. Most people will be knotted up. But if you don't really want to, although I'd love to see you in a tie.
I'll bust out my best church outfit, Murph.
When's the last time you tied a tie?
I don't like ties at all. I think ties are completely worthless.
Really?
I got a button on top of my shirt. What do I need a tie for?
Decorative style, my friend.
I don't know.
Yeah?
I always got to fear that someone's going to come up behind me and choke me out with a tie on.
Look at that. Well, there is something called the Colombian necktie. We won't get into that.
Yeah, you know.
Right, so, that is an old mob thing.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Is it Colombian, Brazilian, Italian? I don't know.
Is it the Peruvian necktie?
I want to offend all countries, all right? So let's just call it the necktie, all right? We'll drop the country from it. Okay, but anyway, to the Niners, where John Taylor's going in Monday to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. And that is, Adam Schefter checked in on this receiver situation. It is our impression that it's done, right? The drama's over, that they're keeping everybody?
The drama's just getting started.
I don't know, man. That Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel will welcome Ricky Pearsall to the room, and on they go. Jawan Jennings, same thing. Tell you what, Danny Gray, Ronnie Bell, not feeling great right now.
But getting squeezed out.
It's a performance-based business. Mm-hmm. So here's Schefter on ESPN talking about his view, what he hears from his sources. And mine, don't forget, when you hear Schefter talk about the Niners, it's usually pretty dialed. He's been like an extended member of the Shanahan family for years because he covered Mike Shanahan. You didn't know this, young Tone. Before he became an ESPN insider, he was the Denver Post beat writer, the Broncos beat writer for the Denver Post, and he got very close with Mike Shanahan. So when you hear something from Adam Schefter on the Niners, it's usually pretty stone cold.
We one time had Mike Shanahan call Adam Schefter in the middle of one of our interviews. Do you remember that, Murph?
That is correct.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's like, hang on a second, Mike Shanahan's calling me.
There you go. So here it is.
I think what happened is, at various points during the offseason, they had inquiries about Brandon Ayuk, and they decided they wanted to try to sign him to a long-term contract that they're still trying to get done. They got a couple of inquiries on Debo. Nothing got close to getting done. And they said over the weekend, and I believe this is the plan, that the plan right now is to move forward with both those guys. Now, here's the deal. Ayuk has not signed that contract. He's headed into the last year of his deal. Juwan Jennings is headed into the last year of his deal. And Deebo Samuel is headed into the last year of guaranteed money on his deal that has 2 years left. So clearly, there are wide receiver questions in San Francisco that they're going to have to address.
Well, that's why it was one of my 3 positions of need. You know, I said offense, I said corner. That was me personally, corner was my number one. They did address it at the top 60 pick, right, or 63 or whatever it was, Renardo Green.
Second-round draft pick. Yeah.
And then it was corner, offensive tackle, which they did not address.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you got an O there for me, buddy?
Where you see?
We have that Ari Gold. Oh, no, that was Paulie's. I thought it was, what was Copes's? Oh, Copes's was deny till you die.
Yeah.
Deny till you die.
I got that for you.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Who's that?
That's Fleming.
Okay, let's hear it again. This is Niners did not draft a tackle.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Not bad.
All right. And then wide receiver. So, I mean, they needed one because that room's going to empty at the end of next year. And, yeah, man, they loved Pearsall that much. Yeah. They really did. Now, you know, Keon Coleman was available. Ladd McConkey was available. Did you see that tweet from Matt Mayoko? He talked to a longtime scout. He said Pearsall is a really solid pick, but McConkey will be a better pro. Again, just one scout's opinion.
Correct.
But it's a scout's opinion.
And Ladd McConkey ended up with Justin Herbert in the LA Chargers, and they just got rid of Keenan Allen and Mike Williams in the offseason, so he'll have a bigger opportunity. So maybe he will put up more stats from a fantasy perspective. But we know that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are not drafting fantasy football players. They're drafting guys that fit their system. And everything we're hearing about Ricky Pearsall is that he's all ball all the time. He'll buy in as a run blocker, which we know is extremely important in this system. He can line up in multiple different spots. He's not afraid to go over the middle.
There it is.
And he's got solid hands.
It's the middle of the field.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about with Shanahan.
He led the FBS last year in catches and yards over the middle.
That's a great stat. You said the Chargers drafted him?
Chargers got him.
Because you said they lost Keenan Allen.
And Mike Williams.
So that means they're out of weapons?
They're out of weapons, Murph.
Ask
Offensive linemen we look at as weapons.
There it is. Hey, I think he's right,
yeah.
by the way. You know what I mean?
That's why they took John Joe Curley with the 5th overall pick.
People need to know what Curley looks like, and you can't see him because we still don't have freaking rectangle camera. How hard is this?
Update, we do have a camera. It's frozen.
Oh, come on.
Bro.
It's frozen?
I don't want to hear about Let It Go and Disney movies, all right, buddy?
It's had weeks to defrost.
Yeah.
It hasn't worked in weeks.
Shout out my mom, a product of the Depression. We would have defrosted meat for dinner every night. My mom would freeze our meat and then defrost it every night. Do you guys eat defrosted meat for dinner?
I still defrost meat.
You do? Okay,
yeah.
good man.
Like I got chicken in my freezer right now.
Okay, good
I'll take out a couple pieces and defrost it.
I just always remember my mom just defrosting low-grade beef. She's a product of the Depression.
I thought it was a pretty common thing.
No, it's still a thing. My dad used to do it all the time, yeah.
Okay,
take out some meat in the morning and then
Candace
let it defrost.
buys it fresh.
Ooh, I like it.
Go.
Well, that explains why her fried chicken's so good.
There you go.
It's fresh fried chicken.
But you mean you got to work, you got to go to the store every day, you got to plan ahead, that whole deal.
I'm not good at planning.
It's chicken. It's fried chicken. I like fried chicken.
Well, let's defrost the damn camera and get you on there. But if you saw him, you'd see that John Joe Curley looks just like the Joe Alt.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Alt? Yeah, his dad was John Alt.
Just go look up a picture of Joe Alt. That's John Joe Curley.
More Schefter, though, on the receiver situation in San Francisco.
They got out in front of it this weekend by drafting the 2 wide receivers that they did, including Ricky Pearsall in round 1. And Ricky Pearsall, the funny thing is he wanted to go to San Francisco. That was the place he mentioned before the draft to a few people that he wanted to go to. He winds up there in a perfect spot for him, making some of the catches that he has. And now the Niners don't plan to move on from either of those guys. Now, could that change at some point? Sure, absolutely. And by the way, if there's a team that all of a sudden has a wide receiver injury and makes a big play, could you pry loose one of these guys? It's not what they would like to do. It's not what they're planning to do. It's not what they want to do. But clearly we know that there are some wide receiver questions out in San Francisco.
Okay. So once again, Schefter will always leave the door open saying, I didn't say that. There's a chance. And Steve Young yesterday brought up the interesting concept of the trade deadline in October.
Yeah.
That was weird. I wouldn't imagine the Niners would blow up their chemistry like that mid-season, but he mentioned it. He said if a team comes at you with 2 number ones, he's like, you going to turn that down? Got to. So anyway, that's where we're at right now. Steady as she goes. Now, Mike Silver has framed it, and his son Greg is here, as rife with tension. I mean, that's Mikey likes to look at things that way sometimes, but that the receiver room will be rife with tension because Debo will be looking at his watch like, am I here? Am I here for? This is my last year here, but he's gonna be, if he's playing for his next deal, he's got to keep playing and be a pro. You're getting paid, and you can't just always be out here pouting, right?
And he's got one more year of that guaranteed contract.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's more likely that the 49ers eventually move on from Debo than Brandon Ayuk. We'll see what that contract extension looks like. We'll see how they set it up, when that money is truly going to filter in. And, of course, everything follows back to the Brock Purdy contract. But right now, Debo and Ayuk are still on the roster. So is Ricky Pearsall. So is Juwan Jennings. I'm saying that's one hell of a wide receiver group. You're giving Brock Purdy all the options to succeed. I'm keeping all these guys for the entire season, and I'm trying to win a Super Bowl.
That's mine. That was my jock blog. Keep them all. 707 says, guys, is the Dwight Clark event formal? I don't want to look like a dunce showing up in Niners gear. Please let me know. No, it's not formal. Some people will come, but no. There's tons of fan gear. It's a fan event. Wear your Ricky Waters gamer.
Oh, hell yeah.
If you have one,
and shout out to the 408 that said Waterboy is definitely pulling up in his Janos. Those are my Stefan Janikowskis, which I went and bought a new pair of yesterday.
Okay, I've slept on the Janos. I didn't know Janikowski gets credit for the shoe.
So, not Sebastian Janikowski, Stefan.
Oh.
Yeah. Very similar, but it's a cool shoe.
Well, give me the background on Stefan.
He's just a skater. He's been with Nike SB forever. It's a shoe that I've been wearing since high school. They discontinued, and then they just brought it back, so I bought a couple pairs the other day.
All right. That's my bad. I didn't know that. Okay, guys. Well, anyway, there's a Niner update for you. By the way, 707 says, dude, that camera could be working in like 1 minute. Very true.
I just texted Michael.
Well, I mean, this is like, it's been it's almost like an outright diss at this point.
Well, we have progress because there wasn't a camera Monday, Tuesday. There's a camera this morning, but it's just frozen. All I see is Kyle Harr sitting here last night.
I mean,
I'll take a Kyle Harr.
Like, literally, I'm like the least technical guy in the history of the world. I could probably get the camera going. You know what I mean?
We have 2 cameras working in there.
I think they're sending you a message. They're coming high and tight with some cheese under your chin, telling you, stay easy, young Tone. Yeah, here we go.
Look.
Turn it.
Now you can see Tony.
There we go.
I've
With the
disappeared,
reflection,
but
too.
you can see Tony through the glass.
That's YouTube and Twitch, baby. All right. Andy Bagley, who wrote not just about the Giants, but about a 19-year-old Japanese phenom at Stanford who may rock the baseball world. Next on the Sports Leader.
Offensive linemen we look at as weapons.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, the Athletics' Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Murph, Marcus, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
All right, we love checking in with Andy Baggerly on the UMA guest line. The Boston Red Sox beat the Giants last night 4-0. We talked to Carl Yastrzemski yesterday, which was really, really thrilling. And then we talked to Mike Yastrzemski today, which was also really fun. Didn't change the score. Giants lost 4-0. Then you look at Andy Baggerly's bylines, and not only did he write about Mike Yastrzemski and Carl Yastrzemski, but he wrote about a 19-year-old Japanese phenom at Stanford. So we got a lot to catch up on here with Andy. So, Andy, good morning. Welcome back. How are you, man?
Hey, morning, Bags.
Good morning. I'm good. I'm good. Hey, what a great get for you guys yesterday. I listened to the interview with Senior Yaz, and that was great. I could tell it was a treat for you to do it, Murph. And yeah, it's funny. Someone told me in the Giants traveling party, they said, "Don't tell anyone this, but we hear that Carl's coming on Thursday." And then 5 minutes later, I hear, "Oh yeah, he already said that on KNBR."
Well, we got to give all credit to our producer, John Joe Curley, who did what producers did. He kept knocking until the door was answered.
He got us a conversation with Carl before Mike did.
Yeah, that's what Mike said. Mike said you guys talked to him before we did. Yeah, so it was great. And he's a man of few words. You know, in the day of radio interviews, when you radio. You know, and we've all kind of grown accustomed to the deal, Andy. We ask you a question, and you have 90 seconds to 2 minutes to spin your thoughts, right? And then you kind of wind down your answer, and there's a rhythm to it, right? Well, Carl doesn't come from that school. He just answers the question, and then you better be ready. So it's pretty fun. So you know how that is when you interview guys like that?
Yes, I agree with you.
Very good, Andy. You gave us some Carl there, buddy. Very, very good. Just a little bit, by the way, on that whole deal. Talking to Mike was a pleasure, right? I mean, I told him I love that his little poetic description of Fenway to you about the rustle of the crowd in the corridors and the concourses. It's different there. I mean, Wrigley a little bit too, but Wrigley has a little more space since they renovated it. There's something about the cramped, crowded, damp Fenway, right? That's different.
I mean, I remember the first time I walked in there. I was covering the Angels in 2000, and I almost laughed. I'm like, "Is this a real ballpark?" It's almost like it was so much more rinky-dink than I thought it was going to be, and I mean that in the most loving way possible. It just can a major league ballpark? How many rows are in the grandstands in the second deck behind home plate? 6? I mean, it's so small. I couldn't believe it. So it is. It's a total anachronism. It's unlike any other ballpark. It's even. Even Wrigley has been modernized to the point where it's got some vastness to it. But Fenway, you feel like everyone's right on top of you, and even the press box is kind of perched, you're almost right on top of the home plate there. It feels like. So I mean, and for me, I've done this 25 years, and I think I've only covered maybe 4 or 5 series at Fenway total. So we're talking once every 5 years kind of a thing. So I still absolutely get totally refreshed and get goosebumps and enjoy every time I get to go there. So I'm certainly glad I'm able to be here for this series.
Yeah, because it's still a rare occasion that the Giants get the chance to play out at Fenway Park. Now, with the interleague rules, they'll be able to do that every other year. But this was only the second opportunity that Mike Yastrzemski got an opportunity to play in the outfield. And Bags, he told us earlier that this year he heard a few more heckles from Red Sox fans saying, "You're not as good as your grandpa." What was your overall takeaway from the reception he got from the fans yesterday versus the one he got in 2019?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously wasn't adoring standing ovations like last time. I did figure, if he hit a homer this time, I'll bet you he's going to hear some boos, It's almost like when Pat Burrell went back to Philly for the first time as a Giant, they cheered him. He doffed his helmet, and then he got in the box. He hit a homer, and they booed him around the bases. So I thought, these guys, they love their Red Sox, and they love Yaz, and they love his progeny and everything, but only to a point. They're still there for the home team. So, yeah, I think, and honestly, I think for Mike, it's probably better because, it was so much for him last time, and he did so many great things. His homer that he hit was his 20th homer. I don't think it was the first time a Giants rookie had hit 20 homers since Dave Kingman in 1972 or whatever. So, I mean, it was a big deal for him, and he's still making his mark as a big leaguer at that time, and was sort of swirled by everything. And I think to have a little bit more of a normal series is probably something that he was looking forward to. And, like you said, they'll be back here again the year after next. If he's still with the Giants or wherever he might be, then maybe he'll have the opportunity to bring his family because obviously they just had their little boy just barely a month ago. He can't travel yet, so his wife Paige and 2 kids are at home, so he can't really share this experience with them yet. But hopefully next time.
By the way, he told us he's already planning a pro golf career for the kid. He said he wants. We talked about another Yastrzemski in baseball. He's like, no, I'm caddying, and I have his name on my white jumpsuit. So there's a tip. He's going.
Wow, just like Buster's got his kid playing tennis for the same reason. So there you go.
And Richie Aurelia's got 2 kids playing Division I college golf. So it's all there. Okay, interesting stat in your piece this morning. You wrote a lot about the triple play, which is fun. It just missed. But later on, you got into the game about the hitting, and you have this stat here. According to wins above average, the Giants are getting a positive contribution from every position except DH, and their overall position player core ranks 12th among 30 Major League teams. I want to say, are there damn lies in statistics? What do you make of that? First of all, what is, wins above average? That's not WAR. It's something different. But is that kind of how you feel about this lineup? Because they're 14 and 16.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of bakes in offense and defense, so it's like a Matt Chapman. So you're getting a positive contribution from Matt Chapman, even though he's got like the 20th lowest on-base percentage of any player in the big leagues. The same for Tyra Estrada. And we're not talking about a positive contribution like, 3 wins above average. It's like 0.1, 0.2, 0.1. The point is that they're just kind of fair to middling everywhere. And no one, aside from maybe Lamont Wade for about a 2-week period, has gotten really scorching hot. And I think maybe when Jorge Soler does, that's going to make a big impact because he's come up with, I keep coming back to this stat because I can't believe it. I think he's up to close to 90 base runners now, and he's knocked in 3 of them. Not counting knocking in himself on home runs. So, that's got to change at some point. But, you're right. It's an offense, and I talked to Matt Chapman about this yesterday where, they're just kind of grinding or trying to find a little bit of a rhythm. No one's really gotten it going yet. Jung-Hoo Lee's done some really nice things that from the leadoff spot. He hasn't looked overmatched. Nobody really looks overmatched. I mean, that's the thing. But it's just no one's really gotten going. And a game like yesterday, you got Logan Webb. He's off his game, and he still finds a way to somehow at least not pitch them completely out of it, even though it was a really bad start. But that's a game where you need to get on your horse and score 7 runs and try to win and pick up the guy who picks you up most of the time. And obviously they're just not really super equipped to do that right now.
Circling back to Mike Yastrzemski out in right field, we saw the patience that Bob Melvin displayed keeping him in the lineup, but we've seen his bat start to pick up over the last couple of weeks. I'm curious whether or not Bob Melvin is going to have that same patience moving forward with someone like Austin Slater, especially when you have a right-handed bat like Elliot Ramos swinging it well right now in Sacramento.
Well, Ramos is a really interesting one because, like you said, he is swinging it well. And I'll tell you what, another guy who is just tearing the cover off it there is Brett Wisely. And he hit the 2 homers yesterday, including going a walk-off, I think, right? So, and he's a lefty infielder. So, if you're looking to get another lefty bat in there against right-handers, maybe, he could be someone that you call up at some point. But, it's just tough because they sort of have their group. They are who they are. The only change that they've made all season long, and this is an organization run by Farhan Zaidi, and we've watched him, do a lot of roster shuffling over the years. The only thing that they've done is subtract Joey Bart from their position player group, and that's it. This has been the same group the rest of the way, and so a lot of fans wanted continuity, they wanted stability. Well, you're getting it now, and obviously it means sometimes you got to be patient when those guys aren't really gelling. So I still think it's early. I still think it's too early to make any sort of damning conclusions. But you're right. You look at some point to spark the team when things get a little bit dire. I don't think we're there yet, but they're going to keep monitoring what Ramos is doing. We know that AAA numbers can kind of be fool's gold, but I think for now, Slater's a guy they really trust against left-handed pitching, and we'll see if he keeps leading off or if they move Jung-Hoo Lee back to lead off against lefties. But right now he's a piece that fits, and they're going to need more from him when he gets his limited shots.
Couple more minutes here with Andy Baggerly in Boston. Giants, Red Sox tonight, 4:10 first pitch, 3:10 pregame, and that leads to tonight's game, which leads to tonight's starter. And you guys have all reported likely an opener, maybe Eric Miller, the lefty, maybe Dalton Jeffries after him, but that leads to that spot, that Blake Snell spot. So from what you've talked to Bob Melvin, Farhan Zaidi, Pete Patilla, whoever, until Blake Snell comes back, is it just gum and cardboard, or will that kid Mason Black get a chance? He's not on the 40-man, as I understand.
Right, and that's I think if Mason Black were on the 40-man, then he'd be the guy pitching. I'm pretty confident that he would be. And with Jeffries, he was on the taxi squad yesterday. He's here. We're all presuming that he's going to either start the game or be kind of the bulk guy in the game. They do have Jaron Duran and Devers top their lineup, two lefties, so it would make a lot of sense to start Eric Miller in the first inning and have an opener, and then maybe you give Dalton a little bit of a soft landing in the backside of that lineup to start his outing. So that may be a way that makes sense for them to go. But you're right. Snell is throwing a bullpen on Wednesday, so that's a good sign that he's getting off the mound so soon. And I'm sure they're going to, not rush him back, but also, not necessarily slow play him either. They need him back in there. But you're right. Mason Black would probably be the best choice, all else being equal. But it's a little tough with a 40-man. You'd have to subtract somebody and from the active roster and the 40-man roster, and maybe you just want to hold on to that card until you have to play it, because their pitching depth has not been great. I mean, the upper-level pitching depth, you look at what's happened behind Snell in the starts he's gotten knocked out of, and, what are they? They're 0-5 in the Snell-Jeffries games, and they've been outscored like 55-12. I mean, a negative 40-plus run differential in 5 games. I mean, that's just – there's non-competitive, and then there's whatever that is. So, they're going to need some more pitching depth, and you hate to sacrifice any of it right now.
Last minute, Andy, really interesting piece. Everybody should read in The Athletic. Rentaro Sasaki. You wrote about a 19-year-old kid who is from Japan, and he's at Stanford, and he's not even playing for Stanford. There's intrigue everywhere. He can't play for Stanford until next year. He'll be draft eligible in 2026. He left Japan instead of going pro. Is this Ohtani 2.0? Is this what's going on here? Is phenom alert, huh?
Yeah, this was a really fun one to work on. We started working on this one in March, and I got to give my editor, Melissa Lockard, a lot of people who read the A's or read prospect stuff know her name, and she's just really clued in. And as soon as Sasaki announced in February that he was going to go to Stanford, Melissa's like, hey, we need to see if we can get access to him and do a story. This would be tremendous. And I give the folks at Stanford a lot of credit and a lot of gratitude for, they really gave us me access to the whole program and to Rentaro, and made an interpreter available. And he and his father and his family were very welcoming of this opportunity. I mean, this is a guy who's got a ton of media scrutiny on him on 2 continents. And in Japan, he can't walk down the street. He's a celebrity. And here I get the opportunity to access him and interview him and talk to him about why he made this decision, because he would have been a first-round pick. And he went to the same high school as Shohei Ohtani. His father, Sasaki's father, was both his high school coach and Ohtani's high school coach, as well as Kikuchi, the pitcher for the Blue Jays. And so, yeah, this guy's a very known quantity in Japan. And rather than be drafted by NPB, and they hold your rights for 9 years, the players, the teams do over there, and they can post you early, but there's no guarantee of that, and usually it's far down the road. So, he's bypassing all that. He's bypassing it by enrolling in a U.S. College, and that will make him draft eligible. And he just turned 19. That means he'll be 21 as a sophomore, which means he'll be draft eligible, as you said, as a sophomore in 2026. So no guarantees. We don't know what kind of player he'll be then. He's not the next Ohtani. He doesn't pitch. He basically is a first base DH type, big kid. He's got a lot to learn. I've watched him take ground balls, and I thought, we've got a lot of work to do. But the teammates just love him. He's here as an early enrollee. He doesn't want an interpreter because he wants to learn English faster that way. He says, my teammates will help me do that. And that fires him up. They love to hear that. And you can see that everyone's just a big fan of his and is just welcoming him, trying to make him feel comfortable. And you can tell with the look on his face, he's just really, really happy to be here. So it's going to be fun. I'll tell you what, there probably not going to be a lot of empty seats at the Sunken Diamond for Stanford games next year when he actually gets to play in games and not just suit up for practice.
My partner here is a big Sunken Diamond guy. You got some plans for next spring, brother.
I'll be there.
All right, Andy. Hey, great wide-ranging conversations. Enjoy the heck out of Boston and Fenway Park. You can't not enjoy it. And we'll talk to you next time. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Bags.
All right, fellas. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Boston, man. Fenway. I know, Marcus, I know you're a Yankee fan, but the more we talk about Fenway, the more I'm getting all the warm, fuzzy. Planning on taking the Murphy family there this summer. And that'll be my massive achievement as a dad. I can retire. And when I kick the bucket, I frequently say, just say this about me at the memorial, Yeah, he was a pain in the ass. Yeah, he was freaking insufferable at times.
Yeah, he napped with his shoes on.
Yeah, and he took me to Fenway. Yeah. So there you go. All right, guys, we'll hand it over to Pop and Lundy. They say, what did young Tone learn today? Short list today, but a pretty impactful moment here. It spread wide around the bullpen, too. Spread wide around the bullpen. Plus, we got our Giants injury report.
Yeah, we do.
And some final funny sound. We never got to those bees on KNBR 104.5 and 680 Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, fun, wild day today. We were all over the map from a Jordan-LeBron argument to Mike Yastrzemski. Really, geez, man, should we give a family award to the Yastrzemskis for back-to-back great radio interviews?
I think so.
If you missed Mike today, he was certainly more verbose than his grandpa, right? But also just wonderful to talk to in terms of his trip home and then also just about the Giants this year, too.
I mean, it was awesome. And I was actually walking down the hallway, and I saw our guy, Creative Tony. He was already building a promo. The Murph and Marcus Show. The Yastrzemski leader.
Very good. I knew that was a joke coming because you said you saw Creative Tony at work. You know what I mean? So
you won't see him around these hallways.
I knew clearly there was a riff coming. All right, speaking of riffs, let's get a Sutter Health Giants riff here. Yes.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Well, you just heard Andrew Baggerly mention an injury update on Blake Snell, but now you're going to get it live from the Water Boy because the latest on Blake Snell after being placed on the 15-day injured list with a left adductor strain, Blake Snell has resumed playing catch on a flat ground, and now he's scheduled to throw a bullpen today in San Francisco. Prior to suffering the injury, Blake Snell went 0-3 with an 11.57 ERA over his first 3 starts. You know, young Tony, I didn't need the stats from his first 3 starts. I just needed an injury update, and today he throws a bullpen. Hopefully Blake Snell is back on the bump soon, and that is your Giants Sutter Health Report from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
You guys having beef over the Sutter Health Report? Is that what
I didn't need these Blake Snell stats in there. I just want the health update.
I wanted to see, after Marcus and I had beef about Jordan and LeBron, I want you two to have beef.
Yeah.
All right, so just leave stats out of his Sutter Health update.
It's not a Blake Snell stat update, all right? It's a health update.
You want to defend yourself here, kid?
I literally just put whatever's on the SF Giants website on the injury updates page.
And the only reason I bring you in is because you're back on camera.
Yeah, that's Michael Collins. Yes.
Man, the long drought is over.
The freeze out is over.
Ladies, he is at Young Tony Farias on Twitter. What's your Twitter handle, brother?
It's definitely not that.
Okay,
Thank you for trying.
right.
Tony Farias 30 will be where you can find me.
You see, he's not afraid to drop it, though.
Is he going 30 like Steph Curry? What are you, like the Curry of Twitter? Is that what you are?
We've had this discussion before as well. That was my number in Ultimate Frisbee. 21 was taken. 28 was taken, so I went with 30.
It's his Ultimate Frisbee number.
I had forgotten that
funny.
story.
That's a real thing.
I know. It's hilarious.
It's not funny. It's hilarious.
Oh, my God.
Was this like a club team in college?
Did you wrestle in high school, bro?
Yeah, high school. But
Why don't you
this
go
was
with
college.
like cauliflower ear Tony or something like that?
I mean,
you know what I mean?
It's Ultimate Frisbee, Tony.
Singlet
This is Ultimate
Tony.
Frisbee at Cal Poly.
Bro, did you hear that you just said that? You already said
Cal Poly.
So
Ultimate
Very,
Frisbee.
we traveled UCSB, Stanford. I mean, it was a real thing, dude. Club sports.
Bro, you roadied to Stanford?
100%. I'll never forget it.
So it was an actual club team. This was just like you and your buddies playing Ultimate
Facts.
Frisbee.
Yes, club team.
I'm gonna need when I'm driving home today. This is gonna hit me in a way, and I'm gonna spin out, man. And hey, John Joe, did you know he was an Ultimate Frisbee, and that's his number?
I had no idea. You ever win any championships?
Ooh, no.
See, well, take a look at your boy, who was a Cherry Chase Ultimate Frisbee champion.
Whoa.
Our elementary school had a whole tournament going on.
What?
It was all 4th and 5th graders, and Murph, your boy, was the only 3rd grader playing in the tournament, and our team took home the 3-4 pound giant chocolate bar that they gave us as our championship trophy.
So your talents extend to Ultimate
We're
Frisbee.
talking elementary school Ultimate Frisbee. I'm talking college.
I'm saying I was the only 3rd grader in the competition, so give me some damn credit, Tony, all right?
Stan Timmis checked in. He said, if young Tony's now sexy and available on camera, maybe Heather from San Francisco, who has told us she's an empty nester and has moved to San Francisco to spread her wings, maybe you two could go to a ball game. That's what he said. So
no comment.
Tony ain't hopping in that one.
What did the kid who wore number 30 in Ultimate Frisbee at Cal Poly learn today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, well, this one's short. We didn't really have too many digressions today. We were too busy arguing about Jordan and LeBron. And it was about Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago. So I actually thought that was one of those things that spilled over into your guys' world It's from the I know it sounds a long time ago, 1986 movie, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And it came about because the Minnesota Twins are celebrating with a pack of sausage in their dugout. It's an odd celebration, isn't it?
What'd they call it, though? A sizable sausage? Sustainable sausage?
Do you have just a quick bite from Rocco Baldelli, the start of what they're celebrating with? But he just says it's a tangy sausage or something.
It's a summer tangy sausage.
Okay, and so they throw it around the dugout. Then their play-by-play guy, after a recent home run, went to break like this. Here, yeah.
Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago. There you go, Carlos.
So I said, well, surely, young Tony, because I thought this would have been one that you guys enjoyed, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And Tony, you're saying you came up no on this one, right?
It was one of the first movies my dad showed me as a kid. Incredible. I've seen it I think 5 or 6 times.
And you didn't remember Abe Froman?
I didn't. It's been a while since I've seen the movie.
So it's when he's trying to sneak his way into a fancy restaurant with Jennifer Grey as part of his day off.
I have the scene if you want it.
Oh, okay. We got less. Okay, go. Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Abe Froman. Party of 3 for 12. Is there a problem?
You're Abe Froman.
That's right. I'm Abe Froman.
The Sausage King of Chicago.
Yeah, that's me.
Listen, young man. Entre nous, I'm very busy here. Why don't you take the kids and go back to the clubhouse?
Very good. It made me laugh. I'm Abe Froman, the Sausage King of Chicago. That's what John Hughes was so good at. He was just able to, it's like that John Candy style humor, the polka band that takes Catherine O'Hara back in Home Alone, and all that stuff. He just had that way to always kind of hit that funny button with you, too. All right, guys. Giants win tonight? I don't know.
I don't know with the bullpen game, Murph. I can make no promises.
They're going to have to hit the gosh darn baseball.
Yeah.
They're going to have to hit the
Let's
gosh
have
darn
Yaz
baseball.
go deep in Fenway tonight.
We have pregame tomorrow. So, all right, John Joe, way to book another Yaz. And it's time for Papa and Lund. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
My smell a little. It smells dirty.
It's a summer tangy sausage. It's a substantial packaged sausage.
I'm Abe Froman.
The Sausage King of Chicago.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
3-1 pitch. Ref Snyder hits a smash up the middle. Takes a bad hop. It might have hit the bag. Goes into center field. Rounding third, heading home. Here comes the throw, the slide, and he's in there. Swinging a ground ball right up the middle. Into center field, a base hit. McGuire's in to score. 2-0 Red Sox. Here it is. And a ground ball into right field, a base hit. On a slider. Rounding third, heading home. Here comes the throw home by Yastrzemski. It's too late. Abreu scores. 3-0 Boston. The 1-0 pitch. That one is lined down the right field line. That is a fair ball. Into the corner right up against pesky pole. Yastrzemski will play the carom. Abreu flying around second, heading for third. And he's in there with a triple. That was played well by Yastrzemski, and Abreu still fast enough to turn that into a 3-base hit. Swing and a miss. He struck it out. And he blew a fastball right by him. The Red Sox take game 1 of the series, and they do it via a shutout. Red Sox 4, Giants nothing.
Yes, thanks for joining us. The offense was offensive yesterday in Boston. We'll get into that conversation as well. Logan Webb struggles. The Mets had $1 dog night, though, which was nice. The beekeeper in Arizona. We got a lot to talk about in regards to the worst. Steph said something interesting. The Sixers and the Knicks make some history. The Bucks stay alive despite the fact that they didn't have Giannis or Dame last night. We had a ton to get to with the 49ers. We have not finished up on all draft talk and off-season talk. There are much things to talk about there. What do we have, Wednesday today? Good morning, my
Happy May
friend.
Day, John.
Yeah, May 1st.
May Day. May Day. The Giants are sinking into the bay.
Let's hope the offense
and the
is better.
Back Bay in Boston. Giants baseball, nothing like it. Yeah, they got to come up with a new motto, John.
Giants offense, offensive.
We will get to the offense in a minute, but Logan Webb was just not sharp. And the win, we talk about going to Wrigley or Fenway. You go to Wrigley, the first thing you do, the hawk, which way is it blowing? If the wind's blowing in off Lake Michigan, good day to pitch. The wind, and Dave Fleming will join us at 12:30, John. He knows that area, being a former voice of the Pawtucket Red Sox. When it's flown in off the back bay, like it was last night in Boston, normally a great day to pitch, especially a sinker baller, but he just, whether he could get a grip on the mound or whatever it was, he just had no movement on his pitches at all. And we were talking about, what they're going to do when they get all these pitchers back, when they get Cobb back, when they get Snell back, when they get Ray back, would they go to a more than a 5-man rotation, 6-man rotation? If you do that, then Logan Webb pitches like once every 6 days, or in this case, last night, he pitched once a week. He pitched the Tuesday game before when he was so dominant. It was a full week, and you don't want him being overly rested. First of all, you want him pitching every 5 days because he's great. He's a horse. He's Matt Cain. But then sinker ballers, you just don't want them being rested like that. So to me, he had no touch on the ball at all last night. He had no snap. Obviously, the changeup was nowhere, but he was just biting off so much of the plate, and they were just whacking him. And it was actually a good thing he got out of there with 4 earnings and 3 2/3. He gave up 9 hits, John, and 3 walks. And what was really concerning to me, these American League teams who don't see him much seem to have the best plan. I keep referencing that start he made on the south side of Chicago last year, not the north side, when the White Sox just went the other way all day. It was a day game, I think, and it was just up the middle and the other way. I don't know. Benintendi was in the Chicago White Sox lineup that night, Andrew Benintendi, and he talked about it. With Logan Webb, you're looking down, go the other way. Everything's down, sinker, slider, changeup down. Doesn't, four-seamer here and there up, but not much. And he's a former Red Sox, Benintendi. I don't know if he told his former teammates or they just got reams of information on him, but he just was not good last night. We'll get to the offense. I got the rally cap on and the Johnny LeMaster boo sweatshirt from the Sons of Johnny LeMaster. Seemed like a lineup of Johnny LeMasters, and it's been that way too many times, John. Your numbers on how many times they've scored 3 runs or less? Whoa.
Half.
But you're not, you're not going to win if you don't score.
Right.
But you lost the game, and you were rallying the whole game. I mean, he gave up a run like every inning, and it looked like, and the ball, you heard John's calling the ball up the middle. Ball hit the lip of the infield, but Tyro Estrada, for somebody who's so fast, he has such limited range, especially going to his right, up the middle. He's so upright. Should he have kept that ball in the infield? So in some respects, he had a bad fate. A lot of ground balls found holes, but John, he gave up 12 base runners in 3 2/3. He was lucky to get out of there with just 4 scoring.
Yeah, he was not good last night. The offense, we're a month into this thing, so we'll take people's thoughts today. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It's the text line and the call-in line. Love to hear from you. On the first month of the season, it is May Day, May 1st. So 415-808-5627, 415-808 KNBR. What are your thoughts so far? 14-16 on the year. The lucky part is no one's running away with it. I mean, if you look at the wild card standings, you look at what Arizona has done in their start, the Padres in their start, even the Dodgers have struggled, although they're going to be getting some guys back and they're going to get healthier, and that's going to scare you a little bit. But kind of like we thought, the Braves are right there, the Dodgers, the Brewers a little bit surprising, the Cubs a little bit surprising, but nobody's kind of running away with this thing right now. The Phillies and the Cubs are kind of near the top of this thing. So we'll get into the whole conversation. But like you said, Logan struggles last night. I'm not as worried. Tonight, I'm worried because that was the one you needed to kind of win because your horse, as you said, was going to the mound. And then tonight is supposed to be Blake Snell's slot. And now you're going to get a guy like Dalton Jeffries. What can he get you? Who's going to start? How are they going to do this whole thing? And you could have some potential for problems in a game like this, and now all of a sudden you're down 2, and then we're playing day baseball trying to salvage a game in the series. That's why Logan Webb is so important, because you kind of expect him to go out there and win. It's unfair to say that he can do it every single time, but right now, like you said, until they get healthy, until you get great, you need Logan Webb to give you that, because who the hell knows what you're getting today, because Blake Snell's hurt, and it looks like Jeffries is going to be your guy, and the last time I saw him, it was not good.
Yeah, we'll hope he's better. You know, the first ball he put in play, he started that Sunday game in San Diego, the 4th game of the year, and Tyler Fitzgerald kicked the first ground ball, but he was not good. But he has been pitching better at AAA. We'll talk to Dave Fleming about the plan. It sounds like they're going to go opener and have Eric Miller start the game against all these Red Sox left-handed hitters. Basically, Duran. Guy had 3 hits last night. He's on. By the way, your guy Spanky McGuire, how many times he walked last night, John? He was the full fist treatment last night with that guy. 4 fingers. Didn't even need the thumb. Involved Spanky. Kept scoring runs. But it sounds like Miller will start the game, and then some point he'll be your bulk guy, or what did Cap used to call him, your feature performer?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's right. They used to change the names.
He's going to be the guy who's up and down the most, Dalton Jeffries. But to your point about Logan, and you could tell when he came out of the game, he was pissed. This is game 1 of the longest road trip of the year. You got to go to Fenway. You got to go to Philly with their buggy whippers. And then you got to go a mile above sea level at the end. And Colorado, the way they lost that game yesterday, their first team since 1900 to be losing in every single game they played. Poor Bud Black. I hope he's there when we see him next week. But it's going to be a hard road trip on the pitching staff. So you needed your guy who led the league in innings last year and comes in with 19 scoreless to shove last night, and he just didn't. He couldn't grip the ball and rip it, and he wasn't very good. You were able to, the bullpen was really good, and you didn't have to use that many arms last night. I mean, Webb went 3 2/3. Sean Jelly came in and got 4 outs. Taylor Rogers got an out. Landon Roop got 2 innings. He almost had a triple play, which got Flem very excited. We'll talk to him about that coming up at 12:30. And then today, I think with Jeffries, it won't be a pure bullpen game, but if he struggles, it will be. So I guess Eric Miller, just to get the lefties out at the top of their order, will start the game, and then at some point Dalton Jeffries will come in. But to your point, this is not the way you wanted to start. And these teams offensively, Phillies, we'll see what they came back last night. Castellanos went oppo. They had a walk-off. But they're buggy whippers. I don't know if they're going to take the same approach or going the other way against Logan Webb. We'll see. But, Boston doesn't score runs the way they used to. Boston leads all of baseball in ERA.
Yeah, starters.
Have the Boston Red Sox ever done that?
I mean,
even with the Rocket and Pedro?
I mean, when they say their starter ERA, and again, we're a month into the season,
like
but
2.
still, they're like 2.03 with their starter ERA. So last night, like you said, when Logan was getting beat up, you're going to see the Phillies. You're going to be in Colorado. It's not the greatest start. Doesn't mean you can't come back from it, but I'm a little nervous about Dalton Jeffries, which means he'll probably throw like a 1-hitter tonight. But, yeah, it makes you a little bit nervous. One thing I wanted to acknowledge, because we never acknowledge the A's except for stadium issues in Vegas and all these kind of things. My God, man. I mean, this is becoming a national story. The A's bullpen, 0 runs over the last 23 1/3. And over that time, 8 hits and 29 strikeouts, and they've got a 10-0 record leading after 7. So they weren't supposed to do much this year. But the bullpen, especially Mason Miller, I don't know that I've seen a more dominant reliever, in a couple of 2, 3, 5 years. I mean, my God, man. It's like I don't really watch them a whole lot, but then all of a sudden, like you're watching, MLB Central and something like that, and they're showing him. I mean, he's like the best kid in Little League, and no one can touch him. I mean, this is getting crazy. Can we get some of those guys, please? That'd be nice.
He's a hard thrower. I saw him. He was in studio with the guys on the morning show. But I'll be watching him today. They're playing a day game against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and it'll be I know you'll be watching.
8 people there, but man,
there's your guy Ross Stripling who'll be pitching today.
How's he doing? I have not kept up on Ross Stripling.
He's the original Iron Mike. Everybody's talking about the Iron Mike and the pitching machine. But, Stripling, and it was Josh Colementer. Remember Colementer?
I do.
Threw like an
Arizona?
axe right over the top. I mean, that's the original Iron Mike pitching machine, which leads to nobody's throwing 4-seam fastballs anymore. The Red Sox don't throw.
Yeah, that was wild, that stat,
So why
right?
I know Pat the Bat, and I hope Pat the Bat survives all this. I love him. But they're not hitting. And the first thing you look at is the hitting coach, and you're not going to get rid of all these players you just signed. And a lot of them are not going to opt out now because they're not performing well. We're only a month into the year. We'll push reset May Day. It's the beautiful thing about baseball. The calendar turns, and you start anew with a brand new month. So Jorge Soler, your April average is done. Stop trying to pull the ball so much. But it is odd to me that teams are not throwing 4-seam fastballs, and they break out a pitching machine that throws nothing but 4-seam fastballs.
That is true. The thing was in the 50s. So
Well,
yeah,
the guy
they gotta
tonight,
change the whole
and
thing.
again, his name is Cutter.
Yeah.
The guy that's
throws
pitching
cutters.
for the Red Sox, he throws cutters. That's all. How do you get a nickname? First name? I don't think his mom called him Cutter. I think the pitching
That's
coach
it.
Cutter.
That's it.
So do you have a machine that will simulate Cutter Crawford's cutter? Because that's all you're going to get tonight is cutter and splitters. They don't throw fastballs anymore.
Susan's piece was great and all those kind of things. If you don't know what we're talking about, she wrote a piece in the Chronicle that the Giants have gone back to this machine from the 50s. I do know this, just having years ago, well, a couple of years ago, an obsessed kid. He's now in college, but they do have those machines that'll throw everything. I mean, you can just tell it what to throw, where to throw.
They will
I
actually,
mean, it's
you can load
incredible.
in the pitch shape of Cutter Crawford's
It is
cutter.
unreal
Put it in the
what they can
machine,
do.
and that George has that.
Yeah,
In
well,
high school
they have. There's a place out in the East Bay that has that machine.
Place is amazing. That
and
place
you
is
go
amazing.
out there, and that's exactly what it does. And they just say, "What do you want? What do you want us to throw? Where do you want it to throw? Oh, we want you to throw a cutter, or a curve, a slider."
And $125 later, you get
exactly.
10 Cutter Crawford cutters.
Yeah,
How
that
much do
part
you want
sucked. That part sucked.
Can I
but
pay in installments to use the batting cage for an hour?
But that's what they do. Which, by the way, I go back and I look and I laugh at that kind of stuff because when you're in the middle of it, you're like, "Yeah, no, don't spare any expense." And all this, and then they leave, and you're like, "Why did I spend all my money?" But anyway,
when
yeah,
George
they do
goes
that.
into the Hall of Fame as a baseball announcer,
Yeah, that'll be
you
different.
can write all this off.
That's
Money
true.
well spent.
That's a good point. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's just they do that. But yeah, Cutter throwing a cutter tonight for the Red Sox. All right, here's the deal. We're a month into the season for the Giants. What do you think? The good, the bad, the ugly. We've got it for you. What is working, what is not. And you've asked this question, and it's kind of the angle I wanted to take on this whole thing because this will tell you how your team's doing. Who's playing above average? Who's playing average? Who's playing below average? Who's playing awful? And who needs to really step up?
Individually, each guy, you mean?
Yeah, we'll look at these guys, and then we'll look at the certain things as a whole. Starting pitching, relief pitching, defense is much better. The hitting, obviously, we just discussed. Anything you want to discuss about the Giants in the first month of the season and how you feeling about the team? It is, 14-16, they're right there. Nobody's running away, and they haven't, if you want to be optimistic, they really haven't played great baseball or even good baseball, especially on the offensive end, but they're 14-16, and they're right in the middle of the wild card chase. So if you want to be optimistic, you got that. So give us your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line the same. Your choice, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. We'll get into it next here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yes, Mike Yastrzemski. A couple days after Carl Yastrzemski, keep him straight, joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discussed what it was like in his home run at Fenway in 2019 and much more. Check out that podcast, KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
For Dollar Hot Dog Night?
10 grand.
70,000 hot dogs have been ordered for tonight. An extra refrigeration truck was needed to house all the hot dogs.
What happens with the leftovers?
Guys, I don't know if you're saying anything to me. I can't hear anything. But everybody's really excited about what's going on here at Citi Field tonight. I'd say they got themselves a hit.
Seems like they're consuming more than hot dogs.
I wouldn't know anything about that, Gary.
Dollar Wiener night for the Mets against the Cubs. I did watch that game. Mets have a great broadcast, but let me ask you a question.
Gary Cohen, Ron Darling, Keith Hernandez.
Great broadcast. I mean,
now, you
really,
know, it used to be in
really
the dugout like the Alex Pavlovich of that broadcast. Well, Pavs doesn't quite do that anymore. Years ago, Kevin Burkhardt.
That's right.
He's doing
You're
Super
right.
Bowls
Remember that.
now and is on the pre and post game for the World Series. Burkhardt was their roaming reporter. He sounds.
That's a great broadcast. I was watching that.
Anyway,
as I was flipping, but
isn't that kind of sad? The Mets have to roll out a dollar dog night
Yeah.
when the Chicago Cubs come to town. I guess a Monday night or Tuesday night. Last night was a Tuesday.
Okay, so I had two questions for you, and then we'll get into the Giants' first month of the season, and people can participate. Obviously, when you get a dog at a game, is it just a traditional dog, or do you go
Depends
like
where
hot
you are.
link,
I
Italian?
don't. I very seldom get a dog. No, it's hardly ever a hot dog. It'd be
bratwurst,
a sausage. But when you go to Wrigley and you get a
Oh,
Chicago
man.
style dog,
Those are
that is
so-
a different
the Vienna?
experience.
The
Those
Vienna beef?
are that
Yeah.
takes. I mean, I grew up. We had a place called Ted's Hot Dog where they had the foot long hot dog, and the buns were actually a foot long. I mean, I get the Dodger dog, the Brooklyn Dodger dog, and the LA Dodger dog, and the Fenway Frank. You go to Fenway, you got to get the Fenway Frank. But there's so many other better food items at baseball games today. I
Right.
very seldom get a hot, except at Wrigley Field, and you got to wait in a line to get a Chicago style.
Worth
It's
it.
a long
That's worth
line.
it.
It is
Yeah.
delectable.
I the bratwurst is very underrated. The hot
That's
link,
Milwaukee. That's County
Yeah.
Stadium. You want to go
that's
there and
that's
get
the
that,
best.
old
Those are
County
really
Stadium.
good. And then my other question is, I was watching that game, and you kind of hit on it here, is like what would bring people out to the yard? Like a dollar dog night is not going to bring me out. Let's throw booze out for a second, because I know everybody's going to say free beer, cheap booze.
You can't do that.
Right? They
You
don't do
can't-
that anymore. But is
Well,
there
you
like
get riots
something?
or disco demolition night or one of those?
But is there something that somebody does, because baseball
It was
teams?
10-cent beer, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, in Chicago. Yeah, that was unreal. And they just said, "Yeah, we can't do that." And they
No,
ended the game
Chicago
early.
was disco demolition. I think it was.
Oh, Cleveland, you're
where
right,
they
like
had the
74,
Well,
I
they
think it
needed
was.
it at Municipal Stadium, the old
I think it was
mistake on the
massive.
lake. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that's
that.
right. It was a 10-cent beer
it was
night.
10-cent
Yeah, it was
beer.
10-cent beer night, and it was
Remember
just
Pete
a
Franklin
disaster.
talking about that on 3WE, WWWE Cleveland.
Because I mean, these marketing teams try to come up with they spend all winter trying to come up with stuff, bobbleheads, they do those kind of stuff. But is there something where it's like, hey, other than free booze or cheap beer?
What's the greatest giveaway you could get?
Yeah, like you'll
Well, you
go
know
to
what
the
I really
game
wanted, and
because-
it's the reason I went to the game on Saturday, and that I wanted to hang out with Jeff Tamalier.
Right.
And that was a hoot. Was they gave away, what was it, 15,000 New York Giant
Well, those were
jerseys.
cool. And they had Mays on the back,
And
right?
No, I don't think they
Oh,
did.
I
Did
think
they have a name in the back? They didn't have their names in the back then.
But the old New York ones? That's what
I
they
don't
had?
think so. I don't think so.
No, they showed during the game.
Mace's birthday's coming up Monday, so
Yeah.
I got to get one. I actually had one in my midst. It wasn't mine, but somebody gave it to me, and you know me.
Right.
I left that and the credit card and my keys and my wallet.
Yeah, you should never
My
open
passport.
a tab. You should never open a tab because you always forget.
Anyway,
that's a whole
one.
other story.
That's one I really want. Normally I don't. I got so many bobbleheads.
I'm not a
I got the
bobblehead
old-
guy.
Remember
I'm
the
not.
old babushkas?
Yeah.
The A's used to
Right.
give away with
Yeah.
Mulder, Hudson,
Yeah.
and Zito. Those were great. The
I mean, like-
nesting dolls, what were they called?
Well, we got in here. We've got a bunch of stuff because they bring us by a lot of the marketing stuff. Like we have a Bailey bobblehead in there. I mean, no offense, but I mean these tiny little things people go crazy for. I don't know. I mean, used to be that when they give you a bobblehead, those things were like they're kind of tiny.
Well, we never had them before.
Yeah. So
Who had was Mays the very first bobblehead? May have been
Good
Mays.
question.
Years ago.
We'll check on that.
Now everybody's got a. Patrick Bailey's got a bobblehead. He's been in the big leagues for 10 minutes. No, Patrick's.
Oh, this is a good call. I forgot. This is from the 209. When Alaska does the 2-for-1s, yeah, that's a night. That's a good day to get.
For airline tickets?
Yeah, you do the 2-for-1 voucher day. That
is a Franco Finn production.
Oh, is that right?
He's in charge of that.
Oh, that 2-for-1
is
is
for
nice.
Alaska Airlines.
Yeah, that is a nice one. Anyway, give us your thoughts. They had dollar dog night last night.
How would
like
that
you
go
said.
over in the Bay Area? We're not
Dollar
a dollar
dogs?
dog town, are we?
No, I don't think so.
Is Michael Mina making it? Or Thomas Keller?
Well, you hit it right on the head, though, because when you go out there, you go out to left field, and it's like you got everything, and it's so good that you get spoiled.
I'm getting a cha-cha bowl.
Right.
I'm getting a crab sandwich.
Right.
Or you know where I'm going? Montreal's for the new pastrami.
Oh.
So good. Why don't they do $1 at Montreal's? They won't do that.
The smoked meat.
Oh,
those are so good.
So good.
But that's what I mean is when you go to the ballpark now, you got to think to yourself, okay, you're going to get a beer, this and that, and you could either go traditional, but if you fill yourself up too much, then you can't get the really good stuff.
And what's the line for the dollar dogs in Queens?
That's where
Vinny from Bayonne. I'll take 622 to go. Seriously? What are you going to Coney? When you can go to Nathan's on Coney Island, you really got to get a dollar dog at Citi Field? Come on.
All right, give us your thoughts. 415
The street meat, though, outside of Oracle Park is always tempting, isn't it? If you haven't eaten enough during the game, you just get that. Oh,
they wrap them in bacon.
The street meat. So good.
They'll do them. They'll wrap them in bacon, and then they got like all the fixings and maybe some onions and peppers and stuff
like
off
now
to the
the
side.
games are over in 2 hours and 10 minutes. I didn't even eat. I didn't get any garlic fries. You're already kicking me out,
right? Yeah, you get one round. Usually in the old days, you could right when you get there, you get a beer and something to eat, and there's a little snack.
They're not giving away those street meats
that.
for $1. How much those cost on the street?
But that's
only $19.99.
But you bring up a good point because I always walk by them and I always think about it. And I do look at them and they're wrapped in bacon and they got the peppers and onions and everything. They look really good.
They're delicious.
I've never had one. I've never.
Never?
No, I've never stopped.
You call yourself a San
No, it's
Franciscan and you haven't had a street meat outside of SBC, PacPal, AT&T, Oracle.
Even the term is weird though. Street meat.
58 Social.
They got to market that better. Street meat.
No, but you get it outside of like Wrigley or Fenway.
Oh, yeah.
Fenway. Not only, and we'll talk to Flem at 12:30. You get the audio from all the New Englanders that are just.
Oh yeah, right behind home plate, you can hear it. It's hilarious.
Keep it down, O'Malley, would you? But then you smell Fenway. I mean, Fenway it's not just the Fenway Franks, but all the street meat and the people buzzing around, Ted Williams Way or Yawkey Way. It just smells like Fenway, too.
Yeah, that's true. All right, we'll get back to the Giants. Give us your thoughts. Street meat. I don't know. There's got to be a better way to market than street meat.
That's exactly what it's called.
I know. That's what they call it.
It's not your kind of street meat, John.
No.
I'm talking about a big Italian sausage. Sorry.
Wait a minute.
Moving on.
I think they said they not that they sold this many, but they had like 70,000 dogs ready. I think they sold like 40
What
or
does it
something
cost
like
to make
that?
a hot dog? They're still making them. What does it cost? 12 cents to make one?
Yeah, it's not. It can't be much, right? Because let's be honest. I mean, again, this doesn't stop me, but it's like basically the custodian is sweeping up. They throw that into a grinder, and there you go.
They would never do that at Wrigley. Seriously, what do they charge for the Chicago style? So I went to Wrigley a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And I loaded up one, and it was
So do you do everything when you do a Chicago dog?
Yeah,
Everything.
Chicago styles. I don't normally do that.
Yeah.
But when you're in Chicago, you got to go Chicago style. So, and then I loaded it up, and these people wanted to take a picture, and so I turned and dropped the entire dog all over the concourse. But Mike Kruko's 5-second rule was in effect. Scoop and score.
Yeah, no doubt.
No,
I'm not losing. that
everybody
thing.
was watching. They were like, "What's he going to do with it?" I tossed it. But then they actually let me get back. The problem was the line was so long.
Oh,
it wasn't.
yeah.
But that was bad.
Yeah.
That was bad.
And the key to I could talk Chicago dogs. Sport peppers, onions, the relish. It's like that green relish, but celery salt. People forget celery salt is the key. They put the celery salt.
Well, you
at
go
the end.
pickles. Not just. I
Well,
love
and a
relish,
pickle spear.
but I
Yeah,
go the whole. You got to give
they
the whole
got the
pickle.
whole pickle spear.
That's
spear.
Chicago style.
Oh my gosh, unbelievable! That's worth the line. Although you're going to miss.
I only
a couple
do that in Chicago. That's such a
only
rich
place.
thing to do.
Only place.
Yeah.
All right, give us your thoughts. We'll get back to the Giants' first month of the season. Like
Why
you
are the
said,
Giants going to Wrigley, by the way?
Yeah, that's a good question. Did you go last year or the year before?
I went the last couple of years.
Yeah.
No, not last year. We played, and when we play them there, the first game of the year, we went a couple times that year.
I have a picture on my phone of you at Wrigley Field raising a beer.
Yeah. I was in Murphy.
That was incredible.
Well, I shot one. Are they there in June? Right before they go to before the Rickwood game? Whoa, what a trip that
June's
is.
a good time.
June 17, 18, 19 at Wrigley, and then go to Birmingham, Alabama for the Mays game at Rickwood. How great would that? What a trip. How many Giant fans are doing that?
That's what we were talking about. Like we were talking yesterday about the East Coast trip. You do that trip?
Tell Holder I'm taking June 17th week off, John. Is he there?
Yeah, he just waved at me.
Yeah.
He just acknowledged it. You don't even have to write that up. You're good. All right, Monty Pool.
I don't have to go into work day and fill it in? What the hell's that? Why do I have to go to work day to tell you a day I'm not going to work? Isn't it not work day?
Yeah, it's very confusing. All right, Monty Pool's joining us at 11:30, by the way. We'll talk about the Warriors, NBA playoffs, offseason, all those kind of things. We did that with Marcus yesterday. Dave Fleming at 12:30. His brother broadcasts for the Red Sox, of course. We know that. But he's going to join us at 12:30. We'll get into his impressions of the first month of the season. We'll ask you that same question next at 808 KNBR. 415-808-5627. We'll do it next. Giants, first month of the season. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Bob, about a month into the season now, if you had to assign a letter grade to your team's performance, what would you give them?
I'm not going to do that. We've been spotty.
I love that. He's
Spotty?
he's disgusted. It's a great. Bob used the word spotty. If you had to use a word, a term, how would you describe the first month of the season? Bob said spotty. 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line or call-in line. Term, word, however you want to phrase it. Bob said spotty. Spotty.
Yeah.
What does that even?
Well, I'm thinking of
inconsistent, is that
Tyrese
what it
Maxey's performance last night, so I'm thinking of a maxi pad
How about
being
that?
spotty. But I'm not. I don't even know.
Hope you're not eating.
Inconsistent.
Yeah, that's what spotty is, right? Is spotty inconsistent?
How about
That's the way I saw it.
spurty? Even spurty.
You mean in
How about
spurts
that?
you've been good,
Yeah,
and spurts you've been bad?
they haven't been. What's their longest winning streak of the year? Do they really have one?
Spotty, by
won-
the way, is having occurred in or marked with spots not uniform or consistent, irregular, as in quality uneven. That's spotty.
That's exactly it, Paul.
So that's what it is.
I give you a C- on your spottiness.
Spotty.
Is that your dog in your office? So
Spotty.
they were 4-5 when they left Dodger Stadium on that first road trip. And then they were spotty on the first homestand, up and down. They won 2 out of 3 against San Diego, lost 2 out of 3 to Washington, lost 2 out of 3 in Tampa Bay. How are they doing in series? They won 2 out of 3 in Miami. Arizona, they split. The Mets, they took 2 out of 3. Pittsburgh, 2 out of 3, and they lost last night. So they've won back-to-back games. How many times? Twice, the second and third game of the year. And then they just won back-to-back games against the Mets last week. They have not had a 3-game winning streak, and they've only had 2 2-game winning streaks. They haven't had a long losing streak. They did have the one in San Diego and then Dodger Stadium. They lost 4 in a row. So I think, and part of the issue in their spottiness is the 5th spot in the rotation. Is that, and it wasn't Blake Snell. It was Dalton Jeffries for 1 start and then Blake Snell for 3. And then they had to go opener last time we were out there, John, with Ryan Walker in the pen. And they lost every single one of those games. So it's hard to get on a winning streak if one spot in your rotation is 0 for 5. And that's the Blake Snell spot that's going tonight.
Bob Melvin used the word spotty. What would you say? Again, they're 14-16 overall. They were 12-14 in April. I did assign some grades. Starting pitching-wise, I feel good long-term. It's not that I think this is going to continue like this because I am going to assume – ask you, me, Bad News Bears, Walter Matthau, that they are going to at some point get consistent. But for the first month, maybe I even did too high on this now that I look at it. B- is what I put. Snell's been terrible. Cobb isn't back. We got to use Dalton Jeffries today. But for the most part, Logan Webb has been good. Wynn has been good. So, I mean, they've at times.
Kyle Harrison's been good.
Harrison's been good. So, I mean, I put B-. But the potential
for starters or the entire pitching?
Just the starters.
The starters.
I mean,
I think a solid B. I think better than that. I think a solid B. I mean, you've had, Tristan Beck's injury going back to spring training, and Alex Cobb. We thought by May Day he would be back, and he's not. Blake Snell lost his 3. Now he's on the IL. I hear he is going to throw a bullpen. And Flem will have more on that. That's encouraging if he's throwing pens on this trip, that he may come back. And I'm going to wait a while for Robbie Ray. So I think the starting rotation overall has been solid. I'd give him a B. But the bullpen, now that's spotty. Yeah. That is a roller coaster ride. They're up and down. They were good last night. It's funny, when the starter's not good, they typically are good. When the starter is good, the Rogers brothers are just giving up home runs. Camilla's been obviously solid. You're losing Luke Jackson. So I think the starters have been a solid B, but what would you give the relievers? A C, C-, C+, somewhere in there? It's early in the year, but they've been average to below average, each guy, a lot of guys.
To be honest with you, just because, again, I know this isn't the only metric that matters, especially in today's day and age, but they have a 5.60 bullpen ERA, which is the worst in baseball.
That's a little deceiving. That's deceiving. Because they have used Tyler Fitzgerald twice as when they're down a bunch of runs in the 9th inning. They've had a couple of guys just get shelled that have been a little I think those numbers are overall, Landon Roop's had some bad outings where it's just, careened out. But I think using Tyler Fitzgerald is he pitched twice or 3 times in mop-up
At least twice,
roles?
I can remember.
So, he's given up runs there. So I think but it's not been, the main thing have been the Rogers brothers. And Taylor pitched well last night, but they're just giving up long balls way too much to start the year.
Well, and the thing that makes me nervous, and Duvall's been better. Early in the season, he was a little bit spotty. He's 5 for 8 in save opportunities, and his ERA is not great. It's 3.86. You want that better for a closer, but he's been better lately. But to your point of the Rogers brothers have been inconsistent, Ryan Walker makes me nervous. And you saw the Red Sox last night. They kind of have a guy that's Ryan Walker-ish. He kind of turns his back, and then he throws across his body. And when you first see a guy like that, like Tyler Rogers pitches last night, and the Red Sox are like, whoa, what is this guy? And then when you've seen Tyler Rogers for a while, he still gives up a lot of soft contact, but you kind of are a little more comfortable. I almost think the same thing with Ryan Walker. I like him, but I don't think he's a major league 8th inning setup guy. I think he's solid. I don't have anything against him. It's just I think that the roles in the bullpen are unsettled. Like you said, the Rogers brothers, I'm not sure about. Walker, I don't know if he's up to par as a pure 8th inning guy. And Duvall's fine in the 9th. He's gonna be fine. But a month into the season, you would like to see the roles defined, and I don't think we're anywhere close to that for the Giants.
Yeah, I think losing Luke, right away, like second pitch of the year in San Diego, he goes on the IL with lower back strain on opening day. So he's, to me, the guys in the back end of your rotation. I think Ryan Walker's nasty. He's just finding a role here. Who knows how it's going to work today? He may pitch. Last time we saw him, not last time, but we saw him when they went opener. He started the game, and it sounds like Eric Miller's been good as well. Sounds like he's going to start today. So the bullpen has just been up and down and all around. The starters have been good. The real problem and why you're below 500 team is the inconsistent offense. The numbers you had, John, about how many times they've scored 3 runs or less. What is it, 16 games?
16 times in 30 games they have scored less than 3. So, and here's another one that blows your mind. So they're averaging 3.87 runs per game. They averaged 4.16 last season. And you and I were saying, geez, look at the guys they signed with Chapman and Soler and Jung-Hoo Lee. They're gonna be much better. They got to score closer to 5 runs a game or 4.5 runs a game. They're less than that. They're at 3.87, which is 21st in baseball. But to put that more in perspective, they've scored 8, 9, and 11 in a game. If you throw out those 3, in the other 27 games, they're averaging 3.3 runs per game. And as I said, 3 runs or less in 16 of 30, and they're 5 and 11 in those games. So that's putrid. And I know that what the ballpark they play in, I'm totally aware of it, but that is putrid offense. Terrible, especially given all the money that they spent in the offseason to better the offense.
Yeah, it's just, a lot of guys are underachieving. Jorge Soler over the weekend, I think on Saturday night when he got the bomb in the 10th inning, Bomel dropped him down to 6th in the batting order. He hit 2nd to begin the year, and they keep dropping him. Patrick Bailey got off to a slow start, and Bailey got moved up. He's hitting actually 5th. Conforto and Lamont Wade Jr., the left-on-left guys, are just left on everybody. They need to play more. They've been your best hitters overall. Nick Ahmed has been really solid. Chapman had the one huge game, the second game of the year in San Diego when he got the Western Metal Supply Company for his second home run and drove in 6, but he's got a hole in his swing. You talk about, Iron Mike coming out, that's for him. And Mike Yastrzemski hit that high fastball. He can't hit a high fastball. He's swinging through it over and over and over again. I thought Jung-Hoo Lee going to Fenway would just Wade Boggs that wall all series. And he may.
He almost hit one out.
He
if it
took
was
one shot
night.
down the line. He got under a little bit. The wind was blowing in. He gets a lot of fly balls. I just thought, Wade Boggs just played, he played, wall ball. It was unbelievable. He just smacked it off the wall every single time. Whether you pitched him in, he'd go the other way, away, take it off the wall. And with Jung-Hoo Lee's speed, those balls off the wall, at least doubles. If they get misplayed out and left, it could be a triple. The one guy who's just having a really weird year is Wilmer. Wilmer, does he have a home run?
No home runs.
He had 23 last year. He's not hit a home run since September the 29th against the Dodgers last year. And it's odd, John, when he's in the starting lineup, he doesn't hit. When he comes in off the bench against relievers, or even when he's in the starting lineup and the starter's out of the game, he hits. The numbers are incredible. Going into the game last night, he was 4 for 31 versus the other team's starter, which is 129, 11 for 35 off relievers, which leads to, I heard Marty talking about this a couple of weekends ago, and Wilmer's just a good pinch hitter. You know, he's won games off the bench. You want him up in a big situation. The matchup you're trying to get all series with Wilmer is him up against the lefty out of the bullpen. But the other team knows that, and they're countering, and they're bringing in righties. So would you rather have, like, against a lefty, and they're not going to see a lefty today, but just in theory, would you rather have Lamont Wade Jr. start anyway, left on left, and just save Wilmer Flores more for not 3-4 at-bats a game, but one big pivotal at-bat in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, and specifically against a right-handed reliever?
Well, is he having trouble because he just doesn't get enough consistent at-bats, that he can't get into a rhythm?
No, he's great. He's the guy who just rolls out of bed and whack, whack, whack. He's not driving the ball. What's his slugging percentage?
Oh my God, it's terrible. I mean, we'll
but
finish
he's
this
clutch
up.
with the guys in
doubt.
in scoring
he always
position.
Has good at-bats.
You want Wilmer up with guys in scoring position.
We'll get into this, and again, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. The Giants a month into the season at 14-16. Bob Melvin used the term the other day, spotty. How would you term the first month of the season for the Giants? So I kind of put these into playing above average, average, below, and awful. And I guess if you're, again, a half-full person, the only guys I put as playing above average, Wade is playing above average. Ahmed, I didn't expect a lot out of, so I think he's above average, and I'm putting offense and defense in there. Wynn and Hicks have been above average. But average, I put Bailey.
How about Bailey? Wouldn't put Bailey above average?
I put Bailey as average only because defensively he's better, but at the beginning of the season he wasn't very good defensively. Now he is hitting. There's no question. So you could put him in above average.
He's been much better defensively. He's been much better. He got off to a slow start this year. He's been great.
I put Webb, Harrison, Duvall, Ty Fitzgerald, and Conforto in average, but here's below. And like, I like Jung-Hoo Lee a lot, but then you look at his numbers today. He's hitting .259 with a .665 OPS. Didn't you expect more for $113 million?
He's in a slump right now.
He's not hitting. Chapman, obviously.
I think you have to slow your roll on Jung-Hoo Lee. The league is going to adjust back and forth on this guy.
I mean, I like him.
And he does have enough hand-eye where he's shown the ability to adjust, but this is...
But again, maybe you take this as a positive because, again, they're 14-16, but Lee, Chapman, Flores, Yaz, Soler, the Rogers brothers, Estrada, they've all been below. And then awful-wise, I put into awful Murphy, Slater, Snell. And then you have the injuries with guys like Cabre, Tristan Beck, et cetera. But, I mean, most of their team, I think you would say, has played below their capabilities. I think that's a fair statement to say, and yet they're still 14-16.
I would separate the hitters from the pitchers. It's been different. The hitters just aren't performing. And the lineup has been spotty, which is why he's moving people around. You got to make sure your hot hitters are all bunched together. That's how you score runs, obviously, is getting 2-3 hits. Hitting a bomb would be nice every now and then. But, you got to come up with a couple of hits in a row. The other thing is they got to make a roster move today to get Dalton Jeffries on the roster. It will not involve the 40-man, but it will involve the 26-man roster. I assume it'll just be a pitcher for a pitcher. And maybe Sean Jelly goes back down after pitching last night, but they got to make a move to get Dalton Jeffries on the roster. And just keep an eye on what they do and how long they do it with Austin Slater.
All right, give us your thoughts. A lot of good terms coming in on the text line. Hit us up, 415-808-5627. We'll read some of those as well, 415-808-KNBR. Your term through the first month of the season, what do you think? Again, if you're half full, hey, you're 14-16, and a lot of these guys aren't performing, especially offensively. Give us your thoughts. And again, some injuries as well. Get some guys back. They could be better. Or you're just down on things because they're 14-16 and you see more struggles on the way. We'll continue the conversation. We'll flip it over to the Warriors in the NBA playoffs. Monty Poole is going to join us at 11:30, and more on the Giants from Boston. Dave Fleming is going to join us over your lunch hour at 12:30. Make sure you stay right there. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, if you're looking for a local fiduciary who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money related, then please call my good friend Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. For the past 3 decades, Greg has been helping people like you get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496-2300, or visit him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you are going to be able to live that retirement lifestyle that you always dreamed of. So call Greg now. Again, 866-496-2300, or online. You could also go to odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I think we're at the end. We're at the last dance part of it. Unless something like drastic happens where they could just remake it, like we're seeing the signs of the end. I don't think it's over. I still don't think it's over. But like this is the end, like the final chapter, so to speak. And depending on how this shapes out, like I could see them getting another title, or I could see them like going out like, hey, all right, we tried, it didn't work. But I still feel like there's a lot of meat on the bone. But like you said, there's just got to be like kind of this reiteration.
That's Marcus Thompson. We're going to talk some Warriors with Monty Poole at 11:30. Also, Steph said something interesting on TNT. We'll play that for you in about 15 minutes leading into Monty as well about how close the Warriors actually are. And we'll get into that whole conversation as we continue to watch the playoffs as well. By the way, somebody said the Giant season so far has been flaccid. Flaccid is the term, not spotty.
Not good.
But, yeah, flaccid. So what
impotent, you're saying?
Yeah, impotent, especially offensively. Yeah, that's fairly accurate. So anyway, there you go. So what do you make of what Marcus said right there in terms of saying that to answer the question of whether it's over? Because my whole thought on it, and I keep using Brady in this, when Brady left the Patriots, it was over. When Logan Ryan intercepted that pass and he was leaving, it was over. But until Steph is gone, to me, it's not over. Until Duncan left the Spurs, it's not over. By the way, what is Tim Duncan looking like nowadays? Anyway, you see that picture?
Changed a lot, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Anyway, whether you wanted to call it a technicality or what, until Steph leaves, I'm not calling anything over. Until Steph leaves.
Yeah, I mean, and Marcus literally wrote the book on dynasties in the NBA, and it's a terrific book, which I often reference, and it's the 10 teams that changed the NBA forever, and they had one, pillar throughout the whole run, like George Mikan, Bill Russell, Magic, Larry, Michael, Kobe, Tim, and Steph. But they changed, and the Warriors changed, obviously, from the HB team that won the first title in the 73-9 team to the KD team that dominated the league for the next 3 years and won 2, to the Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole, Kevon Looney team, which leads to Jordan Poole's gone. What are they going to do with Andrew Wiggins? We'll have Monty Poole join us at 11:30. And what do they do with Kevon? In all honesty, so the one thing is when they had their end of season pressers, both Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy Jr. Flat out said, we can't have a $400 million payroll. Steve said, if there's ever a time to throttle back, it would seem to be now. I think we need to make sure we're making sound decisions financially. They had the highest payroll in the history of the NBA. And you tell me, John, the Mets last year had a higher one. They've had one of the highest payrolls in the history of American sport. They can't do that anymore. Chris Paul is going to go bye-bye. He's going to go somewhere. They have to make a decision on his $30 million guaranteed deal by June 28th. Kevon is making $8 million. They can get him out after 3. They're going to make a call right around draft time for all this on June 24th. They don't have a 1 probably this year, but they will have ones from 25 to 29. And then we'll get into it with Monty. What do they do with Andrew Wiggins? And, he's got 3 years left on his deal at 84.7. But there's a major – the owner at midseason did say, we want to get under that second apron. I don't know if it's possible to get under the first one. I don't think it is. I don't know. But there's a huge advantage to being under the tax lines because you get to use the mid-level exception, which is $12.9 million, which will buy you a good player, or the biannual exception, the minimum level, is 4.7, which will buy you a guy. So, and then what do they do with Gary Payton II? They got to make a lot of moves. Monty had us all going on Monday about the Kevin Durant story. We'll find out if he's just thinking or if he's being told things. I just don't think Phoenix will move Kevin Durant. If they do get, a word from Matt Ishbia, their owner, and James Jones, and what do they do with the head coach, Frank Vogel? Maybe have to start with there. But if it is out there that Durant wants to go and Rich Kleiman gets that word out, then we'll see what happened. But he's not saying that now, and I would not think Phoenix would move Kevin Durant. And I don't know, I mean, if it's for Kevin Durant or something, Joel Embiid, and watching that guy play last night, what a warrior he is. He's a 76er. Man, I love to. He played with just about every ailment you could have, from the knee injury he had all year, and it was exacerbated when they came in, and Kuminga fell on his knee, and he was out months. Now he's got Bell's palsy, a temporary paralysis, the left side of his face, and then he wakes up yesterday morning with a migraine. Yeesh. How the hell did he play? And migraines. Terrell Davis had one of the Super Bowl and came off the field from Mike Shanahan, came back into the game. Normally they give you a lot of pills and knock you out for hours. They can inject something to get it over. He just looked loopy last night. His eyes were like rolling back in his head. He could hardly move, but he still was out there. He made a lot of bad plays, but he made a lot of good plays, and obviously Maxey was able to win the game. What a game that was inside the world's most famous arena. But so if you're in play to get one of these superstars like Joel Embiid, but you got to check the medical on him. What's exactly wrong with that knee? He's had a lot of injuries in his career. Durant's a different deal. What's going to happen with Paul George? Beyond those kind of guys, even Brandon Ingram, you'd look into. I don't know how you do all this and then do what Steve said and what Mike Dunleavy said and what the owner said, at the All-Star game, that they do want to get under, at least the second apron, if not both of them, which I'm not sure they can do both of them.
Well, Marcus said yesterday that by removing Paul's 30 and let's say Clay will take $20 million less, then they save $50 million, but they're not better. And my point yesterday was you can't do both. It's kind of like the double tide line of winning championships being young. Pulling back money, and once you've already spent it, like an Oklahoma City team is under. I understand that, but they haven't gone under or over and then are trying to get back. They have a bunch of young players that they haven't yet had to extend yet. That's totally different than a situation in which you've gotten old and your contracts have gotten bloated, and now you've got to try to reverse that. The horse is out of the barn, and now you got to try to get guys to take less and all these kind of things. That's going to be a really difficult thing to do. Here's how I categorize the Warriors right now. In the Western Conference, you have teams that are young and up and coming, and the problem for the Warriors is Oklahoma City's getting experience, Denver's getting more, Minnesota's getting more, Dallas is getting more. These teams that were younger and didn't have the experience, where that was the opportunity you could beat those teams, they're now getting experienced. I categorize them in the old guy category. Phoenix, the Lakers, the Warriors, the Clippers, those teams are all the same. Where are those guys? Where are the Warriors in the old guy category? They're probably ahead of the Suns and the Lakers, but behind the Clippers, because everybody keeps talking about Paul George. You think Steve Ballmer's going to open a brand new arena and not have Paul George in it? He's going to pay whatever Paul George wants. They're going to try to have the best players possible, and it's very difficult in LA, as we know, for the Clippers to make a blip anyway. They have Kawhi, they have Paul George. Nobody talks about the Clippers down there. So he's got a new arena. He's got to have as much star power as possible. So I don't think that Paul George is going anywhere. I think the only way, and you just talked about it, is that if somebody gets disgruntled and an Embiid or a Giannis or something like that, I don't see Kevin Durant coming here. I don't see Brandon Ingram alone making a big difference, because to get Brandon Ingram, he's not just coming here. Then it's Wiggins, and you've got to give up a young player. I don't know if that's Kuminga. You have to give away picks. I mean, all of a sudden, you're giving away something to get something. You're just not going to get an Ingram or whomever it is without giving something up. And then the same thing goes for even Embiid or a guy like Giannis. You and I often have this conversation. What are you giving up? Well, again, look at the teams around the league with youth and picks and things like that. It's like when the Clippers got Paul George, they had Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to give up. Who's that guy for the Warriors? Where are the picks for the Warriors? Well, all those kind of things that other teams can give up, I don't see the Warriors as being that way. The Warriors have tried to get those type of guys. They don't have the assets to get them. They have major problems, financial problems, assets to give up, lack of picks, all these things. I'm sorry to paint this picture, but it's going to be really difficult to pull this off. Can you get an Anthony Davis? I mean, but the Lakers had those assets to give to New Orleans to get an Anthony Davis. The Warriors don't seem to have that.
I know since Joe has taken over, he's talked boastfully. Look up at the arena, and there's one lonely, pennant up there, and we want to add more, and they have. They added 3 in 5 years, got a 4th in the 8th year, and it's incredible. It's the greatest run of a decade of basketball we've seen. But there are times to pull back. You're not all in every single off season, and based on what Steve is saying, And Steve signed up for this. He extended his contract. Now they're paying him. He's one of the highest paid coaches in the history of the NBA for as far as just coaching and not doing Dunleavy Jr.'s job. They're all on board with this. So we'll see. When Marcus was saying let Paul walk and, slash Clay in half, that was the first steps to clear money to go get someone. I don't know who they could get, to your point. I mean, the one thing is, this was, Durant, the best player on planet Earth at that time. When they went to the Hamptons and the Hamptons 5, the Warriors were Shangri-La. That was the place you wanted to go.
Yeah.
Do you really play with joy there? How does this work? None of you are fighting yet. You're all getting along. You share the ball. You pass it 300 times minimum of game, 350. You're just fun. I want to play like that. And that was the best player on earth, wanted to go play with those guys. Now, Steph's always going to be a draw, but not the same degree. And, do you want to be Draymond's teammate?
That's a great
not
question.
Clay anymore. I mean, I don't know. Paul George is from L.A. He's the one that bolted the Pacers, went to Oklahoma City for a year, and eventually went home. So did Kawhi. Now, Kawhi's got physical problems. That guy just can't play. So I don't know what they do. And then keep an eye on Bob Myers and what Bob does. Does Bob keep doing what he's doing and dabbling in broadcasting and learning the NFL in the draft room all weekend with Washington? I mean, if Philadelphia loses, do they fire Daryl Morey and hire Bob to come in? That's the same owner, the guy that hired him to run the football team, or not run the football team.
That's a great point.
Consult on the football team. Why don't you run my basketball team,
right,
Bob, and I get rid of analytics Morey? I don't know. Daryl's well respected. That would be amazing if he took Morey's job. Or if he goes to the Clippers, what does he do there? He's got a great relationship with Durant. They're tight. I mean, through it all, Kevin Durant and Bob State, he's just that guy. He's connected with Kleiman and Durant. So I don't know, but Joe could try to do something big and somebody could shake loose. But I honestly think this is a year to pull back a little bit, try to get your financial house in order. I mean, could you imagine, John? What if they just cut the payroll from $400 million to $200 million? You save $200 million. You know how much money that is?
But they still can't go out and sign anybody. That's the craziness of it. But I'm just explaining to the listener that they can cut that much.
We're going to save $200 million on payroll. Are you
believe me,
kidding me?
if he did that, and I've said this numerous times throughout the season, you're not going to pay these kind of overages and taxes for a 10th place team that didn't make the playoffs. It doesn't make sense. And Steve has said it. You and I have said it all season long.
You're still going to pay some of them, but not
you have
that ridiculous amount. $200 million you'll save.
But so people understand, even if they got down that low, they still don't have cap space. So it's not like if you had a free agent, like Paul George is going to be a free agent. The Clippers own his bird right, so they can pay him more. But it's not like you could then go out and say, we're going to pay Paul George. Like, to me, the more logical situation for Paul is, just because this is the way his contract works, you can't exceed the $30 million. But if they wanted to get a $15 million player because it's a contract that's not guaranteed, they could go out and trade Paul for a $15 million player. I can't believe, because this goes back to even Durant going to Brooklyn, the reason why they took D'Angelo Russell was as a placeholder. That money, they didn't want D'Angelo Russell. They wanted the money as a placeholder because they were so far over the cap. If for Chris Paul,
and they knew they could flip him for Andrew Wiggins.
But if Chris Paul if they just say whack and they just cut the $30 million, they can't go out and sign a guy for that. So I think what they may do with Paul is, okay, it's 30, but can we use 10 or 15 of it? And then we save that. Okay, then we save Clay. Then we try to move Wiggins. I think they're going to save money. But when you are still trying to win with Steph Curry, can you really afford to just cut $30 million off your payroll and Chris Paul and get nothing, no assets in return? Because I don't know how else.
Can you afford not to?
No, I agree with you.
The question is, let's save $200 million would be my vote.
If he walks out the door, then there's no placeholder there, Chris Paul. Then there's no placeholder there at all, and you get nothing. So you cut this money back, and that's fine, and that's his prerogative, and I think he should do it, being in 10th place with no playoffs. But then you're still in the situation where you can't go out and replace that. You can't go out and get better. So if Paul leaves and Clay comes back at a real low number, that's tremendous for the bean counters in your building. But your basketball team's not better.
The bean counter's an owner. Joe has floated a $400 million payroll. Are you out of your mind?
No, I'm just saying, but you're not better.
We get the payroll down to 2. I understand the basketball. Make the guys better. Pajemski, get better. He's got to get better. Trace Jackson-Davis get better. Kuminga get better. McWiggins would be the one guy you'd shop and see what you can get back. But I think, come on, they had a $400 million payroll where the tax line's 170 or somewhere around that. Can we just get it down where the rest of the league is at $200 million and save $200 million?
That's good.
I'm sure Brandon Schneider's voting for that. Where's Rick Welts?
Yeah, I'm
Rick,
sure
you want
the
to cut the
business
payroll
guys
in half?
are.
Let's do that. Damn, that's ridiculous.
I'm sure the business guys are, and I'm not
I'm sure
disagreeing
the owner
with them.
is. The owner guy's the business guy.
But
He's
I'm
an owner
saying,
too. He's
but I'm
already said it.
saying, then
Plus, there's punitive damages for
yeah,
being
I
over.
agree with you. And
The
they're
rules
they're
have changed.
they're getting
Go
tougher
get-
and tougher.
Go get the mid-level at
Yeah.
13-9 or whatever.
Okay.
Go get that player.
So then, okay, that's the business side, and I agree with you. Okay, let's go to the basketball side. How are you better? And how are you going to get better?
Internal
'Cause
development. Get better. Internal development. The young guys got to get better. That's how they get better. That's how the Spurs
But
won
they're
after
getting-
Tim
okay,
Age.
those young guys
All of
are
a sudden,
getting better.
Kawhi Leonard became the
Yeah.
claw.
Okay.
He wasn't the claw before. We traded
But-
George Hill to get him.
But
That's
Clay,
how it works in sports.
But Clay and
will
Draymond and
embrace the
Curry are
role
getting
off the
no,
bench.
but they're
Clay
getting
will
worse.
embrace-
So
Clay was fine this year.
What's happening is okay, you got some guys ascending. This is the difference between, because you and I had this conversation many times back in the day when Joe Lacob was saying, "Oh, I'd love, again, a younger Dwight Howard, or hey, maybe we can get DeAndre Jordan or somebody like that." We kept saying continuity, and that made sense because Draymond and Clay and Curry were ascending and Harris Barnes were ascending. Let's just be patient, let this team grow. But they can't do that anymore because while some of the guys could get better, the younger guys, the older guys are getting older and worse and less consistent. So that's where their problem lies. They've got to find some guys, and I don't know how they're going to do it because they're going to cut finances and still won't be able to sign big-name guys. How are they going to get better when half your roster is getting worse because they're getting older?
Steph, Clay, and Dre weren't great immediately. They got better. As for Draymond, wasn't even a starter. He had to develop. He had to get into a better body. Harrison Barnes was pretty damn good right away. And he got better, though. They'll all get better. Trace Jackson-Davis, Braden Pajemski, Moses Moody, and the big guys, Kuminga. You've got to internally develop those guys and then just try to get the payroll. The bottom line is Joey Lightyears, and we love Joe. I mean, he's like no other owner. He's different than Al. He's different than Eddie. He's just, but he's got a lot of that in him. He also knows the game. And you're not one. Give me anyone. If you even put, and you know how much I love Kevin Durant. You take Kevin Durant and just put him on the Warriors roster as is. Are they going to win the NBA championship with that group? I don't know. Am I going to pay $400 million to find out? I don't know. So there are years that you're going for it, and there are years, Joey, light years, where your team is light years away. You're not one player away. I mean, when you look at the teams in your own division, where do you rank? You look at the teams in Northern California, where do you rank? You got to be honest with yourself. And I think if they had gotten into an actual series with Sacramento, they could have come back. But these other teams are they're loaded. I mean, Denver's Denver, and you got Oklahoma City and Minnesota. We'll see what the Clippers and Dallas do. But all these other teams that have, owners that are looking to do what you're doing, Ballmer and Ishbia, and obviously the guy in Dallas, Cuban.
Yeah, he's still in charge.
He's still going to be managing partner of that team. He's selling the club, but he's still going to run it. These guys, they're just not going to give up. And then Houston's, they got hurt this year. They're going to be a lot better. What is Pop up to in San Antonio exactly
they need
around
a vet.
Victor
They get a vet.
Wembanyama?
They could be scary.
How quickly can they make the ascension?
They could be like Oklahoma City. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to have the best record in the West next year, but Victor Wembanyama, the second half of the season, was one of the best players in the game.
He's got to figure out how to win games and not just stat stuff. He's got to figure out how to make winning plays. But Pop will teach him. But they need veterans around him. That's the team you look at. If I'm a veteran and you want to get coached by Pop and play with that guy, that's the kind of veteran move you make in San Antonio.
Bob and Lund, sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Money Pool at the bottom of the hour. Something Steph said interesting on TNT. We'll get to that coming up next. Pop and Lund on your hump day only here on the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Marcus Thompson from The Athletic joined Pop and I yesterday to discuss how the Warriors can get back into the playoff mix next season. Check out that podcast and more. The KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. And even though you're past due a couple of weeks on your taxes, there's lots you can do. So, Steve, if they haven't filed their taxes, the people, if they don't know what to do, what can they do? What can you help them do?
Call us. Today is May. So a lot of people say, oh, April 15th in the rearview mirror now, and forget about taxes. The IRS is not forgetting about you if you owe them money or you haven't filed the returns or both. But don't act like a fugitive waiting for the police to come knock on your door. Don't wait for that IRS agent to come knock on your door. Talk to us. You have so many good options. You have so many rights. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. Talk to us. Let us tell you all the things that can be done. And then if you want to, we can go ahead and do them for you so you don't have to deal with the government. And you may find, like so many of the listeners, that you have an easy fix and it's all behind you. All you have to do is call for the free consultation. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone.
Call right now. I like that Steve referenced The Fugitive, Harrison Ford, very underrated movie, the one-armed guy. You don't want to be a fugitive. Call 888-TAX-DEALER. That's 888-TAX-DEALER. Simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund. We will talk to our good friend Monte Poole will join us. We just discussed it all. What are the Warriors to do? And as you watch the playoffs, it doesn't give you great hope. As you see Oklahoma City do what they've done, Minnesota, some of these younger teams in the Western Conference getting that experience, it is going to be tough. So Monte's going to join us at 11:30. Get back to some Giants talk at 12:30. And remember, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text on any of these topics. Wide open. Call in line as well, 415-885-627, 415-808 KNBR. Let's play this. Now, I don't know. Maybe Steph is obligated to say this. Maybe he's not. But here is Steph on TNT last night. And he said he thinks the Warriors are actually close.
I mean, the sad part was just missing 3 wins to get out of the play-in and have yourself in a playoff series where – even like a game like Sacramento in the play-in tournament we had, you're looking at, okay, we're down 1, and can find a way to game plan to try to get back in the series. Obviously, early in the year, we had a lot of missteps and some absences, but you do realize like we're not that far off, even having tried to stay at this level and at this peak for so long. There's going to be some tweaks. We know, like when you lose, you have to look yourself in the mirror and say, what can we do to get better? What holes can we fill? And thankfully, we have some time to figure that out. So, a lot of conversations with upstairs, with Coach Kerr to try to figure out how to get back to the level that we expect. I didn't answer anything specifically about what we need, but we're going to figure that out over this summer.
All right, again, I expect Steph to have that kind of an opinion or attitude to think, hey, we are that close. But I just kind of talked about it, and he made it sound simplistic there, but it is not. But I don't know that I would term them close. What do you think?
Steph is above all of his magnanimous personality and incredible basketball ability and everything he's done for the Bay Area and the league and the world at large. I mean, he is just an exemplary human being in every category. I think, one thing we don't talk about enough is he's a killer. He is an incredible competitor. He's back in the gym now with Brandon Payne. He's got a long off season. He's getting ready for Team USA and the Galaxy of Stars. Steph just does not take shortcuts, and he's a great teammate. He's played with guys that have challenged him. As far as them being teammates, Steph's been nothing but a great teammate. He's always going to have the back of his roster. Even in the last game, he thought they could beat Sacramento. That's just the way he is. So he's not he knows a lot about basketball, and you sit down and talk to him quietly. When he does a public interview like this, he's going to say, yeah. But I do believe he thinks that. I think he looks at this team more like the 27-12 team that closed the year when they got Draymond back and Wiggins started the two-way wigs it, and they got other pieces around, Kuminga fit, and just everything. The young guys started to take on roles. Gary Payton II came back. I think he thinks they're closer to that team, the 27-12 team that closed the year, than the 19-24 year that Draymond got kicked out of games, suspended for 5 games indefinitely. What's wrong with Andrew Wiggins? Where's Clay? It took Clay a long time, really the first half of the year and beyond, coming out of the All-Star break to figure out his role. He embraced the role. So I truly believe he sees that. But 82 games is hard. You're playing 4 games a week. You're playing back-to-backs. You're older. You went to the finals 5 straight years, an 8 years stretch there. You won 4 titles. It's just 6 times in 8 years. These guys they have a lot of tread. So to say we can be that 27-12 team over 82, that's not realistic. How many can you truly be at your peak? You want to peak at the end of the year, but they box themselves in where one bad night on the road, one bad shooting night, and you're out. You're not even in the playoffs. You're in a play-in. So I think he embraces that they have to make changes, but I think by and large, if you went through the guys on the roster, Steph Curry's a great teammate. He loves Pajemski. He loves Trace Jackson Davis. He loves Clay. He loves Draymond. He's just a great teammate, and he's a killer. So he's going to want to try to bring the group together. We're going to be joined by Monty Poole coming up in a little bit, and I want to go back to a quote Steph had a couple of years ago about reacquiring Kevin Durant. And it was, hell yeah. My thing was, you can never not think about that. Even Draymond Green said it. I know Joe, probably the biggest moment he said as the owner was getting Durant to come here. And the crossroads after, Clay tore the ACL and Durant tore the Achilles and wanted to go to Brooklyn. How do you reinvent yourself? They really had to spin. So I think there's some movement in the organization. The one guy, and we'll ask Monty, again, that, you got to get a word from Rich Kleiman that Durant wants to come back, that you can really talk James Jones, the Phoenix GM, and Matt Ishbia, their outspoken, wealthy owner, to trade him. I don't think he's going to do that, but Durant says, I want to go, and I want to go there. Now, if you're Phoenix, you're going to send him to the Warriors? Yeesh, I'm not sure I'd do that. I wouldn't do it at all, but if they all
send me back.
Yes,
I mean, that's. I think they're going to do it for whatever's the best package.
I don't think they trade Kevin Durant personally, but that's just, I don't know. I haven't asked Kevin Durant about it. We'll see. But the bottom line would be, and I asked Bob, I think the time to do this, and these quotes we're talking about were from 2022 when they just won the championship and Andrew Wiggins just locked up Luka and Jason Tatum, and before that, Ja, and he was scoring 20 a game. And Jordan Poole was balling out. You got to give him a contract extension. You're the NBA champions again. Wow. And I'll never forget that June 30th, 2022 summer morning, John. You and I are in the middle of a show. I'm about ready to take a couple of weeks off, and we get the alert, Kevin Durant demands to be traded from Brooklyn. Whoa. What do we do? And then is he going to go to Phoenix? Who's going to get him? Would Miami get him? Would Boston get him? That was the opportunity to go get Kevin Durant, and they didn't do it. And I asked Bob Myers just the other day, could you have gotten him after he won the title in 22? And he said, long story, no, not at that time. So why was it nixed? Did Joe ultimately say, I can't give up Wiggins, I can't give up Poole? We just won with those guys. I'm going to go back to Durant after the way it ended? Or was it Steve Kerr? You keep referencing Steve saying that was that last year of Durant. And I think they win the championship that year if Durant doesn't hurt the calf to start against Houston in Game 5, jumping up, going up for that baseline jumper, and then ultimately down, comes back, tears the Achilles, Clay the ACL, you lost. There's no doubt they win if Durant doesn't hurt the calf against Houston in Game 5. But that was a hard year. That was a lot of Steve was not having fun for a lot of that year. So now Steve is re-signed, so Steph would say yes, Draymond would say yes, the owner, they all say, you got to get Ishbia, Kleiman, and Phoenix to say yes, but would Steve Kerr embrace bringing Kevin Durant back?
All right, let's talk to Monty Poole about everything. We can discuss that, plus everything else in the offseason as well, and what we've learned from some of these playoff teams. And is Steph accurate when he says they're close? I don't think so. What does Monty think? We'll get into it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa and John Lund are back. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us. Bob and Lund, complicated offseason for the Warriors. Going to try to cut cost and get better. Can they do it? Kevin Durant's name is out there watching the playoffs. What is that telling us? Steph Curry on TNT said last night, we're close. Is that true? Or is he just being overly optimistic? Let's start the conversation. We're going to have this many times throughout the offseason for the Warriors. Nobody better than an authority on the Warriors. Our friend Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure that you're following throughout the offseason. Joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm okay. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're hanging in. How, you recovering from the season a little bit?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. It feels strange to be in April and there's no basketball, that hasn't happened in a long time. So it's a different feel, definitely a different vibe.
Yeah, we're used to going to Father's Day and beyond with parades. And last year it was Mother's Day weekend, and we're like, what are we going to do with our time? And now it's like tax weekend. Wow, we were already free in mid-April. So it has been fun watching the NBA playoffs. Fun's kind of an interesting word when you look at the powers in the West and what OKC and Minnesota are doing, and obviously Denver. But, watching Phoenix go out the way they did, and Durant's still playing well, but just not be enough. And then we were wondering, well, we always wonder, we want, get Kevin Durant back here. First of all, you wrote a story on Monday that got us excited, that it may not be that far away. You know how I am with KD, Monty. I love that guy.
Yeah.
So, but the first thing is he has to be available. And you cited in your story the Athletics saying KD's uncomfortable in his role in Phoenix, and it is a lot of Devin Booker as the primary ball handler, and Durant has to play off the ball, and they put him in a corner a lot and above the break. It's different than playing with Steph and Clay in ball movement. So the first thing is, will Durant via Rich Kleiman, do you think, knowing him the way you know him, make him available? And then is there any way Matt Ishbia and the Phoenix Suns actually move him?
Yeah, that's the big question. I mean, Ishbia came in, obviously, very aggressive, shot for the moon from the jump, okay, we want Kevin Durant, let's go get him. We want Bradley Beal, let's go get him. He made it clear that, he's in it to win it. And unfortunately for him, that concoction did not work out. Now, the question is, what is he willing to do now? Does he want to run it back with the same trio? Or does he feel like, okay, this didn't work, a first-round ouster, not only a first-round ouster, but a sweep in the first round. Maybe I need to sort of relook at this and take another examination as to how we want to proceed. And if that's the case, that opens the door because, Kevin's not a guy who's afraid to move. He's never been that guy that, well, no, I don't want to go. He's always been open to the possibility of going someplace else, especially if he thought it would benefit him in the way he wants to run his basketball career. And so you look over his last, what's it been, 18 years he's been in the league almost, and you say, well, he's been at Oklahoma City, then Golden State, Brooklyn, Phoenix. He's open to the possibility, and as you know, Steph is open to the possibility. He'll welcome it. Draymond says, hey, you know what? If KD is available, how can we not look at that? So the question is, that's the biggest question. And the question is not whether the Warriors would be interested. The question is whether the Suns will be willing to make a move. And that's the one that I'm sure is being discussed in Phoenix because if you're the Matt Ishbia, I think you are, you're not at all pleased with what just happened, and you want to do something. The question is what?
And if you look at the big three, maybe I'm not making sense here, but Beal can't be traded. He's got a total known trade. And you're not going to trade Booker. He's 27, so you're going to try to keep him. So, and like you said, Durant's been the one who has said, you know what, I don't want to be here anymore. So I could see it. My biggest question with the Warriors is, it's the question always with the Warriors is, what do they have to give up and how attractive is their package versus a team like, let's say, Oklahoma City. Hey, come home. We've got a young team. We need a vet, or whomever it is across the league. Miami's been mentioned. If Durant is available, can the Warriors put together the best package?
That can be arranged. I mean, they have to avoid the second apron, and I believe they will cut salary. Now, it would begin with Wiggins and Kuminga. It has to start there. I mean, they can't trade Chris Paul because his contract is not guaranteed. If they decide to guarantee his contract, then they can trade him. So that's a decision that the Warriors are trying to figure out. But, yeah, it starts with Kuminga and Wiggins because you're not going to get Kevin Durant for Andrew Wiggins and just spare parts. You know, you got to give them somebody that they believe in can be a part of where they're going. And J.K. is only 21 years old. And this year, he took a pretty good leap. You know, he went from being a guy who was barely in the rotation and sometimes not to a guy who was starting games and being productive and effective. So I think any team that's looking at the Warriors for trade possibilities, yeah, they might take Wiggins, sure, but they're going to want something more than that. And if you're looking at Kevin Durant and hoping to get something done there, you got to give him more than Wiggins. And Kuminga, that would be just the start. So I think the Warriors will be open to that. I think they're looking at this and saying any move they make this summer, any move or moves they make this summer have to be aligned with trying to squeeze the most possible, I guess, of what's left of Steph's career. You know, his window isn't closed, but they know that it's closing, and they know that they have 1 year, maybe two, to try and get something out of it. And so it's too late now for the Warriors to say, you know what, we're going to start over again. You're not going to do that. But if they look around the league and say, who better to add to this team to play with Steph next season than KD if he's available? I mean, they already know they can play together. They enjoy playing with each other. I mean, I used to watch those guys after practice, man. I mean, it was competitive, but it was like there was a joy in the competition of the post-practice shooting they would go through, you know, around the ring, around the arc and stuff. And it was great to watch those two guys, artists of the game, doing their thing together and enjoying every minute of it. So don't get it twisted. I mean, KD didn't leave because he didn't like Steph. You know, those guys are good. And so it's a matter then of again, whether the Suns are willing to make a move with KD, which is always possible. And of course, the Warriors would be, you know, they would run to Phoenix if that door opens.
And this came up, obviously, a couple of years ago when Durant demanded the trade from Brooklyn in June of 22 after the Warriors won the NBA championship. And the quotes, and you've got them in your story from Steph Curry about the possibility of Kevin Durant coming back. Hell yeah. My thing was you could never not think about that. Draymond's on board. You know, the owner never wanted them to leave. How does the head coach, though, feel? Have you ever either directly or off the record asked Steve Kerr about the possibility at that time or just everything you know being around the team? Would Steve Kerr be on board with reacquiring KD, Monty?
I believe he would be. I mean, look, I understand, you know, KD's last year with the Warriors was tough in a lot of ways. And, you know, there was a little bit of discord there between Steve and KD, but not just Steve. KD had discord with a lot of people there at that time. You know, he just wasn't in a good place, and it started with Draymond. That was a big part of it. Draymond kept bringing up the possibility of him leaving, and then, of course, that blow up in L.A. back in November of that year, 2018. So, but Steve has worked with KD since, you know, international play, you know, as an assistant coach, and this year he's going to work with him as a head coach. So when they go to Vegas in July to start their training camp, Steve will be there, Steph will be there, Kevin will be there, LeBron will be there. And don't think that there won't be conversations all over the place about possibilities of what can happen down the road. And if you're Steph, you know, don't think he wouldn't be, let's just say, a wily recruiter, you know. So these are all things that you're looking at, and that's why this summer was going to be interesting for the Warriors no matter how they looked at it. But now it's that much more interesting because, like you said, Joe Lacob is always, you know, when KD left, he was stunned because he couldn't understand why he would leave. And he wasn't alone in that regard, but he was vocal about it. He said, I don't get it. I don't understand. This is great for him. And if you're looking at what Kevin has done since then, he has not been in a situation nearly as good as the one he was in with the Warriors. So I can't believe that he wouldn't consider that. You know, yeah, to him it might be like, well, do I want to go back? But I don't think it's exactly going back because it's a different situation now. The Warriors are a 10 seed. You know, you're not coming to a team that just mollywopped the NBA like he did 7 years ago. So 8 years ago. So it's a little bit different now, and I'm curious to see, you know, how it plays out because I do think that KD is in play. I think he will be in play because basically, like we're saying, that's the Suns' best option to do anything if they do anything at all. And I just don't know if Matt Ishbia is the kind of guy that says, you know what, guys? Yeah, that first round sweep, we'll get over that. We'll come back next year and go get him.
But does he want to trade Durant to Joe Lacob, Monty? Would Ishbia do that?
I think it's about best return. That's what teams do nowadays.
That's what it is. It is.
Best
it
return.
Is. It's that you're looking at what you can get. What can you get for Kevin if you decide to move him? And if the Warriors have to offer a package that they like, I mean, I don't think that would prevent him. I don't think that would prevent him. It's not like he's going to decide where he's not going to trade Kevin to the Chicago Bulls, the Detroit Pistons. You know, he's not going to do that. And I mean, I think there's too much respect for Kevin to do that. You know, and so whatever decision is made, and I would say KD's chance of being on the Suns next season is probably 50-50. And they haven't decided what to do with Frank Vogel. And obviously that's one of the issues that's still in play. And that could be determined in the next hours or days. So there's still some balls in the air. But the Warriors are like knocking on the door to see if they can get in the room and make something happen. Because they believe if they get in the room, they can get it done. They did it once before, the Hamptons, you know. And they believe they can do it again, even though the recruiting group won't be the same. They still have a pretty good pitch.
Monty Poole is joining us. We're talking Warriors offseason, of course, right in the middle of the NBA playoffs. Just as a general thought, we were talking to Marcus Thompson about this yesterday. So let's just say, like you said, that Paul's contract is gone. There's $30 million gone, and something in the range of giving Clay, I know he's not going to love it, but like a $20 million haircut per season. So you're saving around $50 million. Can you save money? We talk about these two timelines all the time. Okay, you can't be young and old and win. Can you cut money and get better? Can they do both in an offseason?
I think that's going to be tough. That really is. And realistically speaking, because, you know, we've seen and the Warriors, they knew when the season ended that, okay, they have to get better. And they knew that they were falling behind the curve a little bit. But now I think the first, 11 days of these playoffs, man, when you watch the Thunder just cruise through with a sweep and you watch the Timberwolves do a sweep, you now know, okay, yeah, we got to get better. Now you're thinking, my goodness, these, the old NBA way of doing things was that teams that were kind of new to the power group needed a couple of years to get going. They get to the playoffs and they may get knocked out early and come back the next year and the next year. Well, when you watch the Timberwolves or the Thunder, are you seeing two teams that don't look ready? And so if you're Mike Dunleavy and you're Joe Lacob, you're like, okay, we may have to do something dramatic to get back in the hunt here, because the young teams, maybe something will happen to them down the road, because obviously both Minnesota and OKC can't make the finals. But when you watch them play, you're seeing that there's a gap there. The Warriors were 1-7 against those two teams this year in the regular season. They couldn't beat either one of them, really. And Minnesota swept them. And so you're looking at how far are you behind the curve? You knew you were behind 2 weeks ago, but now you're watching these teams go out there and do what they've done, and you're saying, oh, we may be a little further behind than we thought. And that's without even bringing Denver into the equation. So it's going to be really interesting. Can you cut salary and get better? I think you can, but will it be good enough? That's the question.
Hey, the competition this offseason is going to be insane. I mean, you mentioned those teams, Denver and Oklahoma City and Minnesota, that are at the top of the West, but then you got the rich owners that are battling it out. Dallas and the Clippers, Cuban against Ballmer. You got Ishbia out, and you got New York in the East Coast. What happens with them? And Philadelphia. Bob Myers is working with Josh Harris's football team. I wonder if he'd ever hire him to replace Daryl Morey to run, his basketball team, which is the Sixers. And then you got Miami there. So, I mean, realistically, and, Durant's a different deal, obviously, and some of these other players are, Monty, but there's going to be a lot of rich owners that haven't won like Joe that are going to still spend a lot of money. We're talking about, the Warriors slashing salary. Are we talking about trying to take it down from $400 million with the luxury tax penalties to somewhere around $200 and trying to get $200 million off the payroll that much?
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't quite see how that happens without doing something really dramatic and maybe surprising, even shocking. But like you mentioned, those teams that are going to be out there willing to spend. Well, and the other part of the equation is that and Mike Dunleavy admitted this during his postseason press conference. Hey, we don't think that teams like the Memphis Grizzlies, the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs are going to get worse. You know, they didn't make the play-in. Memphis, if they're healthy next year, okay, you got to put them back in the mix. The Spurs, I mean, with Victor, how long will it take for Pop and Victor to get that thing rolling into a playoff caliber team? And, of course, the Houston Rockets were like, what? How close were they to the Warriors in the last week of the season? You know? So these are all.
And their center got hurt. When they get healthy, they're going to be good.
Yeah. So the Western Conference is going to be a jungle. And the Warriors finished 10th this year, and some of the teams that were behind them are sneaking up on them. So it's going to be just tough to cut that much salary and still be competitive in the West. And I think we all know that Joe Lacob is not going to stand for not being competitive. He's going to do all he can to be competitive. And that means that, yeah, he's going to have to still spend some money. He'll still have to overspend a little bit, but he won't. I don't think it's wild. He won't overspend as wildly as he did this season. So, and again, you know, you want to avoid that second apron, which is what I think that's their number one goal in terms of financial, because that thing is nasty. I mean, you get there and you're basically handcuffed.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Really good. Monty, I know we'll talk to you throughout the offseason, but thank you so much. We appreciate the insight. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, boys. Take care.
Take care, man. There is Monty
what
Poole.
has he done to me, John? Just when I thought I was out,
no, that's
they pulled me back in.
That is
Let's
your
go
obsession.
get KD.
That's going to be your
It's on
off-season
HBO.
obsession.
He never should have left the Warriors. Bring him back. Bring him home.
Well, I am with him in that if you look at the three, and look, who knows? Maybe he's just going to say, you know what? I'm going to be that patient owner. We're going to add. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. It's just that among again, as I categorize the old guy teams in the Western Conference, they've got a ton of work to do, and their situation is tough because that's all they have. They have those three guys. They have the big softy, right? They have Grayson Allen.
Who got hurt.
But that
was a big part of their demise.
They need role players. I mean, what the Warriors have, they need. Like, they've got the big three. Now, they got to stay healthy.
They've got Royce O'Neal.
Royce O'Neal's a free agent. I mean, is he going to sign him back? I mean, he made $18 million. Is he going to, go over the number
Eric
and
Gordon,
sign him?
Josh Okogie are good defenders. They got to get Manute's son going.
They don't have enough. They have to me, they have the big three and not enough role players and not enough bench players. And they didn't stay healthy enough. But if he does say, you know what, we need to make a move, he can't trade Beal, and he's not going to trade
Booker. You can
Booker.
ask Beal to waive his no-trade clause. You just have him amend the contract. Sure you can.
Best of luck. Where are you sending him? It's 100% on him.
I would not trade Booker, and I would not trade Durant.
Well, not trade Booker.
Those are non-starters.
Yeah, he ain't trading. Booker's 27. Like, he'd be crazy.
If I'm him, I'm not trading Durant. But if he's trading Durant, then I'm back in. When I hear Rich Kleiman has asked Matt HBA for
Wouldn't
a trade.
surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all if he decided, I'm done here, and then wanted to move. And then it goes to the question of what we were just saying with Monty. Can you put together the best package? And that's where I start going, Because he just mentioned there's Western Conference teams who need a veteran, San Antonio, Oklahoma City. Like these young teams, wouldn't that intrigue? Well, I don't know Kevin Durant, but I'm just speculating. Wouldn't that intrigue you more to be that veteran guy on that team rather than come back here? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe
you
wants
trade
to
him to the East, Miami or Philly.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Or maybe the Knicks. The Knicks could be all in on him. Let's see what they do.
All right, 415-808-5627. You've heard us talk to yesterday with our good friend Marcus Thompson. Just heard Monty Poole. The offseason for the Warriors complicated. What do you think? 415-808-5627. 415-808. KNBR. We get some baseball stuff on the Giants that we'll hit up ahead of Dave Fleming at 12:30, including a huge national story yesterday. We'll get into it. Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, and imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Yes, Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home into equity, turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home, and you can use that money to pay off all of your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. As you know, your home value is going way, way up right now. You can use that money to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So call now at 415-808-5721, 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So you almost wonder if an injury like this, guys, forces Mike Trout to ask himself the difficult questions that he may not have wanted to fully consider to this point. Those being, not only am I going to be with a dead-end franchise for the rest of my career, but the way that my body operates right now and the difficulty I've had staying healthy, does that mean I might not play as long as I thought that I would have? And if that's the case, does that mean that there's even more urgency for me to go to a team that's a playoff contender?
Mike Trout, now 32 years old. Man, time flies. Trout, like a comet when he was 19. But as Jeff Passages points out, he's got a torn meniscus. He's going to be out for a while. Is Mike Trout, and I don't know if people saw this, but he's pretty emotional about it, and he's always stayed steadfast. He's going to stay with the Angels, but clearly after they lose Ohtani, they're not very good. They've had opportunities to potentially trade him. There was one opportunity when the Cubs were kind of at their height, and there was a little bit of a discussion that some of those young players that they had at the time, the Bryants and Javi Baez and Rizzo and everything like that, that maybe they had enough talent to go get Mike Trout. But one of the strangest careers ever, because Mike Trout doesn't want the spotlight at all. I wouldn't consider him the best player in baseball anymore, but he's still really good when he's healthy. Team's terrible. He's got 10 home runs, but only 14 RBIs. Nobody gets in ahead of him. So I don't know how he's going to be remembered. I don't know if when he gets healthy, the Angels finally say, you know what, it's time to see what we can get from Mike Trout. I don't know if Mike Trout eventually just says, I'd like to play somewhere where we could actually get into the playoffs. Just a really strange career so far for Mike Trout, one of the best of all time, and now he's got a torn meniscus and he's out for a while. What happens here?
He was the closest thing to Mickey Mantle. And they compared him to Mays and other powerful center fielders. But the way, and Mickey was a switch hitter and hit left-handed, but also powerful right-handed. But when he was young, just the combination of five-tool ability, power and speed and throw, and just the way he got in the box, and it just sounded different. He was that great of a player, Mike Trout, and he came up, he was, like the great ones, like Mickey and Ken Griffey Jr. He came up as a kid. He was 19 years of age when he first, came in, and he just dominated. Virtually came up at the end of 2011, and in 12 he just started dominating. Stealing bases and his center field play. He was just built differently and just such a powerful player, and he had relatively good health. Early in his career, from 12 through 16, he played just about every day. And then the injury started to take a toll on him. And a lot of it is just, getting hit by pitches, or he had the Canseco twins injury last year, the hamate bone. But this one's the knees, and it's different. So we'll see how long he's out. And when he does come back, then you have to have a conversation with him, in his early 30s about, there's a DH, universal DH in baseball. Should he play more as a DH and not, or maybe even move him off center, put him more in a corner outfield position? I don't know. I mean, Mickey played through a lot of injuries and got hurt right away, chasing a fly ball down against Willie Mays in the 51 series with DiMaggio, and he never ran the same. Trout had good health, and now at the end of his career, or middle of his career, I think he'll play a while. And I don't know what they do with him. There was in the back of my mind, John, just seeing how big of a Philadelphia Eagles football fan he is, and being from that area, you always thought that the Phillies are going to make a play for him at some point, and they just haven't. And I don't know if they're going to do it now. But he, do they have the room in their payroll for a guy like him, or would they have to give up? And let's see where he heals. But it's just a bad situation. The postseason. This is where Mickey Mantle and great players. Mays went through his San Francisco years and just played in the one, the 62 World Series, obviously, and then in 71 against the Pirates. But he didn't make the playoffs. He kept finishing a close second. And Trout, it's not even a close second a lot of years, but the lack of the stage of October for him has been tough, because he hasn't been, he's been at times baseball's best player. That 5-year stretch from 12 to 16, he was baseball's best player, but he didn't have the postseason stage to exhibit his talent. So and he got really emotional. He doesn't even know how he did it. the night before, he didn't know what part of the game, the third or fourth inning, something started to feel wrong, and those are the ones that are always the scariest. So, he's had to battle through injury the last couple of years. You just hope at some point, like those 5 years from 12 to 16, he'll be able to get full health and return to being the dominant player. But to me, when I watched him play, he was Mickey Mantle.
Yeah. Well, I mean, since 2019, he played 134 in 2019. And then 53, then the shortened season, but then 119, and last year 82, and then this year 29. And I got to believe he's frustrated because, again, 10 home runs but only 14 RBIs. Nobody's getting on ahead of him. And now all of a sudden you look up and Mike Trout, who came up when he was 19 in 2011, we've been talking about forever, it's 2024. And he's been in the playoffs once, and he's 32 years old, and he's injured. And if I'm the Angels, and great for Mike Trout that he's like, you know what, I'm comfortable here. Shohei leaves. I'm not demanding the trade. In the era of everybody wants to join super teams and wants to leave, and they're frustrated, and we're not doing enough, and bitching and moaning, Mike Trout seems comfortable as the second team in L.A., which is like being in a small market because nobody talks about the Angels with the Dodgers being there. So it's kind of like being the A's in this market. They're the second team in L.A., and it's not even close. So he seems to be comfortable there. The Angels are in a spot now, especially with him coming off an injury. Maybe he comes back and he plays really well, but at some point you have to sit around the big mahogany table and say, is it time to trade Mike Trout and see what we can get for him? Not coming off an injury because his stock is so low. But if I'm Mike Trout, I got to have that conversation too. Do I want to go down in history as the greatest player on a bad team? Because I admire the fact that he's not complaining all the time, but there comes a point where it's like, wouldn't you love to see, as a fan, selfishly, Mike Trout on a big stage? Wouldn't you love to see Mike Trout on a team that wins and what he could do? Because the way that we value players and the way that we put them down in history, whether people agree with it or not, and legacies and all that kind of conversation that we always have, is how they did in the playoffs. What Steph Curry is awesome, and he revolutionized the game, but the plays in the playoffs, the daggers in the playoffs, the quarterbacks, the Montanas in the Super Bowls, and Mike Trout hasn't had that opportunity, and it's almost like he's hidden with the Angels. And, I'm not advocating that the Giants go get him. I don't think they're in that kind of a position, even though the offense is struggling. Like, let's say he comes back, you go give out Mike Trout. He hasn't stayed healthy enough. He's damaged product. But I almost feel like as a fan that something's been stolen from me because, like you said, one of the greatest players of all time and a generational talent, you never see him play, and he never plays in the playoffs. And now he's hurt at 32.
Ernie Banks. I mean, there's been a lot of players that have had great Hall of Fame careers. Mike Trout's going to be a Hall of Famer. There's no doubt, but he's going to have a short and dominant career. He was heading towards, as far as overall numbers, he's still got 378 home runs, but you thought this guy's not only a 500 home run hitter, he's a 600 home run hitter. And with the stolen base ability, his first full year in the big leagues, he stole 49 bags. So he's got 212 stolen bases. To me, he had, Barry Bonds is the only 500 guy. He had that kind of ability, but he just hasn't been running in recent years, obviously, and he just hasn't played enough. But when he's healthy, in 22 he had 40 bombs. He had 45 in 2019. But early in his career, he was hitting, 40 routinely every year and driving in runs as a complete player. I mean, the first thing you think of when you hear an injury like him is the Angels are coming to Oracle Park June 14th, 15th, and 16th. And damn, Shohei's gone. Shohei and the Dodgers are coming in on the next homestand. The Reds come in on May the 10th. The Dodgers are coming in a couple of weeks' time, starting on May 13th. So we'll see Ohtani. But with the Angels, it was Ohtani and Trout together. And I just remember when Trout had come here before, and it was just hearing his batting practice and the way the ball came off his bat. It just sounded different. But, obviously he's not going to be healthy by the middle of June, John. Will he be healthy by the middle of August? I mean, is he even tradable? Will he be anywhere near at least, and I don't think he'll be playing by then, but the trade deadline's July 30th now. Is he even going to be healthy enough where they would put him on the market in a team like the Phillies? Or maybe the Giants do. You never know. Jung-Hoo Lee's pretty good in center. Maybe you have to move him to a corner outfield spot or play him somewhere else. But is he even going to be healthy enough to be tradable at the deadline this year?
It's a good question. I mean, if he shows that he's healthy, he'll have a market. There's no question. But, I mean, obviously in his prime when they were so bad, they could have gotten a boatload. But that's the other question, too, is, okay, You trade for Trout at 32. He's still effective. There's no question about it. Let's just say because it's fun. Okay, the Giants' offense is struggling, and Trout shows when he comes back that he's still Mike Trout. What do you give up for Mike Trout? I mean, he's a generational talent. He's really great, but I mean, you emptying your farm system for 32-year-old Mike Trout? How would you handle it?
It's coming down to the medical. I mean, he has a torn meniscus in his left knee.
Right.
What's the extent of the tear? Is it completely torn? I mean, that's the injury that Eric Armstead had. And Eric was out for what, 6, 7, 8 weeks? He's a defensive tackle in football. He came back and he was able to play. I mean, the medical, I mean, we're on May Day right now. So, in theory, August the 1st, July 30th is the deadline. He's got 3 months to heal up. So I think the first thing would just be the medical. And where's he at? How bad is the torn meniscus in his left knee? He said he didn't know where he hurt it. It just started to hurt. And then they imaged it, and he's got torn meniscus. So I think that's even, where I think he'll have a chance to play in August and September, but there's no guarantee that he's going to be able to. And how badly did he tear it, first of all, and then what role, can he play center field when he comes back? I think maybe you have to talk about DHing him more and moving him to a corner outfield spot. But right now, it's torn meniscus. So he's got 3 months to get over that between now and late July, early August when the deadline rolls around. And there's only one deadline in baseball. It used to be July 31st and then August 31st. And now there's the waiver trade deadline. That doesn't happen anymore. You got one deadline. So it's just going to be where is he at from a health standpoint from the torn meniscus in late July. And right now, who knows?
Yeah, and plus, here's the other tough part is, and I'm looking at it, and they're saying sometime in July potentially because he's going to have surgery on this thing. So in the last 5 years, so 2018 had wrist inflammation, missed 18 games. 2021 calf strain, missed over 100 games. 2022 a back injury, missed 35 games. Last year, like you said, the hamate missed 89 games, and now he's got a torn meniscus. I mean, I'm not. Look, I'd love to have Mike Trout. There's no question. I mean, he has a league-leading 10 home runs right now. He can play, but I'm the Giants, and we're going to get more into the Giants when we come back, and we'll get into the what's gone on in the first month of the season. But I mean, all right, I want Mike Trout. I think you just hit on something really huge. Well, I have Jung-Hoo Lee in center, and I don't think Mike Trout's a center fielder anymore. I want to keep him healthy. Now he's not a DH because I have Jorge Soler. I stick Mike Trout in left field. I mean, what am I giving up for that?
And then move Conforto to right.
Right.
Play Mike Trout.
Yeah, I mean, look.
I mean, we're way ahead of ourselves.
No, I know, but it's just fun to have a conversation.
And every injury's different. The wrist and the hamate bone, he got hit by pitches. Those don't really, the calf and the soft tissue. The back, what's wrong with his back? How long has he had knee injury? If he wrenched it chasing a fly ball down, you'd say, all right, that he did it there. He's saying he doesn't even know where he did it. So has he been building up inflammation in the knee for a while, and there's something wrong with that knee? And now they finally got to be so painful that they MRI'd it or imaged it, and he's got torn meniscus. So that's when you start getting, backs and calves and now into the knee. Those are injuries where you're looking at, whoa, is he going to be the same player? And he got 10 bombs this year, John, but he's also hitting 220 this year. Mike Trout's hitting 220. That's it. So, has he been able to really, and it's his left knee, which is his stride leg in the box. It's his front leg. Is he as powerful? I haven't watched any at-bats to tell you, but these are things that all of baseball's got, 3 months now to examine. And then, the owner just has not wanted to trade him in the past. You would think when they lost Shohei in the offseason, it would be the time to do that. So maybe not the time to trade him because you'd obviously sell cheap for him right now coming off the injury, but it will be fascinating to see what the market will be for the great Mike Trout. And is there an opening in the outfield for the Phillies to go get him? I mean, if he wanted to go to Philadelphia, then maybe the owner down there would acquiesce.
It's interesting, too, because I was thinking of him in terms, as you were saying that, in terms of Steph Curry, like I'm not going to trade my meal ticket. I am surprised. The Angels are 14th in attendance. They're nearly 30,000 a game. Now, again, that is sold tickets. But 30,000 a game, that's pretty decent. I wouldn't have thought.
They have a big market. It's not like the A's and Giants.
Well,
Orange County's a whole different
world. Right, I grew up about 8 miles from there, and we went to Angels games, and I'm not a fan, like Tolbert's an Angels fan. I'm not an Angels fan, but we went to a lot of their games just because it was convenient to go to the games. But I am surprised that they're at like 30,000 by the.
That's a nice ballpark.
Yeah, no, I like it. It's a good time. In fact, I saw Shohei Ohtani's first home run he ever hit in Major League Baseball down there. He hit one, and we didn't even know who he was. And it was like, dude hit a home run. We're like, maybe this guy will be decent. But he's pretty decent. All right, we'll get into the Giants at this point, a month into the season. What Bob Melvin called it, what term Bob Melvin used the other day. What would you term it? Who's playing better than expected, worse than expected, most? And what do you expect from here? And has it changed your expectations? It's a lot of questions. All in the first month of the season for the Giants. We'll get into it next. Dave Fleming, by the way, has moved from 12:30 to 1:15. 12:30 to 1:15. What's he having, like some lunch or something? You having some chowder? I mean, what's going on?
He's going to the ballpark. That's probably the bus time to get to Fenway.
All right, 1:15
Eastern time.
1:15 for Dave Fleming. So we'll move that. We'll get into the Giants next. Want to get your thoughts. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line the same at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Stanford head coach David Shaw. You always see him on the NFL coverage for the draft. He joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to evaluate the 49ers 2024 draft. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. My motto's always been, when it's right, why wait until the middle of a cold, dark night? Thinking of you's working up my appetite, looking forward to a little afternoon delight. Rubbing sticks and stones together, making sparks ignite, and the thought of loving you is getting so exciting. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. You guys have it, I think. Afternoon delight.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, before we evaluate the Giants' first month, a couple of things to clean up. Pop and Lunch sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. I was just having a conversation with Holler. I wonder if you and he are the only two people who like winter over summer. We were just having a conversation about.
I wouldn't say that necessarily. I like all four seasons, but I do love winter.
But you like winter, and what we were talking about was.
He likes hockey, that's why.
Loves hockey. His wife's from Massachusetts. They go back there often in the wintertime. When he does his beer tours when the 49ers are on the road, he loved going to Green Bay. It was like minus 17, and he was still bar hopping and drinking beers. But he was just telling me that he hopes that the 49ers play in Buffalo and in Green Bay in the winter. And I was like, I don't even know you. Do you hope that same thing?
I don't.
The Buffalo and Green Bay games are in the winter?
Green Bay,
winter?
definitely. Green Bay, definitely. That Buffalo trip's going to be weird for me. I'm just saying that now.
Yeah, I know, right?
So, yeah, I mean, I haven't been back since my mom and dad have been gone, really. My dad, I went back with my mom dying, but I haven't been back since I lost my mom. It's coming up. She died May 19th of 2022, so we got a 2-year anniversary. That'll be hard. So I may even spend a little time there when I go back. But anyway, yeah, I hope Green Bay is in the winter. We're going to find out next week on May the 9th on Thursday, the schedule release. But we got some great, games on the road. Going to Miami. I think you want to go to Miami late in the year. You don't want to go there when it's hot and humid.
Yeah, you want that.
Well, I mean, you go there early in the year, Miami's going to wear all white, and it's just a heat and humidity game. And you also got to go to Tampa. So you got some games that are going to be really hot, and you got games that have the possibility of being very cold, obviously, in Green Bay and in Western New York. And then you got domes, in your own division. You don't have to worry about it in Arizona and the Rams. Little elements with the Rams. You never know what they're going to do with the Santa Anas. We've had some wind blowing through games when they keep it open. And then Seattle is a potential, gnarly game. And it seems like we're there on a lot of Thursday nights, whether it's Thanksgiving night.
Late in the year. Crummy rain.
Yeah,
game.
so I hope we do go to Green Bay. That night, the block punt by Jordan Willis, the scoop and score by Talanoa, one of those beautiful games ever was a snow game at Lambeau, and in particular, the second half of that game was just so beautiful. Then obviously, the Patriots are coming to Levi's this year, but one of the most beautiful games ever until the very end in the Tuck U game. That game snowed the entire game. I mean, it snowed for pregame warm-ups being on the field, just seeing the yardage. That's the one thing when you go to, if it is a snow game in Green Bay and Buffalo, they're hard to broadcast. You have no idea where the ball is when the field is covered in snow. But that game, last game ever at Foxborough Stadium, the old place, Sullivan Stadium, that was one of the most beautiful games of all time until they tuck you'd.
I think I'm going to take a look at this one, Greg. Why?
Because Al Davis sued the NFL for
Exactly.
$4 billion. That's why.
That would have been the answer right there when you would have given it. All right, we'll hit up on the Giants coming up next. By the way, one other quick note, that we'll hit Giants coming up next. Mike Trout's not going anywhere. Who's taking 7 years and $250 million? I just looked up his contract under the break. I thought, how much does he have left on that thing?
Dave
7 and
Dombrowski in
$250.
Philadelphia.
Oh my
Who's
God.
playing center for the Phillies?
7 and $250.
They got Castellanos and Wright.
Oh, they have
and
Marsh?
Schwarber
Yeah, Marsh
DH is a
with
lot.
his
They
long
like
hair still
Marsh.
in
Is
center?
he every day in center?
I think for the most part. But, yeah. I mean, I can see it. I mean, Trout's a Philadelphia guy. He's a huge Eagles fan. You see him there all the time because they're never in the playoffs. But, man, 7 and $250 with his injury history. I love Mike Trout. He's great, but that's too rich for the Giants' blood. 7 at $250. Ooh, that's a lot. So, anyway, there's that. By the way, just finishing up football, Ricky Pearsall, 14.
That's what
Jalen
number he's
Hurts,
gonna
14, yeah. So you'll be seeing visions of Sam Darnold, but the last receiver, I hope it's not Jalen Hurts. Had the injuries. So 14 is what
He
he's
got hurt in that scrimmage in Dove Valley, and he actually got into a fight. That's how the injury started.
Remember that? That was unbelievable. Anyway, all right. Bob Melvin used a term to describe the first month of the season for the Giants. What would you term it? We'll play that for you coming up next. And maybe there's a positive or a negative depending on how you look at this first month. We'll explain next only here on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Bob, about a month into the season now, if you had to assign a letter grade to your team's performance, what would you give them?
I'm not going to do that. We've been spotty.
Look what I got. That's right.
What are you in Mustache Harbor?
Found the old Brandon Belt YouTube and Twitch as well. You can see our bright, shiny faces. Spotty. Bob Melvin says spotty. By the way, my favorite part of that cut is not the term. So, again, that's what we're asking you. If Bob says it's spotty, which means inconsistent. How would you term the first month for the Giants? I just love how disgusted he is at the question. If you had to.
I'm not going to answer.
I don't have to, and I'm not going to. I'm disgusted by that
question. It's not like Bob to be like that. Bob's a little...
I think he's frustrated, right? I mean, I just think, grade-wise, hitting, I don't know don't you have to give hitting an F? I mean, hitting has been horrible.
I don't know about an F, but it wouldn't be good. I think they've, as a hitting, I don't know, D, C minus. You got some guys that have carried the club, and they just overall, they've had some big games they've busted out. I mean, they are what they've been, and the thing about baseball is Jorge Soler wakes up today in Boston, and it's May. Don't sink anymore in May Day, Jorge. April's behind you. Move on now.
When is it not early, by the way? 40 games
it's
is not
now.
early?
We're already, we have a new month.
So after the first month, it's not early.
It's not.
We can't say that anymore.
No,
it's early, it's early.
We're into May now. Early's 2-3 weeks. We're into a new part of the year. Now you start to evaluate the month of May into Memorial Day, who you are. So it's not early. It's you're 30 games into it. The Dodgers started to pull away a little bit. They had a tough game, last night where they got walked off and the bees and all that was wild.
That was. We got that. We'll play that later.
They're 6 games over 500, the Dodgers, and everybody else in the division is under. So you're right now, and Marty's been saying this for a while, he thinks the Giants are going to start pulling away from the Padres and Diamondbacks and start to clearly be the second best team in the National League West. Now, San Diego just got Yu Darvish back. They've been spotty as well. Whatever the run differential, and the Giants lost one game 17-1, so that'll skew you. But I know, Bob's former boss Billy Beane looked at that closely in Farhan. Giants are minus 21 in the run differential, where San Diego's only a minus 4. Same records, just about 14 and 16, 15 and 18. And then curiously, John, Arizona is a plus 26, although they have been spotty. They are 14 and 17 on the year. Now, some of it with them has been injury related. They haven't had their guys. Merrill Kelly just got hurt. Eduardo Rodriguez, their big free agent signing, is yet to pitch. Jordan Montgomery was a late arrival. Corbin Carroll's not had a great first month of his sophomore year, but he's a great player. So you have to think they'll pull away. So, the number one thing, and we don't want to concede the West to the Dodgers, but if they do win the West, if you are the second best team in the National League West, and Marty's seen a lot of ball, and I do think that's a possibility, although the reasons why San Diego and Arizona have been spotty themselves. But just start with that. Are the Giants, you think, although spotty, still better than San Diego and or Arizona?
No. Unless they get their offense going, because just to give people the numbers, 3.87 runs per game is terrible. And they had an 8, 9, and 11 in there. The other 27 games, they're 3.3 runs per game. They've scored 3 or less in 16 of their 30 games. And by the way, they're 5 and 11 when they scored 3 or less. Now, having said that, is Chapman going to get going? Is Soler going to get going? I love Jung-Hoo Lee, and I love the chance. But the bottom line to the whole thing is, he's hitting .259 today with a .665 OPS. Great story, fun guy, tremendous smile, above average defender in center field. He's got to be a better hitter. They gave him $113 million. I don't want to be the guy to criticize Jung-Hoo Lee. I like him. But they gave him $113 million. I know that there's going to be an adjustment period, because coming from the KBO is not like coming from Japan. I understand all those things. But of all the guys that we sit and criticize, and Solera's been criticized about his offense, and Yaz has, and Chapman has, and that's all legitimate stuff. At the top of the order, this guy's got to be better. I mean, that's what it comes down to. He's supposed to be the guy to get on base, and he's hit the ball hard. Like if you get deep into the analytics, he's hit the ball hard, blah, 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 blah. But these guys who, and this isn't on Farhan, I don't think anybody can complain. He got Soler, he got Chapman, he got Jung-Hoo Lee. These guys are supposed to be better. And offensively, defense, they're going to continue to defend. The pitching, I think, is going to come around. I'm a little nervous about the bullpen, but I think it'll come around. Plus, they got some guys at AAA. And at the deadline, if you're in it, bullpen is the easiest thing to acquire. It won't cost you a ton. But if they hit like this, they're going to be nowhere close to the playoffs. So they're lucky to be 14-16, scoring 3.87 runs per game.
Well, and Jung-Hoo Lee's the least of your problems. I think the guy's a player. He does have incredible bat-to-ball skills, which we knew. His pitch recognition is amazing sometimes, and then he swings at pitches like everybody was making a big deal when he hit the ball when he was, both feet were off the ground. What's he swinging at that pitch for? That was clearly a ball. But he has great hand-eye. I think he'll adjust. He's fine. You have to move him around a little bit in the orders. You lead-off hitter, is he a second hitter or a three hitter? To me, he's the least of your problems. The thing with Matt Chapman, and I wanted Matt Chapman over any of these guys because his defense is so great, and we'll talk to Flem at 1:15. He almost turned a 5-4-3 triple play last night, Matt Chapman. So defensively, he's been terrific, but he's got a hole in his swing. And we saw him with the A's, and he had a lot of doubles, he had a lot of home runs, he was gap to gap, but you just forgot he's got a hole in that high fastball. That is a problem for him. Yastrzemski's kind of filled that a little bit, but they also have not been pitching him up there. They've been going belt and below and off-speed pitches, so Mike's starting to come out of it. The guy that's got to lock in a little bit here is Soler. And when I saw him in spring training, John, he looked off balance to me, but it was like the first weekend of spring training. But the one thing I did notice was, in batting practice at least, he's just not trying to bomb every ball. He's not like Hunter Pence in batting practice where he's just trying to hit it, 600 feet. He was, not going to say he's Wade Boggs, but he would go to right field, right center. Looked like he had a plan. Right now in the box, he's just trying to pull everything. And even the hit that he had last night that Hunter Pence, commended him on, he's got to shoot that ball to right field. The ball was way outside. He reached for it, and he pulled it. He was able to pull it and find a hole. But the proper swing on that is to shoot the ball the other way. With your power, you don't have to pull the ball, especially at Fenway Park. So they got to get Soler going. Chapman, I think, is the problem is when they went out and bought these guys, they bought some guys that you wouldn't think Farhan analytically would like. There's a lot of swing and miss in their game. Soler swings and misses a lot. Chapman swings and misses a lot. It's hard to get a rally going when you got a punch out right in the middle. Let's put the ball in play and make the other team make a mistake. They're just swinging and missing a lot, so you had to break them up. Now Soler's down in the order. I mean, your best hitters so far have been the two lefties, Conforto and Lamont Wade Jr. Patrick Bailey's on a heater right now, swinging the bat well, and Nick Ahmed. You talk about moving him up at some point. He's in a little bit of a funk right now, and that wrist injury is a concern. But, the guy last night, Criswell, that's exactly the kind of guy that gives the Giants problems. Did he throw one pitch last night that hit 90 miles per hour?
No.
Not one.
No, he did not.
That's the kind of guy that gives the Giants a lot of problems. This guy tonight, he can throw it harder, obviously, Cutter Crawford, but you're going to get cutters, all night long. You're going to get cutters on your hands. That's what the guy pitches, cutters and splitters. So, and then we haven't even gotten to the pitching and the Blake Snell injury. We'll talk to Flem. How are they going to do this tonight? Sounds like Eric Miller's going to be your opener, and then they're going to go to Dalton Jeffries at some point. I think maybe right behind him. Take it easy. He's not going to be the guy. You're basing it based on the one start and saying
no. I'm basing it on his whole career.
He was good with the A's. He's coming back from 2 Tommy Johns, but what are they going to do with the roster to get him on the roster? He's already on the 40-man, but he's not on the 26-man. What do they do there? Just send Sean Jelly back down after he worked last night? What's the move there?
Yeah, he's stellar too. My issue becomes this.
You are harsh.
Well, no, it's just look. They got injuries, Blake Snell's issues, all these kind of things. When they get healthy, I got no problem with that. The bullpen still doesn't have, other than the closer, it's truly defined roles. But I do think that they'll figure that out, and they do have some guys at AAA. My concern with the offense is also that when you're fighting for these other teams in the wild card, I mean, the Dodgers obviously have a great offense, the Braves have a great offense, et cetera. But look at the wild card teams: the Phillies, the Cubs, the Reds, the Padres, the Diamondbacks. Those teams can hit. And we're in the day and age where you got to score runs. I understand you got to pitch and everything like that, but there's a lot of teams with stacked lineups out there, and this is what Farhan tried to do. And again, I'm not criticizing Farhan at all. He got these guys. But the one thing is that they haven't gotten it going at once. So Jung-Hoo Lee has had spurts. Michael Conforto gets off to this great start. Patrick Bailey has been hot at times. But at the same time, Tyro Estrada got off to a slow start, had a couple of games where he got going. Matt Chapman early was swinging the bat kind of well and is struggled. Like I said, lots of strikeouts in there. They haven't gotten even 2, 3, 4 guys going at once. That becomes an issue because one guy can't carry a team. Conforto early in the season was really swinging it, and then he kind of cooled off of it, then he got a little bit warmer. They haven't gotten 2 or 3 bats going at the same time. And they do have talent here, but man, when you look at the type of numbers that some of these, like you're going to play the Phillies, you're going to go to Colorado. You just won 2 out of 3 against Pittsburgh. That's great doing that at home. You're not doing that in Colorado. You're not doing that in Philadelphia. You can't. You're not going to win games like that.
Well, Colorado's they're going through it. It's never seen anything like. They have been behind in every single game they have played.
That's
29
amazing,
games they've been behind in every game. It hasn't happened going back to 1900. So. But on this road trip, in theory, going to Fenway and Philly, you're going to have to pitch to stay in these games, but you're going to have to score runs. Yeah, but you're going up against Boston that has the lowest ERA of any staff in baseball. And this guy, Cutter Crawford, he gave it up a little bit in his last start against the Cubs at Fenway Friday night, but he came into that start with a microscopic, sub-1 ERA, the lowest in baseball, and it's a 1.35 right now. So, you haven't seen this guy. So are you going to be able to hit him? I don't know. The one thing I would also say with Bob Melvin, and the reason he's frustrated, we haven't even talked about the runners in scoring position stats, which are terrible. So, they're not scoring runs because they're not coming up with big hits. They got guys that are holes in the middle of the lineup that punch out a lot. It's hard to sustain a rally, even if you get 3 hits, so you're scoring a run. The way it's spread out. How many times they get a guy on last night hitting into a double play? But the frustrating thing with Bob, and I think remember why his San Diego teams underachieved last year. Fundamentally, they didn't know how to make an out. They didn't know how to come up with a hit with runners in scoring position or properly make an out. When they got into extra innings, it took them until September to win an extra inning game.
That was amazing, wasn't it?
That goes back to the 1969 expansion Montreal Expos. They finally won a game in extras late in the year, but they just could not. Now I thought, what are you gonna do with Machado and Tatis? They're buggy whippers. They get a runner at second and nobody out. They're not trying to hit the ball the other way. They're trying to hit the ball off the Western Metal Supply Companies, and it frustrated Bob. But now you're getting the same issues with these Giants, that Jorge Soler is pulling the ball when the pitch is away, drive it the other way. And they're not able to come through in clutch situations. So I don't want to blame the coaching staff, but I think it is frustrating for people like Bob Melvin, Matt Williams, Brian Price, who was there, Ryan Christensen, guys who have been around this in San Diego, John, because the same problems he had with the Padres last year. It's only a month into the year, but they haven't been strong fundamental hitters. That's why they're not able to string together rallies and score runs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, it's generating runs, those kind of things are just not very good. I mean, they're towards the back side as far as runners in scoring position with 2 out, OPS, all those kind of things. In those kind of situations, like you said, they don't generate runs, they don't steal bases. In fact, they've been caught stealing. At the beginning of this, I was like, well, you got to steal some bases. Well, they're only successful in stealing bases 60% of the time. It's the lowest in baseball.
They also get picked off bases.
Yeah, they're bad base runners. So they find themselves in those situations. They don't generate runs well. And, of course, we're not in an era where they do those kind of things. But, again, they're going to be playing against some really tough teams. So, as you look at the first month of the season, what do you think? Some injuries, especially in the rotation. Defense has been much better on the positive side. Got to look at the bullpen. They've got the worst ERA in baseball, but there are some situations for that, but they've gotten better as of late. But the hitting, that's the biggest thing. Give us your thoughts. Bob Melvin called it spotty. What would you call the first month of the Giants season, or as we are in May? 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Foreplay at the top of the hour, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Foreplay at the top of the hour. Mike Yastrzemski with some funny stuff from the game last night in Boston. That was good from this morning with Murph and Marcus. A little Logan Webb on the frustration of his night. Steph Curry says they're not that far away. And a little bit more of Steve Young when he was on the morning show yesterday. We'll play those things for you in the foreplay. By the way, NBA playoff-wise, 76ers, the first team in the era since 97. To win a playoff game, they trailed by 6+ points in the final 30 seconds. How crazy was that ending by Maxey? Oh my God, that was
well.
Wild,
he made a 4-point play. They were down 6 with like 28 seconds to go. He makes the 3 leading in, gets fouled. They miss a free throw hard, and then they're criticizing for not fouling. But it was like 8+ seconds to go. You don't normally do it when you're down 3. Or up 3, foul intentionally, Pops rule, and Don Nelson and Steve Kerr looked closer to 4 or 5. And then Embiid set the screen so high, it was up near midcourt. And Mitch Robinson just didn't get up enough and gave Maxey a chance to hit another 3, and he railed it. And then Brunson rushed a shot. He got overtime. And the Knicks got ahead 5 in the overtime, like right away. And Tyrese Maxey brought him back. And Joel Embiid, I mean, what he played through last night. He's got the bad knee. He's had it all year, and Kuminga fell on him when they came in, and he just came back. He's got Bell's palsy, a paralysis temporarily on the left side of his face, and then he wakes up yesterday morning with a raging migraine. What did they have to give him to play? And he was just loopy the entire game. Like, he's sitting on the bench. He had no idea where he was and what he was doing. He made a lot of errors in the game. But he made a lot of great plays as well. And then Jalen Brunson, John, goes up for a jump shot above the break right and decides late to throw it to the corner. And the guy in the corner vacated the corner. Rick Barry used to make that play all the time. He'd go up for a jump shot. And then his teammates knew that he would go up for the jumper. They'd jump at him, and they'd relax and he'd just feed the ball underneath to Clifford Ray or Nate or somebody, and they'd laid it in the basket. Rick did it all the time. He was expert at it. But Brunson was indecisive and didn't see the corner get vacated. But now it's back to Philadelphia for Game 6. That was a hell of a game last night.
It's been a tremendous series. So here's where we are as far as the playoffs are concerned. Thunder, of course, took care of the Pelicans. They're waiting on the Clippers and the Mavericks. That is tied at 2 games apiece. Going back to L.A. tonight, 7 o'clock on TNT. Timberwolves and Nuggets are set. So that is what's going on in the Western Conference. The East, meanwhile, Boston can take care of the Heat. They're up 3-1 in that series. That starts local at 4:30. Tight one between the Magic and the Cavs. Cleveland leaves that one 3-2. Last night, man, give it up to the Bucks. They didn't have the first team in NBA history to win a playoff game in which their top 2 scorers were gone, Giannis and Dame out. And I watched a lot of that game, man. The crowd was going crazy in Milwaukee. So they lead that series 3-2 against the Pacers and the 3-6. And then we just talked about the 76ers and the Knicks. The Knicks lead that one going back to Philly 3-2, and that resumes on Thursday. So that's where we are as far as the brackets go.
Bobby Portis and Chris Middleton were big time last night to force a Game 6. Boston's going to look to close out Miami tonight, but the big injury is Porzingis. And that was a non-contact injury the other night. That looked bad. So they're going to shut him down for a while and hope that calf does not become an Achilles. I don't know if they can win the whole thing without him. And then we'll watch the Mavericks and Clippers closely tonight. Somebody's going up 3-2. I just wondered. Luka's knee has been obviously a problem. Kawhi is not playing tonight again. What do the Clippers do with Kawhi Leonard in the offseason? Any way they'd make him available? And what exactly is wrong with that knee? Going back to the tendinopathy and leaving Pop and the Spurs, he's just limping around like he's an old man. But when he's right, and it's seldom, he's great. And he's one of those guys that does not need to run to play well. He just walks around, and strangest player. His shot is a line drive downhill shot. Doesn't put any arc on it, but he rails everyone, and he's so good, but he just hasn't been the same player. I wonder, would you even get into the Kawhi Leonard business if they make him available this offseason?
Yeah, because I think in regards to the Warriors, because of what you have to offer, I think that you're not going to get that perfect player. I think you're going to get a flawed player, and I understand Kawhi's hurt a lot, and if he plays, it's a different story. But yeah, I mean, I think you have to take a chance if you're the Warriors because you're going to get somebody that's flawed. Now, again, with the Clippers moving into a new building and Steve Ballmer wanting to try to compete in that market, which is very difficult with the Lakers, I don't know if he'd even let Kawhi go because of the name value. I don't think he's going to let Paul George go, although George is a free agent, so he can do whatever he wants. But I got to believe that Steve Ballmer is going to just stay with what he's got because I don't think he can can But, yeah, Kawhi Leonard, yeah, you need availability.
That's a medical, though.
Man.
That's a medical. That's up to Dr. Celebrini.
Right, but
call on that. What's
but
wrong with him?
But I think what happens is if they're going to get back into this, and the more I watch in the playoffs, the more I doubt that they are. But you're not going to get a perfect prospect in return. You're going to probably have to move something. If you're going to try to get better, you're going to have to move something, and it's going to be something where you're going to have to take a chance. Like, for example, I'm not saying that they can get Kawhi for Wiggins, but when we talk about Wiggins, because he's the big contract you can move, I think he's net negative. So I think the best you're going to get out of Wiggins is somebody who needs a change of scenery for Wiggins who needs a change of scenery. So I unless you're going to put Kuminga, lots of picks, some of these young guys, I don't know how they're going to get a lot better. It's going to be tough.
Well, we'll see what the Clippers do in the offseason. Meanwhile, what do the Lakers do in the offseason? So I know one thing. LeBron's eating a lot of nuggets going to McDonald's because the only place LeBron can handle nuggets is apparently
not there. Well, did you hear the story?
Chicken nuggets. That's it for LeBron.
Did you hear the story
one time
too?
This year, beat him one time.
That this is just based on anybody who saw Bronny play. He said that playing with Bronny is no longer a major objective for him, and it's because if I'm him, as much as you love your son, if you're trying to win, you have to look at this thing objectively. GM LeBron, he's not helping you next year. That kid's years away. He should go back. In fact, one of his friends, I guess, has taken over the coach at Duquesne, and a lot of people think that maybe Bronny's going to go from USC to Duquesne. He needs a lot of work. And at the NBA level, and you and I have talked about this many times, I mean, it's great. They have a league to develop players, but you can develop in the league, but they don't have a lot of time during the season to develop you and baby you and all these kind of things. He needs to go back to school. And if you're a team who thinks you're going to draft Bronny and then LeBron's going to come play for you, that kid's a couple of years away. And I've said this before. I think his absolute ceiling is like GP2. He's a nice defender. He can't shoot. He has a long way to go. So Lakers want to draft him, go for it. You want to waste that draft pick? He's not going to be ready for a while. So
what a time to be in Boston. Last night the Bruins are playing, and they close out the Maple Leafs. Tonight the Celtics are at home. And they're going to try to close out Miami. And then the Giants are at Fenway Park. You know our girl Shannon from formerly the Public House, now 58 Social?
Yeah.
She has left the Giants. I saw her on Saturday night. Her and her hubby are actually at Fenway Park. Just arrived. Sent me this picture from Fenway Park.
Oh, how cool is that?
They are right there in the hub. They are heading to a bleacher bar.
It does not look warm.
It was not warm last night. Flem will tell you. It was freezing. By the way, the Giants they did make it official. It's going to be a River Cat theme tonight. Eric Miller's going to be your opener, the left-hander. And then at some point, Dalton Jeffries. This is where John goes in the show.
I'd rather have Dalton from Roadhouse pitch tonight.
Dalton Johnson? Do you want him?
Yes, anyone. I hope this guy does great because I think off the top of my head, I think his ERA is 17 from that outing that we shall not talk about.
He had one outing so far.
So let's just hope. I'm going to give him a chance. I'm going to be objective. Go Dalton. Team Dalton. Let's go. All right, it's Papa Lund. Let's get to it early because we got Dave Fleming coming up at 1:15. Sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol at 1:30. And part of Sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol today, beekeeper guy who saved the Dodgers D-backs game yesterday, and Chris Sims. By the way, our guy Ahmed Fareed, being a true professional, as Chris Sims was breaking down Brock Bauer's butt and legs and all this kind of stuff, and Ahmed professionalism. That's what that was. So that's part of Foreplay at 1:30. But let's get to it. Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. It is Foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
By the way, real quick, former Giant Kevin Pillar signed by the Angels. That'd be fun. He'll be replacing Mike Trout. He'll be out center field. Opposing fans will just be ruthless with him. You're no Mike Trout. He'll be like, I know. Speaking of, this is pretty funny. Mike Yastrzemski was on this morning with Murph and Marcus, and he was hearing it from the Boston fans. Take a listen to Mike Yastrzemski this morning. This is funny.
I have guys yelling at me like, hey, your grandfather was better. I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, of course he is.
Like, that's all
That's
you
the
got?
best line
Yeah,
they
I was going to
have?
say, that's all you got?
Wow, they are lacking. They are lacking.
Mike's still going to go, I know. What else you got? My grandpa won the Triple Crown, okay? God, it's changed from 2019. They loved him. They're cheering him, and now they're heckling the guy because he's not Carl Yastrzemski? Man,
That's
lighten up,
changed.
Francis.
The guy's warming up in the bullpen. Like Eric Miller, when he goes down to this is his first major league start, right? And he's got to do it at Fenway Park, and you got to warm up the bullpen there. It's right there in Williamsburg, where the bleachers are, right there. I mean, they're way nastier than that. So that's nothing. Carl Yastrzemski was better than Ted Williams, you joker. Is he the greatest Red Sox of them all? Maybe not, but I think they love Yaz there. He's on a different level. It's like how they love Bobby Orr and how they love Larry Bird in Boston.
Right.
Yaz may be the one that they love the most.
It's kind of funny because, like I said, when the Giants had the bullpens right there, you didn't yell negative stuff at guys because you were literally standing right there and they could reach you.
They still
could
do. The
smack you.
bullpens are right by the 415 club.
But
Isn't
now,
the
yeah,
bullpen now?
there's some ballparks where it's just a lot of fun. You can stay up like Dodger Stadium, you're up and above, and you can yell at them, and they can't like reach you. They've dirty looked me before when I've said derogatory things about them.
Oh, they're nasty at Fenway.
But man, I know
the one at Oracle, the 415. Right there, the club is right there.
Yeah, that's
When you're
nice.
getting a
I've sat
cocktail,
above
the
those.
Visiting team is the pitchers warming up right there.
I have sat above those. The old ones, you didn't say anything because they were right there. The new ones are nice. You could sit up in the bleachers and yell at guys, and they don't even see you. Not that I would do that because I have too much respect for what they do. All right, I might have done that before. I did. I have sat above the opposing.
Giant lineup is out tonight. They moved Jorge Soler up in the batting order. He's batting second. Interesting. Well, Bailey's out. Tom Murphy's got to play.
I feel nauseated. Why are they moving him to? That's where he was early in this season when he stunk, and now he's anyway. Whatever. Bob Melvin knows a lot more about baseball than I do. But Jorge Soler said, "Watch, he's going to hit 2 home runs tonight." Just because I said that. That's what I do. All right, here is Logan Webb saying it's just.
Well, I know why he's up in the order.
Why?
He's got 5 homers on the year. I'm looking at. I'm trying to find his numbers against Cutter Crawford. He's got 5 homers on the team.
Yeah.
You realize that, right? He and Conforto have 5 each to lead the team. Didn't it seem like Soler always hits the homer when they're behind?
I was just going to say that. A couple of those have been like,
17-1. He was the
right,
one.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
4-1 in extras the other night.
Right.
He made it 4-3.
Yeah.
Is he at a?
That's what I'm
is he at a
saying.
game? Is he changed the score with a home run?
That's what I want. Like you said, I remember the exact those 2 that you just said were the ones I was thinking
He
of.
does have 5 bombs this year.
Yeah, you always love that guy. Hey, thanks. Thanks for getting a big hit when we didn't need it, dude. Here's Logan Webb. Just one of those days yesterday.
I just, I wasn't getting ahead of guys. I thought the team had a great approach. It seemed like everything they were doing was just trying to go the other way and take what they give me and not try to do too much. And they did a good job at that. I thought the changeup was pretty bad. I don't think it was either up for a strike or they could, sit on it, go the other way, or it was a non-competitive pitch. So it was just one of those nights. It wasn't very good.
I don't like downer Logan Webb. I like Kings win Logan Webb.
The whole league knows he's downer Logan Webb because everything's down in the strike zone. But he was flat. His changeup was nowhere. His pitches. Remember the movement he had in his last start, where he looked like Greg Maddux going right at the lefty's belt, and it would come back over the middle or inside corner, and that guy wasn't there. And he had a hard time gripping the ball. He just he worked on that a whole week. That's why I think when you start to get healthy, and right now they're going to an opener tonight, so they're not healthy yet. But when Cobb does come back, and Snell, and I think Snell's throwing a bullpen maybe today, and Ray eventually, and maybe even Tristan back, and you were thinking about maybe giving some of these guys, Harrison, Hicks, and Wynn, a respite by going to a 6-man rotation. But Webb needs to work every fit day. He worked in a full week of rest, and as a sinker baller, he was overly rested. So he just didn't have any bite to his pitches. All the pitches that, are in the dirt and down were right at the kneecap and, thigh and were hittable. And the one thing he was saying, you could hear it in his tone, the Red Sox had a plan, a lot like the White Sox last year when he went to the South Side and just everything down, look down, and shoot him away. Just, up the middle, the other way. They pulled one right down the right field line. A lefty hitter did, John, yesterday. But they kind of had a great plan for him yesterday. Now, teams don't typically follow that up. It's interesting. The American League teams get the data, and they know he's going to be down, down, down. Maybe because they haven't seen him much. But he's got Philadelphia on Sunday in his next start. Those guys are more, Schwarber and Harper and Castellanos. They're going to try to, lift and separate. So maybe they won't have the same game plan. But Red Sox had a great game plan against him last night. He gave up 9 hits and walked 3. He was lucky he gave up only 4 runs.
By the way, I was just double checking because I was thinking maybe there had to be some reason Soler was back up. Only 13 total at bats against Cutter Crawford of the Red Sox in the lineup today. 4 for 13. Conforto's 1 for 3. Matt Chapman 3 for 6. Yaz and Bailey both 0 for 2. So only 13 total at bats in the lineup tonight against Cutter Crawford. Chapman would be your guy, 3 for 6. And that's it. But Soler doesn't have an at-bat. Wade doesn't have an at-bat. Jung-Hoo Lee obviously doesn't have an at-bat. So there's no reason to bring Soler up there. Just a hunch or something. I don't know. So no at-bats versus Cutter Crawford. We'll have Dave Fleming on at 1:15. We'll talk more about your San Francisco Giants and the Giants a month into this thing. Steph Curry was on TNT last night, and he says, as you're watching the NBA playoffs, that he doesn't think the Warriors are that far away. Take a listen.
I mean, the sad part was just missing 3 wins to get out of the play-in and have yourself in a playoff series where, even like a game like Sacramento in the play-in tournament we had, you're looking at, okay, we're down 1, and can find a way to game plan to try to get back in the series. Obviously, early in the year, we had a lot of missteps and some absences, but you do realize we're not that far off, even having tried to stay at this level at this peak for so long. There's going to be some tweaks. We know, when you lose, you have to look yourself in the mirror and say, what can we do to get better? What holes can we fill? And thankfully, we have some time to figure that out. So, a lot of conversations with upstairs with Coach Kerr to try to figure out how to get back to that level that we expect. I didn't answer anything specifically about what we need, but we're going to figure that out over this summer.
So what do you think? Do you share Steph's optimism? Are they close?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, they were 19-24 when they lost that double overtime game to the Lakers, 145-144. It was late January the 27th, the night before the NFC Championship game. And then they flipped their year around and they finished up 27-12. 27-12 will get you, 55, 60 wins. Now, can you play 27-12 basketball over 82 games at this age? And it's hard. Guys are going to miss games. I mean, by and large, Steph played a lot of games this year. Draymond was out. Clay played a lot of games this year. So, it's just an older roster. I don't know. We'll see if the owner is in the mood to really star chase this offseason and go get one of these names we've been talking about. But we'll see how much they slash salary. I think it's going to be significant. They're all talking about getting to that second tax line, right? What's that? It's like under $200 million. So how do they get to? Well, the owner, otherwise you're not getting that 12.9 exception if you're over $200 million. How do you cut $200 million off the payroll? I mean, can you imagine going from a $400 million payroll to a $200 million payroll?
Well, at least we'd have, they'd have to figure out then who'd be at the lottery and who's, what's their lucky charm. I mean, you can't do that in a season. I mean, it's just, there's no way. I mean, they'd have to do a total rebuild. They would have to say, this thing's over and we'll keep Steph and everybody else is up for auction. I just don't see them doing that. By the way, we'll talk more about this with Dave Fleming. Landon Roop, our good friend Landon Roop, has been optioned to AAA.
He got sent down? Yeah,
so that's
the guy
who's coming back.
He almost had a triple play last night.
He did, yeah. All right, let's talk to Dave Fleming. We'll cut out a little early. Let's talk to Dave Fleming from Boston. We got a sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol featuring some funny audio for you at 1:30. Don't miss it. But let's get into the first month of the season. What does Flem think from his perch? We'll do it next only on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Marcus Thompson from The Athletic. He joined Pop and I yesterday to discuss how the Warriors can get back into the playoff mix next season. Check out that podcast and more. The KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. The Papa and Lund Show now continues. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Wednesday edition of the show. Baseball in Boston at Fenway Park. Lost yesterday with Logan Webb. Guy named Cutter who throws cutters for the Red Sox. Eric Miller, followed by Dalton Jeffries. That's what we have to look forward to. And Dave Fleming is there at Fenway Park. Joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening? How are you?
Not only am I at Fenway Park, hopefully you can hear me okay.
Oh, yeah.
I am in the dugout. I'm using Darren Chan's dugout headset microphone setup. So just pretend I'm the player of the game today, and I'm talking to you after the game. That's where I am, right in the dugout.
Very nice.
Dave Fleming as
It's kinda
Dalton
cool.
Jeffries. You threw a great game tonight. So just because you were in Pawtucket doing Paw Sox games, just the vibe of Fenway. Just take us from that cramped visitors clubhouse that is so small, and the walk you make with the old, plank wood to get to the visitors' dugout, and they're literally dug out. You look up and you feel like you're in a submarine, but below the surface of the earth. What is it like just to walk from the visiting clubhouse to the dugout at Fenway Park?
They are. I mean, it's a good point you make about the dugouts, because that's why they're called dugouts, because where I'm standing right now talking to you guys, I'm looking at everybody's shoes. I mean, it's like you're at ground level when you're standing up in the dugout here at Fenway. That tunnel that you're talking about, I mean, it's like it's got the dampness and the musk of 100 years of history as you walk down on like the red clay dirt that they've used to kind of pave the path for you. Go down about maybe 30 steps or so from the clubhouse, way down below, walk underneath the grandstands, and then climb back up again until you get into this old dugout. I mean, it is, look, there's been lots of stuff written about Fenway Park. Hopefully a lot of our listeners have been here before and been able to experience it, but there is nothing like this place. And the good, the bad, the charms, the quirks, the weirdness, the dimensions, the poles that people sit behind. I was talking to a group of Giants fans and sponsors today, and I just spent like 30 seconds. This park was built in 1912, Fenway Park. And I think 1912, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't that the year the Titanic went down?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So, I think it was like a few days after the Titanic sunk, Fenway Park opened for the first time, which gives you like a little context into how long this place has been here. And at the end of that year, the Red Sox played in the World Series, their first year at Fenway, against the Giants. The Giants and the Red Sox played in 1912, the first year of this park, in the World Series, and it was like one of the great World Series of all time. The series went 8 games because, of course, there weren't any lights, and one of the games went to extra innings and went so long it ended in a tie, and they just wiped it out, and they played another game. So it turned into an 8-game series, and the Giants lost Game 8 in extra innings right here at Fenway after they scored a run in the top of the 10th. The Red Sox, Fred Snodgrass, who was a great Giants outfielder in the old times, dropped a fly ball.
Awesome.
He dropped a fly ball in the bottom of the 10th of Game 8 of the 1912 World Series, and that led to a 2-run rally, sac fly, walk-off. They didn't call it a walk-off back then. Red Sox won the World Series against the Giants the first year of this park.
Yeah, there you go. Dave Fleming.
I think that's kind of cool.
That's a great story.
Awesome.
Joining us on the Giants postgame show is Fred Snodgrass.
Snodgrass.
There were so many great names.
Not
in that.
Snodgrasses around.
It's so cool. And Fred Merkel was a part of that. Then Merkel's boner from a few years.
Boner.
Like some of the great names from ancient baseball history were a part of that World Series.
That's amazing.
Fred Merkel. We love ourselves.
I mean, you've done so many things, but I mean, the Giants have been back there since 2019. Obviously, your brother's there, but I mean, it's special though, right? I mean, some of these places you go, yeah. I mean, I know how much you love Colorado, but I mean, the places you go, this is a special one for you, right? Even
this
as many
is the
things
one
you've done.
I look forward to this one the most of all. I mean, there are lots of places I love to go because of the cities and the ballparks and the fans and rivalries and whatnot. This is, to me, the greatest cathedral of baseball in the game. I look forward to coming here more than any other. And I have had, personally now it's a little different for me because Will is here, but I was here as a fan. I was just talking to Taylor Rogers about this. I was here as a fan in 2003. Remember the game that Pedro Martinez took Don Zimmer and threw him to the ground?
Sure. Yeah.
I was here in the stands for that game. And it is that is maybe the greatest sporting event I've ever seen. The intensity level in this place. The Red Sox hadn't broken the curse yet. They were still full of angst. And it was the Yankees, and there were fights on the field. Kareem Garcia, an old Yankees outfielder, got into a...
is Kareem Garcia?
That's it. Exactly. One of the great quotes. Pedro's had a lot of great quotes. That was a good one. Got into a fight with a security guard out there, and just the vitriol in the ballpark that day and night was something that I probably have never experienced before or since. So I have a lot of my own memories here, coming here when I worked for the Red Sox all those years ago, and it's still a really special place.
What's the first game you ever did? And when the Giants went there in 2007, Flem?
Yeah, that was the first time I ever did a game here, exactly. Yeah. Man. The Giants we haven't bathed ourselves in glory here, have we? It hasn't been like it's very few trips, but it hasn't. But we haven't seen the very best of Giants baseball here. The Yastrzemski home run moment, that stands out. That was a great Giants moment here. Maybe it all goes back to Fred Snodgrass. Maybe the Giants just aren't. It's just not meant to be here.
Curse of Merkel's boner. Or exercising their good.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Who would your parents say is the better broadcaster, you or Will?
My dad told us after the game that he was flipping back and forth, but he made no judgments. He was flipping back and forth, and he enjoyed them both. So I'm not answering that.
What a parent! Yeah. What a parental answer.
Your brother is 17 and 13, and you are 14 and 16.
That's true. This year he's sounding a little better than I am these days.
Yeah.
The Red Sox are playing pretty dang good. Yeah. I don't know if you guys watched the game or listened to the game last night, but it's like a bunch of no names. Even me, I follow this game pretty darn closely, and I'm like, who? Huh? Who? Which guy? And they're performing. It's pretty impressive.
What's their starting pitching? Like a 2.03 ERA from their starters
exactly.
or something?
For a month. Yeah.
The guy tonight had like a sub-1 going into his last start. The Cubs got him a little bit, but I assume Cutter Crawford's going to feature the cutter tonight, Flem.
He's got an unbelievable fastball, and I don't think he uses an actual cutter very often, although he sure should. You got to get to work on that if your name's Cutter. But he's got an unbelievable fastball. There are people who study all the StatCast stuff and say he's got the best fastball in the game. He's got the traits. It's not just velocity, but it's velocity and movement that make it just an amazing weapon. And it's funny because in this day and age, we spent a lot of time last night talking about, the Red Sox are like the anti-fastball team. They teach their guys to throw everything but the fastball. It's all kinds of spin and change-ups and whatnot. Cutter Crawford's going to throw a lot of fastballs tonight.
All right, Dave Fleming joining us, by the way, from the dugout in Fenway Park. Very cool. Pop and Lund here on the Sports City. We get ready for baseball between the Red Sox and the Giants tonight. So Bob Melvin called the first month spotty. He called the performance spotty in the first month. You can't use that term, but give us another term. What would you call the first month of the season for the Giants?
A different Giants coach said to me, 5 out of 10. And I thought that actually was a pretty good way to, that was a pretty good way.
Sounds like what my wife says to me. You're about a 5 out of 10.
I don't believe that for 1 second. You're at least a 6.5.
Yeah,
at least.
Man, on a good day.
I thought that was a decent way to sum it up, because it's not like it's been a 2 out of 10. There have been a lot of actually really good stories, but everybody around here knows that there's a lot better baseball in this group. Everybody knows that. Everybody feels that. This team can be a lot better, and they are really confident they are going to be. So I think that's a positive from the first month, that we haven't seen nearly the best from this group, and they're fine. Are they in a great spot? They're not in a great spot, but they're fine.
That's a great line, 5 out of 10. And they're 0 for 5 in this spot in the rotation. Blake Snell took 3 of those. They did an opener before, and then they did an opener again. So what's the plan tonight? They've announced Eric Miller is going to start the game, Flem, and he'll get through the top of the order and the left-handed hitters. Then at some point they're going to go to Dalton Jeffries, and how much can he go tonight? 5 or 6, maybe?
I don't think so. I mean, can he? Yeah, he can. But I would guess that the plan is much more like one time through the order for him.
Okay.
And I think you guys may have followed him when he was coming up with the A's, as a prospect, just as Bay Area baseball fans. I didn't follow him that closely, but he was a guy who had a starter's repertoire, and I think he still does. But the injury has not, the stuff is just not quite all the way there to what it was. He still can be an effective big league pitcher, I think, and he's pitched well down in AAA, but maybe not like the big-time weapons yet, recovering from injury to go through the lineup a couple times. So I think the idea maybe is get through it once. That might be 3 innings. Who knows? If he's on a roll, maybe let him go 4 innings, something like that, and then hope that you got plenty of fresh arms down there to take it the rest of the way.
Looking at the first month, I think the starting pitching will get healthy and come around. I think the relievers will come around. The defense has been great. We expected it to be better. What do you think about the hitting? I mean, they went out, they spent all this money. Do you think it's just going to come around? They can stay with the guys that they want, tinker, but these guys are going to come out of it at some point?
For the most part. I mean, I think that's one thing about this year's team, for better and for worse. And it's what Giants fans were clamoring for. It's what all of us, I think, were to some degree asking for, like some stability, some certainty, some anchors on your team, some guys, and not just for entertainment purposes, but I think it's a healthy way to build a team where you have some players that are going to be in there every day. And that's what the Giants have. But once you commit to that, it's like, okay, this is our team. And so they're going to be very patient with a lot of these hitters. They're confident that Matt Chapman's going to have a good year. They're confident that Jorge Soler is going to have a good year. And there are others. It's not just those two, but I think particularly those two have stood out as players where there's a lot more in the tank. I think patience is the word. Some of it is acclimation. You can say whatever you want about how hard it is to measure this stuff, but it is definitely the case that even for the highest paid, most talented, most experienced pro athletes, comfort, learning a new team, learning a new city, a new routine, that it's not easy to do. And these guys, it does take them some time to acclimate and get used to their new surroundings. And I think you got to have a little patience and allow them to do that.
Today's May Day. You press reset. It's a brand new month. Baseball.
Oh, and you wouldn't believe. I mean, it's got to be at least 50 degrees here. So, man, it feels like the calendar is turned. Yeah.
So, speaking of, you sound great. The energy level you have, your voice has a richness to you.
All because of Darren Chan.
Well, how many cups of Dunkin' Donuts coffee have you had, Flem? You love some Dunkin' Donuts coffee.
I do. I used to have a lot of Dunkin' Donuts coffee. I've only had 1 cup today, and it was, as it happens, a Dunkin' Donuts cup of coffee. I've become, since I lived here, I've become a little bit of a coffee snob. Plus, when you work with Hunter Pence, who's Mr. Coffee, there's this new place.
He's my Spro Bro.
Oh my God! There's this new place in my neighborhood, and I've seen lines forming, and then I went and tried it and really liked it, and so I texted Hunter. I go, "Oh man, I got a new place for you." He's like, "Oh, I know that place." That's it.
Of course he does.
He's like, "Yeah, old news, dude. What are you trying to tell me about that?" Oh, okay. That'll remind me.
So where are you guys going in Boston? You're not going to Dunkin' Donuts? You're going somewhere else?
Today I did go to Dunkin' Donuts. It's hard to resist. You walk by them here, they look different than they do everywhere else. It looks like a local coffee shop here. I lived a lot of years here. That's just what you did. And so I had a nice big cup of Dunkin'. I'm just naturally energetic today, though, Papa.
You sound good. You sound lively.
I love being here. I like this team. I did a little event today with Pat Burrell and Kyle Harrison, and they got me pumped up. They were they were really funny and interesting and confident about this group. So I don't care what happened last night. We got a near triple play. I acted like a 10-year-old on the air. I don't know if you have.
We heard you.
Yeah, it's like, please.
Damn the replay. Come on, Cora. Move along here.
Exactly. Just let it stand.
Jeez. Give us something, will you?
I couldn't help it. It was the highlight of the game.
Exactly, like you said,
it
man.
Really was.
Normally things don't go well here for us. Could you just give us one? Gee,
give us a triple play.
Man. Anyway, we'll enjoy,
Have you
man.
ever called a triple play, Dave? Have you had one?
The last time I've never called one. I called one in the minor leagues. I've never called a big league triple. I've called like 11 no-hitters, and I've never called a triple play. And the last time that the Giants were involved in one, I think, not the last time the Giants turned one, but the last time they were involved in one, I think was 2009. Aaron Rowan hit into a triple play in Milwaukee against the Brewers, and my son was being born, and I was back in San Francisco for his birth. He's now 14 years old.
Wow. Here we go. We have it. Let's take a listen. Yeah, we have it.
On the ground toward third. Chapman steps on the bag, goes to second. The throw to first. Got him! We got a triple play.
Wah, wah.
Upon further review.
Exactly. Come on, Cora. Let's go.
That did tick me off.
Man.
Those are hard, aren't they?
I'm back to hating replay.
Right, I know.
What do you do? It's like football when somebody's scoring a touchdown, but you see the flag come out. You're like, what do I do here?
It is. That is an actual true conundrum. How about, and basketball, it happens. Like you get a buzzer beater, but you just know that they're going to the replay monitor. And that's my least favorite part of replay right there. Yeah.
Well, it's fun hearing you about it and being so enthusiastic about being there. Thanks for the time. We always appreciate it. Have a great call. I know y'all have fun.
And then Smokey Joe Wood took the mound back in 1912, and I'm just talking to myself down
I love
here,
it.
guys. Yeah,
you kind of got your John.
Dugout.
Yeah, you got your John Miller vibe going on.
He's inspired me. He's inspired me. But for him, when he comes here, it's all Yastrzemski. He empties the bucket of Carl Yastrzemski stories when he comes here. So I can't try to match him in that way.
How about I'm sure you heard this. How about Mike when yesterday the heckling is getting his "You're not as good as Carl." He turns around like, I know. God, you can get some new material, will you? Jeez.
I know we got to go, but we showed that graphic last night of Carl in the history of the Red Sox. Number 1 games played, number 1 runs batted in, number 1 hits. It is an amazing career he had, considering all the great players they've had. He leads them in almost every lifetime category. That's pretty cool.
That is cool. Hey, thanks, Dave. We appreciate it, man. Have a great call.
Always good to talk to you guys.
See ya.
Thank you, David.
That was cool, man. It's great hearing Dave because you can hear how excited he is to be there, and it's so fun for him. He's sitting down in the dugout, and that's cool, man.
Fans.
Yeah, and I mean, really,
he did Paw Sox games.
Yeah, that's cool.
He was at McCoy Stadium in Pawtucket.
Yeah, and if
they love the Sox, there.
You're a baseball fan, man, just get back there. I mean, it's really worth your time, and it's really cool where it is and everything. Kind of dropped in the middle of a neighborhood like Wrigley is, but it's. Like you said, man, and you've called games there many times. It's the history of baseball.
When the old Yankee Stadium was up, we go on many a road trip where it was Fenway Park to Yankee Stadium or Yankee Stadium to Fenway Park, and they could not be more different. New Yorkers versus Bostonians, but now the Yankee Stadium's no longer, and they got the new place. There's nothing like Fenway Park. It really is a treasure.
Yeah, very cool. All right, we'll give you the Sweet Clean family-friendly caboose pistol. We got a couple of good pieces of audio, including the hero beekeeper who saved the Dodgers and Diamondbacks game yesterday, and our pal Ahmed Fareed, being a true professional as Chris Sims goes wild over Brock Bowers' physical traits. We'll give you that as part of the caboose next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Wednesday edition of the show. By the way, tomorrow, speaking of baseball, day baseball, 10:30. So we'll kind of be like Giants postgame tomorrow, right? That's kind of what we got.
What's the weather like? We should have asked Flem.
Oh, that's a good question. I hadn't even thought of that.
What's the weather like in Boston for tomorrow?
It's not gonna rain.
I think I saw a chance of rain.
Oh, really? I'd love to do the show.
35% chance of rain tomorrow.
35% of the time, it works every time. So maybe we'll see.
Let's see what time. No, it's sunny at game time. Well, it's partly cloud. No rain though.
Okay. We would be terrible weather. I think
we'll be all right for game time tomorrow.
Okay, good. All right. In Arizona last night, the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers had a bee problem. Never heard of this before. 1 hour, 55-minute delay because of a bee colony that formed on the top of the protective netting above home plate. So they had to wait, and they had to get a beekeeper in who actually was at his son's T-ball game. But they needed a hero, so he came. Here is the story from Chase Field.
Hero of the day, Matt Hilton is his name, and he has lived it up. They were chanting MVP. They were playing I Need a Hero, and he was that hero. He got the place cleared. And just a moment ago, he threw out the ceremonial first pitch. They just announced that he's going to be available for interviews in the press box at 8:45. Matt Hilton, 37-year-old father of 4, movie star, good looks, now a superstar.
He's a good-looking guy, by the way. Yeah, Matt Hilton, Blue Sky Pest Control in Phoenix. And so he had to go up. People I don't think understand. He had to go up on this big thing because it was at the top of the netting, and there's this huge bee colony up there, and he had to knock the whole thing down, and then he got it all fixed up, and then they had him throw out the ceremonial first pitch. And like you said, he went out and he did interviews. Good-looking guy. Changed his life.
He nailed the pitch.
He did nail the pitch. So anyway,
he's our hero.
Yeah.
And the Diamondbacks came back and won on the walk-off in the bottom of the 10th. We've seen this before in baseball. They do have a roof in that stadium, right?
Yeah.
It's a little odd to have a bee colony in a dome stadium. I've seen, in Cleveland, we had what were they called? Widgets. They come in off the lake. Remember when who's that Yankee pitcher that was pitching in the playoffs and his face got covered in the widgets? They kind of like miniature.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
But they have the same. So we had a game when I was doing the A's in Cleveland. It's usually later in the summer where something occurs above Lake Erie in Cleveland, and they get I think they're called widgets. They're like little tiny insects. They're gross. We had a game delayed there.
It was Chamberlain, the reliever, wasn't it? The reliever? I think it was.
What's his first?
Yoba Chamberlain. Yeah, J-O-B-A.
Oh, it was gross.
Yeah,
remember when he had a pitch with all over his face?
I don't know why that just came to me. But
I'm itching right now. It's so... But the Giants had a game delayed, and I love the bee colony. You never use that term for anything else. A bunch of bees is a colony.
Yeah.
The Giants had a game versus Cincinnati in 2018 that was delayed by a bee colony. It wasn't 2 hours like last night at Chase Field. That had to be in Cincinnati. I don't remember that at all in 2018. It couldn't have been at 3rd and King, right?
I don't remember that.
That was. I think that was in the Great American Small Park where that happened.
But what's amazing was the guy's 45 minutes away at his kid's T-ball game, and they get a hold of him, and he was the closest
Nobody
guy.
else could do it? They couldn't get anybody in the ballpark to do it?
that was the closest guy they could find. So he's from a pest control thing, and he took up the whole, beekeeper, that you put on that head thing that you do with the screen, and he got the whole thing down. It was pretty big, but anyway, they put him up on this.
Peterson couldn't do it? He couldn't just whack the colony of bees?
No, I think they make some matter, and then they hang around, they attack people. So anyway. Staying with baseball, Max Scherzer, and guys do this, but this one seems over the top. He was down in AAA getting ready for you're doing a rehab assignment. And so Wednesday night went above and beyond, shelling out big cash for a locker room feast with the minor leaguers that included bone-in ribeye filet, lobster. That cost about $7,000. And he also brought everybody AirPods. One of the players said, quote, "We walk in and there's a clubby just handing out AirPods saying they're from Max." So he did a $7,000 filet and lobster dinner and AirPods for the minor leaguers.
Nice.
How about Max? That's not bad.
Nice guy.
Real nice guy. You don't have to. I mean, you know, I know most people are going to go, "Well, he's got the money." I mean, he does, but you didn't have to do it. So anyway, yeah, AirPods and a nice dinner. Speaking of dinner, this is wild. So you know how like when kids go to a zoo and they'll be watching the animals or whatever, and you got this group of kids and everything
Adults
like that.
can't go?
Well, yeah, of course they can, but it was like a school trip or something like that, right?
Got it. School
These
outing.
kids. And so what starts
San
to happen?
Diego Zoo?
Yeah, so it says so the kids have
a nice
to watch.
view here in the city. Oakland's got a great zoo.
The kids go out and they're in the water area and it's closed off, but they've got an area they can watch from, and it says hangry bear gobbles up ducklings at the zoo in front of horrified children. Can you imagine?
Baby chickens?
Yeah, so these little ducklings are on the water, and the bear comes walking over and starts eating the ducks right in front of the kids, and they're all screaming and crying.
When is a bear anything but hangry?
I guess so.
Do they
That's a
ever
good
say,
point.
"No, I can't. I'm full"? I'm going to pass that up. I don't think that's happening.
I'm watching the video, and it is. I gotta say that I'm not even a small child, even though I act like one 4 hours a day. It says that's when the humongous quack addict began to make its move. In the clip, the mother duck and her little ducklings are swimming through the pool. As I guess the bear's name was Juniper. As Juniper watches them hungrily from the bank, all of a sudden the hungry Bruin jumps into the drink and makes a beeline
Went
for
to
the ducklings.
UCLA?
Yeah, apparently.
Baby Bruin?
Anyway, he got to a few of them before they scattered away as the kids were watching these ducklings getting eaten by bears on their little school trip.
And then they all watched Cocaine Bear when they were busing back to school. Have you ever seen that movie?
No,
by the way?
do I need to see
thought that
Cocaine
movie
Bear?
was going to be light and funny. It is not at all. The bear, he is on one. He's on cocaine.
And it's a true story, right?
But
like a plane.
But the bear is just so destructive. I mean, it's violent. I thought that was a funny story. It's going to be somewhat of a dark comedy. It's
not.
It was not. It was like this bear's on blow. He's on one. It was a bad bear.
So the story is he gets all coked up, and then
somebody leaves a bag
Right.
somewhere in the wilderness,
and then he just goes on a rampage.
He terrorizes. It is violent.
Yeah, I know I was gonna see it, and then I just never. I'm a good parent.
No, you got to.
I allowed my kids, my parents' kids, to see it.
It's all different. It's just so. It's not a kid's film. I thought it was going to be funny and light. I'm like, what is this? This bear's butkus. He's looking to destroy people. It was nuts. It was nuts.
All right, a couple other quick ones. Yesterday, we brought again up the story of Reese McGuire, who had done some stuff. The Red Sox, Spanky
the
McGuire,
non-Yankee,
who had gotten caught years ago.
He had
in
quite a game
vehicle.
last night, by the way, John. He was on base the entire game.
Well, it was only a day early because May is National Masturbation Month. So it says embrace the new self-love techniques in May. So he was just a day early. So I don't know if you could still sit in a Publix parking lot in Florida because it is Pleasure Yourself Month, but it is that month. So do with that what you will. It is Pleasure Yourself Month.
It is Mustache May.
Yes.
And it's
it is Mustache May. That's right.
Wow.
You ever done
Hell no.
Mustache
Hell
May?
no.
May?
Hell no.
You ever do that?
Hell
No.
No.
I have seen you with a goatee before.
I had a goatee during the Mark McGuire era of A's baseball.
Yeah.
Girl goatee.
Not anymore.
By the way, the A's are playing a day game. Your boy Ross Stripling is dealing today.
Is he?
He's pitching
Get him
well.
back. No, don't get him back.
Who has a better record, the A's or the Giants?
I think the
the
Giants
A's
do. Oh, do the Giants? Or the A's now? A couple of days.
The A's are 14-17. What are the Giants?
14-16.
Spotty. 14-16.
Spotty is the truth, man.
But the A's are winning 2-0 behind
and you get him
Mike, Ross Stripling.
You get him 6, that's it. Like you don't get anything off
Iron
that
Mike.
pen. You don't get anything off that pen. It's over.
We got a lot of afternoon delight today and a lot of afternoon baseball. A lot of games in the daytime today.
Yeah, very much. Tomorrow we'll have day baseball, 10:30, right here on the Sports Leader. So make sure, and then we will be basically your post-game show for the Giants, as long as the weather holds, in chilly Boston, because we talked to Dave from the dugout. And even for him, it's a little bit chilly. All right, that is your Sweet Clean Family Friendly Caboose Pistol. We have a couple of remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour, and then Tolbert and Copes at 2, only here on the Sports Leader.
O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Yes, Mike Yastrzemski. A couple days after Carl Yastrzemski, keep him straight, joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discussed what it was like in his home run at Fenway in 2019 and much more. Check out that podcast. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, Pop and Lund, thanks for joining us. Hump Day edition of the show. Thank you so much for hanging out. Pop and Lund sponsored, as always, by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. What, do we got a last-second guest here?
Well, the girl, Shannon, who brought us the giant orange bloodies at Public House formerly and now 58 Social, every Wednesday when you and I go there for day games for years, she would bring us the Bloody Marys. She has left. I saw her on Saturday there at 58 Social, and her and her husband are now at Fenway Park. Shannon, you at the Fens right now? Welcome.
I am. Good to be on. Thank you for taking my call.
How do you compare Oracle Park? This is your first time ever at Fenway Park. Give us the lowdown. What's it like there?
Well, I haven't got in yet because it doesn't open until 90 minutes before first pitch, and actually it looks like I'm just behind schedule. But it's pretty awesome. I mean, the area around the ballpark is very, very vibrant, and there's so much to do. So, I mean, it's great. And like I said, I'm going to be back in Philly, too, after this. So
you're going to Philly after that. So have you been to the Cask and Flagon yet out behind the Monster? Which bars have you been to?
So we just went to the Bleacher Bar.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Start. But I did read about the Caskin one, and we're going to try to.
You got to go there. You got to go there.
Yeah, that's the classic.
Yeah.
Very cool. So, are you doing
it? Definitely tomorrow.
Are you going to the game tomorrow too? And then are you doing a kind of an East Coast like a trip just to go see some stadiums?
Definitely. So,
cool.
Well, my family, I was born and raised outside of Philadelphia, so definitely making a trip back home to visit some family. But yeah, so my husband is obviously a huge baseball fan, and we saw that they were playing up here in Boston and then down in Philly, so we're making a trip out of it.
No, I met him on Saturday. He's nuts. He's a lot of fun.
So.
He's a lot of fun. So are there? I heard Giant Vacation says their tour in Fenway Park. So there are a lot of Giant fans walking around Ted Williams Way right now before the game.
A ton. It's amazing how many Giants fans there are out here. I'm wearing my husband got me for my birthday a few years back a Ryan Vogelsong jersey. So he's one of my favorite pitchers for the Giants. So I was wearing that, and someone came up to me and they were like, "Oh, great jersey." So it's nice to know the community that you're with. So
are Red Sox fans good to the opposition? Because I was in watching the game yesterday. You could see lots of Giants fans right behind the home plate. Lots of them.
We're actually, they're everywhere. So we actually have seats 5 rows behind the Giants dugout tonight.
Ooh, nice!
And
wow.
Then, so it's good seats. And then I'm obviously I follow the Cruton Pike page on Facebook, and someone put on there that they were right behind the dugout. So I mentioned something, and so it's just amazing, the community around here. You know, you can connect with people in so many different ways, and who knows? I mean, we already we saw someone at our hotel that was wearing Giants gear, and then next thing we knew, at the bar that we were at, he showed up. So it's just kind of funny how you can run into people.
Well, we're going to miss you at 58 Social. You brought us those giant orange bloodies. Every time John and I were there, promptly at 9:59, you would bring them out there with a big celery stalk. So you got to have, in honor of you leaving 58 Social, being on this road trip, in honor of us and our relationship, you got to have a giant orange bloody, Shannon, right? At some point?
Okay, I'll make sure to do that.
Oh,
yeah,
sure.
Have fun.
Enjoy it.
Tell your hubby I say hi.
All right, thank you.
Very
Have
cool.
fun.
That is Shannon, formerly of 58
She
Social.
left. Her last day was last week. First day off. Where was she? She was at 58 Social.
That's funny.
Drinking.
Well, I mean, how
Other side of the
bar.
bar.
I don't know what she's doing or anything like that. I mean, to go back there and do a trip like that, if you can do it this summer or something like that, and if you can take your kids or something, because that's history. And then she's from Philly. She said she's going to go back to Philadelphia and stuff. But even new Yankee Stadium, it's not old Yankee Stadium, but go to Baltimore. That stadium is absolutely awesome, and the Orioles are playing great, so you'll see some good baseball. But I've done that East Coast trip with my kids and with my son, and I've actually driven it. It's cool, man. It is really cool, man.
Without a doubt.
I am jealous. She was at a bar already.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being at
jealous.
Fenway tonight, although Flem said it's a little cold.
Yeah, that's not my vibe. But you like cold. You're fine with you.
Not for baseball.
Cold.
We don't like
neither.
baseball in the cold. We like football and hockey in the cold.
Yeah, he's used to it. So, anyway. All right, we will be back tomorrow. We will essentially be your post-game show for the Giants. By the way, all-time, I was just looking at game notes today, 2-7 all-time, and they've been swept twice in Boston. Not a long history there, obviously, with Interleague just starting a little while back. They haven't been there since 19, but they're all-time 2-7, and they've been swept twice. So, yeah, it would be nice to start tonight. Dalton Jeffries and, company. So, we'll see. That'll be it. But, yeah, we'll be your post-game show tomorrow. Have a good time. Game starts at 10:30, so we got 2 times. We're going to play twice before we even reconvene. Thanks to Monty. Had a great conversation with Monty about the Warriors in the offseason, and it was fun talking to Dave Fleming. You could tell how excited Dave was to call a game from there, wasn't he? That's cool.
Absolutely.
That was a good time. So
there's nothing like the Fens.
Yeah, it was awesome. Thanks to Danny. No Walter today. Silver was hanging out, and he did a really good job. Really nice job. Walter Schmalter. I mean, it's the Saturdays. He's worried about the ballpark, being at the ballpark. He's trying to steal Marty's job. I mean, basically, that's Walter. So, good riddance. No, just kidding. Appreciate it. Coming up next, we'll see you tomorrow at 10 pop. Or excuse me, no, after the game.
No,
Pop.
we'll
Not
see
at
you
10.
after the ball game.
Not at 10. Right after the game. Tolbert and Cope's going up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media Station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Mark Spear is going to join us. And then we'll get you ready for Giants and the Red Sox, part 2. Hopefully this game will keep us awake a little more than last night. That was a snooze-a-rooney is what that was.
It's a snooze-a-rooney, baby.
It's a snooze-a-rooney, baby. Good night.
That game sucked.
That thing was just, it was all bad. It was just all bad. I mean, Logan Webb had one of his rare clunkers, and then the offense, I want to say one of their rare clunkers, but they've had some clunkers before. So it was just, they could have been 10-0. As many base runners they had on the base. You don't talk about traffic. That was like the 405 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That was bad. He was lucky to get out of there with what he got out of there with. I don't know what it was, 3 earned runs, 4 earned runs. I think it was they put up the picket fence early. It could have been much worse than that, but yeah, that was just that. Yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't good. There was nothing redeeming about that game.
No. And by the way, you ready for today's exciting game? Bullpen tilt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Here we go.
For that.
Eric Miller, and then what? Who got? I get them mixed up. Did Landon Roop go down?
Yeah,
Landon Roop
Dalton
went down, and Dalton Jeffries came back.
Yeah.
Timothy Dalton Jeffries is what I call him.
Dalton.
Shout out to.
He's not Dalton from Roadhouse. That'd be better.
Yeah, it would
Anyway.
be because Timothy
Well,
Dalton.
the old Roadhouse.
Timothy Dalton's got to be like the third or fourth ranked Bond. If you're going to rank the quality of Bonds, at least 4, maybe.
I thought you were going to rank the quality of Dalton's.
You said Lazenby's the best? No, Lazenby's
George
not.
Lazenby's the
It's
best.
No, screw that guy, dude. No, Lazenby's awful. Lazenby's awful. He gets like married at the end of it, and she gets offed.
Oh,
Don't see it. Don't
man.
worry, not a good one. Yeah, he's
I'm trying
the
to
one.
think who was the Dalton. I can't think of his name. The old Phillies catcher. I think. What was it? Darren Dalton.
Darren Dalton. There you go. Yeah,
I
that
think
sounds
that's
right.
it, yeah.
That sounds right.
Yeah, Darren Dalton. Yeah, not a lot of Daltons out there.
Yeah, we've kind of run our course on this Dalton.
Yeah, I think
That's why I wasn't going Mount Dalton more. You know? Andy Dalton says Tim.
Yeah, I think our knowledge base of Daltons is probably not the best.
Well, there you go. That.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I can't come up with.
There's not many. You don't have to keep
I'm
thinking.
I'm trying, somebody, I guarantee you, the YouTube and Twitch and whatever, they'll come up with a whole bunch of Daltons. I just can't. I can't do it right now. So, no.
No,
Sorry.
no, I don't think there is
No,
one.
sorry. No.
No.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
Not that. Not it.
I think Tim Dalton was as far as we were going. Tim Dalton, Andy Dalton, Dalton Jeffries, Darren Dalton. There's your Dalton Moore.
There's your Dalton Moore.
That's it. Giants pregame in an hour at 3:10. By the way, more exhilarating talk like this between now and then.
Yes. More Dalton talk.
Mark Spears will join us.
Hey, it'd be as exciting as that game last night.
Yeah, I bet more. Maybe more so. Maybe more so. Dalton from Roadhouse is 209. Yeah, we got that one.
Yep, we got
Dalton
that
from
one.
Roadhouse. 916 says Tim Dalton was always just a Nazi to me because of the movie Rocketeer. Good call there.
Rocketeer.
That's good knowledge there. That's good knowledge. How about the basketball game last night, dude? The 76ers
Great
keeping
game.
things alive. I'm stoked that I got in on them as a plus money dog there when they were down in the series. I'm feeling good about a game 7.
Yeah, I think they got a shot at it. I think. I mean, I seriously think they'd beat him if Embiid were healthy, but he's not, and he's still putting up numbers. But Maxey is just wow. That dude is lightning fast, like lightning fast. I mean, the Knicks screwed it up about as bad as Philly screwed it up in Game 2. They like flip-flop games, screwing it up, and kind of, I won't say handing it to the other team, but certainly gave them a helping hand in winning those games. Philly should have won Game 2. Knicks should have won last night's game.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. I mean, when you're up 6 with 29 seconds left, I mean, that's just a game. That's a game you got to win. And then they I mean, it screwed it up. You foul on the 3-point shot and makes it a 4-point play. Then you only make one free throw, and then you don't foul. So you foul when you shouldn't foul. You don't foul when you should foul, and it was just a mess. And then they went up 5 in overtime, scored the first 5 points, and then Philly just ran them after that. So, but yeah, fun game. I'm glad they won.
Dude, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Like, you're saying some great stuff, and we're going to talk about more of this with Mark Spears. But
you got more Daltons?
Yeah, I have another Dalton I just thought of, dude. So I was like, Tim, hit the
Is
sound.
that what we got?
I was like, can you shut
get
Tom
the
up for a
update?
minute, dude? Can you shut Tom up? I got something good to say.
Yeah.
Dude, how about, can I give you the character, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Leo DiCaprio's Rick Dalton?
Oh, wow. That's a great pull.
Dude, you get the character from Pacino goes, I cut myself a cigar, poured myself a cognac, and I had myself a Rick Dalton marathon. The 14/5 to McCluskey. He's wielding that. He does the spaghetti westerns, dude.
Wow.
Red
yeah,
skin,
that's
red
a
skin,
pull.
red blood. That's a deep one, dude. That's a tough one.
That's a pull right
Yeah, man.
there.
Yeah.
I would never.
Derek's
come up with that one.
shaking his head at me, but that's okay.
No,
I shake my head at most everything Derek says. So
Rick Dalton. Wow.
yeah. Anyway,
Strong.
back to what you were saying about the inbounds or something. I don't know.
No, I don't know what I was saying. To be perfectly
Something
honest
about the
with you.
Knicks. I don't know. I was
Jesus, Coop, take your glasses off. Good Lord.
Look, Tom wears shirts with holes in it. I got Greg Papa wearing these bacon neck giveaway T-shirts. I can wear some cool glasses.
I didn't even notice that. Who you, Lenny Kravitz?
Look, these glasses are cool. Exhibit A. Check it out. There it is.
I'm doing the show with Lenny Kravitz today. Fantastic.
Lenny Kravitz. Yeah, there we
The
go.
YouTube channel wants to know if you can get an 8-ball from you.
Hit me after the show. We're off at 3:10. Giants pregame gets going 3:10. I'm sure they're stoked I lumped that into that convo. By the way, we are still giving away tickets to a single-day pass to go to the Aftershock Festival. Slayer, Slipknot, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, Pantera, Judas Priest, among many, many others. When you tune in between now and 3 o'clock, now and 3, we'll give you the cue to call. And if you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR. And the tickets for the Aftershock Festival on day 1, the Friday day, will be yours. They're available for sale at aftershockfestival.com. Tim, what's the cue to call? All right. You hear that?
Pantera?
415-896-KNBR is the cue to call. Giants.
Tim didn't want to give it any thought today. He just goes, "I'll just pick a song." And
I like blaming Tim too because I don't think Tim had anything to do with it. I think it was Derek's fault.
Yeah.
Derek, did you half-ass this today?
Derek,
you want to talk about my glasses and you brought your ass with that soundbite?
Okay. Solid Tenacious D reference.
No, I don't care. It was not good.
It's clever.
It wasn't good. Oh, it's clever. That's how you know something's clever, when somebody tells you it's clever. Hey, Tom, did you know that was funny? That was witty. We just did.
I just found out.
Yeah.
I just found out.
Any more comedy you want to lay on us, Derek? Anything else for us today?
Jesus Christ, let's just do the show.
Yeah, I'm trying. Look, I'm trying, Derek. You're insulting my glasses. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Giants pregame coming up at in about an hour.
Tenacious D, by the way?
Yeah, I guess it was.
Oh, I thought it was Pantera. I wasn't even paying attention.
D for
I just heard
Derek.
Cowboys from Hell.
Or DeSantis, depending on.
You know what that was? Clever.
Intellectual.
Yeah, he was smart. It was highbrow. It was high. Oh, now you want to stay in the segment. Now Derek's like, now we're done. Now we don't want to do the show anymore.
Very highbrow.
When we come on back, Giants.
You know it's highbrow when you got to explain it to
Yes,
people.
it's always good.
Oh, you didn't laugh. Let me tell you why.
Let me tell you why you're not smart enough for the funny. I'm going to go explain to Derek why Rick Dalton was funny in just a minute, too. It would be more exhilarating than that Giants loss from yesterday. They racked up 4 hits, Tom.
Yeah, racked them up.
They racked up 4 hits. The only problem was the Red Sox
stack them.
Red Sox racked up 4 runs. Giants struck out 10 times, and then they lost the ball game. Logan Webb, their ace on the hill, had an opportunity to show the nation he was the best pitcher in baseball. Didn't quite go that way. We'll talk more about that Giants loss. Get you ready for the Giants and the Red Sox game 2 tonight. Still to come, Mark Spears and a nice, big, fun. I'm telling you it's fun. Well, Derek told me it was fun. The Sound Soiree is coming up later. More on the Giants and the Red Sox next on the Sports Leader.
Hayward, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Hayward's Sports Leader.
Giants dropped game 1 in Boston yesterday with a 4-0 loss that saw Logan Webb last just a little over 3 innings. Can the Giants finish this road trip above 500? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. And I'm always talking to you about this because retirement planning is about knowing the rules. You got to know how to get there. It's like knowing the overtime rules because there are no do-overs in life, especially when you get to retirement. So if you're looking for somebody, a local fiduciary, who's licensed when it comes to loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money-related, please give my good friend Greg O'Donnell at O'Donnell Financial Group a call. For the past 3 decades, he's been helping people just like you right here in the Bay Area get peace of mind by helping them plan for retirement. So call Greg today, 866-496 866-2300 or visit them online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Again, 866-496-2300 or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. You owe it to yourself to know if you're going to be able to live that lifestyle in retirement that you've been working hard for and that you've always dreamed of. So call Greg O'Donnell now, 866-496-2300 or online at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3-0 Red Sox runner at third, 2 down. The 1-0 pitch. That one is lined down the right field line. That is a fair ball. Into the corner right up against pesky pole. Yastrzemski will play the carom. Abreu flying around second, heading for third, and he's in there with a triple. Duran came in to score. It is 4-0 Red Sox. Abreu's been on base 3 different times tonight with a walk, a double, and a triple. And that's going to be it for Logan Webb.
Not the showing I was looking for Logan Webb at Fenway Park. A little East Coast showing. I know they got some national attention, too. I think outside of the Bay Area market and outside of the Boston market, they were part of a split sort of a national game on MLB Network where it was the Cubs and the Mets you got if you were out here, but everybody else would have gotten the Giants and the Red Sox yesterday. Yastrzemski back to Fenway Park. Some cool moments there back in 2019. But I was saying this last week after the 4 consecutive starts of Logan Webb, 7 or more innings pitched. I think the number that we had going into yesterday's game was he had not allowed a run in a game since the 13th of April. It was the 13th or the 16th of April. Bottom line is they were in Tampa. It was the Tampa start. It was like the 4th inning of his start in Tampa was the last time he'd allowed an earned run before yesterday. And I always like when a guy who's on the West Coast who's getting that attention, who was second in Cy Young voting last year. I always thought it was cool, like when Tim Lincecum or Bumgarner or Matt Cain got to pitch on a big stage like that, or on the East Coast against a big team, an American League team like that, and show the East Coast audience what this guy's capable of, because he's not the electric guy that we see in a Tyler Glasnow in Los Angeles or a Yamamoto, and doesn't have the same sexy stuff, but he's as dominant when he's at his peak. Yesterday, it didn't have it yesterday. And that's what happens.
12 base runners in 3 2/3. 12. That's usually 2 starts for him. 12 base runners. He just didn't have it. He didn't have the command. Too many balls in the middle of the plate. Man, they took advantage of it. And they're not a particularly gifted offensive team. Look, if they were, they would have scored those 10 runs. But they're not. So they got 4. But 4 was all they needed, because as we noted yesterday, and they showed the graphic during the game, their starters ERAs was 2.09 going into yesterday. So it's gone to 2.09 as a staff. That's ridiculous. Now, as a complete staff, they're also number 1, but their bullpen's 10th, which isn't terrible. But their starter's number 1. Overall, they're number 1. But 2.09, that's like a great starter. Most teams don't have a starter that has a 2.09 ERA. They have a team staff ERA starters of 2.09. And so they don't give up a lot of runs. They don't score a lot of runs. And I said usually, and when I've watched them play, and I've watched them play a few times now, their infield defense can be a little shoddy. That didn't really come into play last night. Sometimes they'll gift you a run or two, but yeah, it was nothing. It was just, the Giants couldn't get a hit early. The first 2 guys that got on base, I think, got hit into double plays. The very next guy, so they never could get a rally going. And it was, like I said, a snooze fest, total snooze. And Webb wasn't pitching well, couldn't locate, and they couldn't hit. It was just bad all around. Bad.
I don't know where they go. I mean, again, it's still, we're a month in, though. I mean, it's not like it's a small sample size at this point. Where it's May 1st.
Back to the hotels where they go.
Well, yeah, I just mean with the offense. I mean, people were saying
you've come a long way, haven't you?
Yeah, we have.
Moose, Louisiana.
Yeah, Baton Rouge. that was a huge miss by Derek not having that in the sound soiree. By the way, I saw it on every late night talk show. I was like, we could have had it first, but no.
Yeah, we could have. We saw it.
We could have had it before then.
But no,
Derek,
whiffed.
Derek's like, no, absolutely not, dude.
Every late night talk show had that.
Yeah. But you know, it's funny, Derek, because we're on before the late night talk shows. Did you know that? Did you know our show airs before 11:30 p.m. on Monday nights? Were you aware? By the way, we went to break at the first segment, and Derek goes, yeah, feels like it is an hour 10. Thank God it's an hour 10 show today after us riffing on Dalton's in the first segment.
Yeah,
thank God it's an hour 10 show. Tim said, kind of felt like an hour 10 that first segment. I was like, screw both of you guys. You guys can
just
both,
hit buttons.
You guys can both
eat
me. Yeah. How about you push buttons and do what you do, huh?
You got to lotion up your wang. Yeah, just push buttons.
Yeah, push that one again.
And work on your fantasy team for next year, okay? I know stuff up the ass as well as anybody. It's great to be with you, my bud.
A butt talk from Tom after he said push some buttons. So today, Giants going to go with I was talking more about the offense. Before we get into more of today's game. Offense, 4 hits yesterday, 10 strikeouts. I don't know what it is about putting on a Giants uniform and just being an absolute flop. But what was the number Andy Baggerly gave us the other day after this weekend series? I think it was on Monday. He was talking to us about how Jorge Soler.
Oh yeah, hits great with runners.
With nobody on base.
Nobody on base.
It's not even hits great. It's like he came up to bat with 80-something base runners on this year. He'd driven in 3.
Yeah.
Only like 4 guys or something, or 4. I think it was 3 times, 3 RBIs that were not himself on solo home runs or home runs that he scored on.
It was awful. Is what it was. Yeah, look, until the middle of the order gets going, this is what you're going to see. This is what you're going to see. Like, no problem with Jung-Hoo Lee. Obviously, Wade has been fantastic. Conforto's had a nice start to the season. Bailey's been good. But the 2 guys that you have in the middle of your order, whether it's 3-4, 3-5, whatever it is, sometimes it's been a 0. Chapman got off to a good start in San Diego. And then I don't know what his average. I can look it up real quick. How far it's dropped, like in the last 10 games or so. But he's been
atrocious.
It's been awful. And I don't think anybody expected him to come here and have an OPS of like 950. Like, that's not who he is. But he's usually an OPS around 800. Something like that. And I think his OPS right now is probably low 700s, if that. It was in the 600s there for a minute. It might still be. And, yeah, you appreciate the glove. Glove has been fantastic. But I think at some point, and again, we're probably a little too early for it, but at some point, you're going to have to start looking in the minors and saying, we got some guys down there, some young guys. Maybe we get them up here. And those guys didn't come up here and light it on fire when they were up here. Pick your guy. It wasn't like they came up here and were killing it. They struggled up here. But you're pitching well enough to keep yourself in games. Like last night, that game was there for you.
Yeah.
It's 4 runs.
4 runs with Logan Webb on the hill. You get him a little bit of run support. Maybe you start putting something together. Then maybe he starts attacking differently, too. He knows he's got a nibble, and I know he left too much out over the plate. But 4 runs is a game that you should be in with guys like Jorge Soler in the middle of the lineup. Now, I did have some reservations about Soler. I was excited about the addition, thought he was a legit bat to put in the middle of the order, especially when he's not the focal point. It's like you've added other pieces. I think Lee's been fantastic at the top. Like you mentioned, Lamont Wade's been great. When Wilmer Flores is in there, he's one of the best hitters in the game, it feels like, in terms of putting together a, quote, professional at-bat, Tom, is what Wilmer Flores can do.
Professional at-bat.
I don't know what the infatuation is with Austin Slater in the leadoff spot anymore. I'm not sure I've never felt like, I know he's got decent speed, but I don't know what the infatuation is there. He's not getting on. He's not reaching base. They've dropped down Jung-Hoo Lee and then moved him back up a little bit now. But I'm at the point where, Elliot Ramos, I know it's not been a ton of games, but Elliot Ramos is at 113 plate appearances right now in AAA, 98 at-bats. He's hitting .296 with a .962 OPS. He's got 7 bombs, 2 triples, 3 doubles. So he's got 12 extra base hits. 12 of his 29 hits are extra base hits, 19 ribs. He's also stolen a bag. He has struck out 31 times, but he's walked 12 times too. His OBP is 381. It's AAA ball, sure, but I'm at some point you got to say we need somebody to spark this offense a little bit. We got to do something to shake things up. The 2010 Giants weren't like ready to go. They weren't a World Series team. Buster Posey came up in May. Sometimes you have to shake things up, and I don't know if they'll wait till somebody goes down, but right now I think they need a little bit more production than what they're getting throughout the middle of the lineup. It's Soler dropping down to 6 doesn't do much for you.
No, not really. And I just looked at Chapman's OPS. It is, if I'm adding this correctly, 651. That's, that just ain't cutting it. I don't care how good you are defensively, and he's obviously great defensively, but, at some point, the middle of the order is going to start kicking in, and it really, I keep repeating myself, but to me, that's they're not great other than that. They're good enough, though. They've been doing enough to score some runs, but again, those 2 guys in particular, guys you expected to drive the ball. Chapman's a guy usually you can count on, and again, it's early, so I don't want to say you can't, but usually you count on for 20 to 25 home runs. Soler's a 25 and up guy, home runs, and that's kind of where it's at. They're just not able to deliver right now, and they've had some decent enough pitching performances where some of those games were very winnable, and it just hasn't happened. And again, I think you're right. Do you look at some of those guys and say, okay, who do we bring up? Where do we put him? I'm with you that Ramos for for Slater right now seems to be a and again, I don't know how would it affect the 40-man. I don't know what you have to do.
Ramos is on the 40-man. You just have to you'd have to get somebody off of the active roster. Which blister flares up or
exactly.
Who knows? Maybe get a little cranky.
Yeah, somebody can come down with something.
My arm's a little cranky. My back's cranky.
Exactly.
Yeah, cranky back.
Just a little extra juice to the lineup.
That's what I mean.
Like
just something
new.
to inject some life into it. Because right now, again, Tim just said this in my ear. He's like, it's tough getting like 2 hits in the first 3 innings. Like stringing stuff together. That's what it feels like. It's like you're getting guys on base and they're getting stranded out there. Like I feel like Jung Hoo Lee and Lamont Wade Jr. are guys who should be scoring like 85, 90 runs a year based on how much they're reaching base at the top of the lineup. But there's nobody back there driving them in. And they've got guys who've got doubles and gap-to-gap power. But Soler's somebody who I expected to, like Pedro Serrano, we joked about, strike out a bunch and hit a handful of home runs. I was thinking 25, 30. I'm not looking for the 48 he hit in Kansas City a few years ago, but I think he's a 25 to 30 homer guy at Oracle Park. It's just not coming right now. And I don't know if he's pressing too much, that he signed a little bit late in the spring. Same goes for Chapman. Don't forget that. Like we were cutting a little bit of that break to a guy like Blake Snell for a while. That, hey, he didn't really get a normal spring training and he's got to get up to speed. But the same can be said about Chapman and Soler.
Yeah.
Based on
look, Soler hasn't even struck out that much this year.
He's
He's
just
only
popping
struck
out.
33 times, 121 plate appearances. So, I mean, that's perfectly acceptable.
That's fine, yeah.
Yeah, he just hasn't, and his OPS is, 714, which is, probably about 100 points below where you hope it is at the end of the year. But, I thought about that last night. Maybe just a different guy or two, add a little more juice to the lineup, try to get somebody new look. Because I tell you what, when they were down 4-0 last night, I never got the feeling they were even in that game.
No. You kidding me?
It is like, you're not like, oh, they're getting guys on, get a key hit, maybe they can cut it to 4-2, and all of a sudden get a ball game. I just thought 4-0, this thing's like, they're just kind of hanging on by a thread here, just hanging on. But I never felt like they were ever going to win the game. They never gave you that indication.
Shout out guy Mr. E on the YouTube chat says the reason Slater leads off is because he can't hit into a double play to start the game. It's a pretty good line by Mr. E. When we come on back, Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. The Hall of Famer joins us talking NBA playoffs. The Sixers and the Knicks. Maxey with a huge game last night, descended to OT, and all the stars were out talking about his performance. Game 6 coming in that series. We'll talk more about it next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the team over at Kugelman Law. You have any tax problems, tax issues that you want to get resolved, whether it be late filings, crypto, not sure what to do with that, maybe even criminal, doesn't matter what it is, could be any of those or it could be any other thing. If you have problems with the IRS, set up a consultation with Alex Kugelman. He's personable, he's knowledgeable, he'll set up a game plan for you. This is how you get out of it, and then he'll let you know exactly what the cost is going to be, very transparent. Then you decide what road you want to go down. But this is not a road that you want to go down yourself because, it needs to get taken care of. The IRS isn't going to forget. They're not going to wait. They want their money. The quicker you get this resolved, the better it is for you. You can stop worrying about it. You can stop getting the letters. You can stop getting the phone calls, and just have some peace of mind that, okay, this is how I'm going to get to this point where I don't have any tax issues anymore, and then you can stay with them and not have to worry about any tax issues. It's like nice not having to worry about tax issues. The last thing you need is getting correspondence from Uncle Sam. That's never a good thing. So if you have any tax issues whatsoever, be they criminal, late filings, crypto, whatever it is, set up a consultation with Alex Kugelman. That's sftaxteam.com. sftaxteam.com. Kugelman Law, your tax, crypto, and estate planning attorneys. Alex Kugelman, the managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of results.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
Dub Nation, time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
Give it to Maxey. Maxey races around a half-court screen. Deep three straight away. He smoked it. Holy cow. It's 97-97. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. We do it every week with the Hall of Famer of ESPN and Anscape.com. Joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. It's Mark Spears talking some NBA playoff basketball. And Mark, we were saying yesterday, first time since 2004 that the second round of the NBA playoffs does not feature LeBron, Steph, KD. How about that? Pretty wild.
That's a hell of a stat. And, but, you know, they got some young folks we're looking at now. And I think, in a sense, that's some good thing to kind of learn more about the stars of the league. Like Tyrese Maxey, you played that clip. He was absolutely incredible. Anthony Edwards, absolutely incredible the other day. So
Jamal Murray.
We're starting to, Jamal Murray. I mean, so that's part of the good thing is what we're starting to learn about the other guys now. We know what those guys can do, right? But there certainly is a future.
Would you? I thought last night it just kind of thought like, well, Philly gave one away. So New York gave one away. Like they both gave one away, and this series is probably where this series should be because Philly should have never lost game 2. And when you're up 6 points with 29 seconds left, there's like no way you lose that game. I mean, it was like they fouled when they shouldn't have fouled, and then they didn't foul when they should have fouled. I mean, there's no way you lose that game, but, well, they lost that game, and now they got to go back to Philly. What'd you think of the last 29 seconds of that game?
Yeah, and then Hart is like an 80% free throw shooter, too.
Yep.
And he misses the free throw.
Yep.
I mean, that, to me, like, man, just it was incredible about it is, like, Embiid's not Embiid, man. Like,
No.
I'm starting to feel like he and Kawhi won't be on a USA basketball team. They got to get ready to replace them both. The way he's just dragging his leg, and he just doesn't look right. So to me, that was like Tyrese's real welcome moment, like into stardom, into the NBA. You know, his jersey's a top 15 seller and really humble guy, but Embiid has such a big shadow that you don't pay attention to him. But what you saw last night from him was like Jordan-esque. Where it was kind of like what Reggie Miller did to him. Like that last three. I mean, that's Steph Curry type of stuff. That was super special, and I think he probably got a lot of new fans. But in order for them to survive this series, in order for them to push it to Game 7, like he's going to have to do that again. I just don't know that he could do that 2 times in a row because, you know, Embiid's not going to get 6 days off, 4 days off. Like he's got to go again tomorrow. And what always happens in the NBA in the later part of the series, like you're just going to get 1 day off between games. And I just don't think Embiid's going to be able to carry him. So it's gonna take more heroics from Maxey to do it. But the Knicks, it's funny, man, because it's like just when you think the Knicks are about to be a superpower, right? Like something like that happens. And but you know, with Porzingis going out, I mean it's not out of the realm of possibility that the Knicks can make it to the finals, right? But you know, they got some injury issues of their own. And I don't know if I'm quite sold on that yet. I still think the Celtics will figure it out.
What's with all the calf injuries?
It's a good question, man. And that's not good. I mean, Giannis has one, and KD, Kevin Durant, showed you in 2019, like, if you're not careful with that, he could blow out an Achilles. And that's why, Doc said that Giannis is looking better, but he's listed as doubtful for tomorrow as well as Damian Lillard. So, I don't know. I don't know if it's really worth it, right? Is it worth it for Giannis? Is it like, even if he comes back, what is he going to be? He hasn't played in weeks. If he's that susceptible to injuries, I wouldn't play him. And this Bucks team isn't going anywhere. I think they should just go into the sunset, hopefully be healthier next season, fix some things, have a better training camp with Doc, a full training camp. But I don't think it's worth it for the Bucks right now.
Look at Mark Spears, ESPN and Landscape.com on the Uma Gaslight. Circling back to some of the LeBron and KD stuff, with them being out, does the early exit for the Lakers and the back-to-back losses now to the Nuggets, does it make it more likely LeBron leaves this summer or starts exploring that option?
I think he stays because, I think the opportunity for a legacy in Lakerland is very important to him. Like, one good debate you could have with Lakers fans right now is, should he get a statue? Right?
What?
And I'm sure, should he get a statue? Exactly.
Excuse me?
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, hey, he became the all-time leading scorer there.
In-season tournament, all that stuff, yeah.
Big time.
Yeah. Won a championship. But, I mean, I think he thinks about things like that, right? And obviously they could get him, a gang of money. Was it like $260 million or something like that? Or $240 million. I know they'll draft his son. And the bigger question is, like, where is he going to go? Like, for who? But if you look at it, one of the only teams that does have assets is the Warriors. Like, you have Kuminga, you have Chris Paul's contract, you have Wiggins, right? You have some young players that have some talent. When there's smoke, there's fire. And I still haven't forgotten at the end of, right when the trade deadline happened, that there was that rumor about LeBron coming to Golden State. I just can't see the Lakers wanting to help the Warriors out, right?
Oh, never.
I mean, the Warriors do have the assets, whether it's LeBron or KD or someone else, to make something happen. And I think Dunleavy, man, he has to do it. Like, you're wasting Steph's years, man. I think it's very important for him to make a major splash this summer.
Yeah, that'll be great. I said it was like one of those movies with when Michael Douglas and Morgan Freeman and Robert De Niro went to Vegas. It'd be like one of those Alan Arkin's in it. That's what the Warriors are going to be like. Like, oh, these guys were great back in the day. It's going to be fun to watch it. Like, I don't think anything makes a whole lot of sense, to be honest with you, because I think what they'd have to give up, they won't be that much better anyway. So they can't give up first round picks. The Warriors need their first round picks. They can't be one of these teams that mortgages their first round picks for possibly getting a top 5 seed. Because I don't know if they get KD, if they're any better than Denver, OKC, Minnesota. I mean, those 3 teams are young and they're good. And I don't know if it makes a whole lot of sense for them to be honest with you. And I'm with you. I don't think that LeBron wants to come and be on Steph's team and win a championship on Steph's team. And I think he wants to stay in LA.
He did that in Miami, right? Like, he did it in Miami already.
No, but he was the guy on that team, though. Even though Dwayne Wade was already there, it was still LeBron's team.
Yeah.
Because even Dwayne Wade said it. Like, look, you got to run the show. You're the man. Now, he was younger, to be sure. But, I mean, nobody ever thought that was Dwayne Wade's team, even though Dwayne Wade he's a Hall of Famer. He's great. I wanted to ask you about Bronny, though, because you brought him up. Is it even a good idea for them to draft Bronny? Like, do you think when LeBron talks about it, and I don't know if you're privy to any of these conversations or not, but wouldn't it be better for this guy to go do his own thing? I mean, get drafted by the Lakers. People go, oh, the only reason they drafted him because, like, if I'm Bronny, I'm thinking, yeah, it'd be fun to play with him, but I got to do my own thing. It can't just be about LeBron, and because it's going to be about my dad and me all the time. That's all anybody's ever going to talk about, and I'm never going to get to do my own thing and kind of forge my own path and find out how good I am. Like, I'm wondering if it's almost a disservice to him if he went and played with LeBron.
Well, Tom, my biggest worry is the protection that has been around this kid, and suddenly you're going to get thrown to the wolves, right? And what I mean by that is I covered the Hoop Summit last year, and Bronny went, and he talked. He did an interview, but, you know, he doesn't do interviews. Like, he didn't do any interviews the whole season at USC. Never talked to anybody, couldn't talk to anybody. He always had, like, a bodyguard with him. He always had kind of like a handler with him, which he did at the Hoop Summit. And I just recall, like, somebody pulling me to the side and they said, hey, Mark, can you give him a kind of a softball to answer first because he's never done an interview before. And I'm like, no, you're kidding me, right? He's done interviews. It's like, no, this is the first interview he's ever done in his life.
Wow.
Like, so, you know, he did interviews at the Hoop Summit because I think basically USA Basketball told him and told LeBron, like, we're not changing the rules for him. If he wants to play in this game, he's going to have to do it. So they did it, and he was fine. But, you know, at USC, he was in a cocoon. Like, he played in the games, but he never talked after the games. He never did any interviews the whole season. I've never known of any college basketball player to basically be protected like that the whole year. So to suddenly, like, put him in the NBA where not only is he going to have to just suddenly do interviews with, you know, national writers who aren't going to coddle him, where no matter where he goes, if you think the bullseye was big on him when he was playing Cal and Stanford, imagine what it's going to be like in the NBA or in the G League. Cause,
yeah.
I mean, he probably would have to spend time there. Like, I mean, I saw him play and practice for 3 days. I think he's an NBA-style defender. I think at best he's, you know, respectfully, at best he's a third point guard in the NBA. I do think if he stays 4 years in college, and at the end of those 4 years, he certainly can grow to a first-round pick. So, I mean, the thing is, it's like you've heard so much about how his dad wants to play with him, but, like, what does the kid want, right?
Yeah.
Like, what does he want to do? Did he enjoy being in college? Did he enjoy being at USC? I really kind of feel bad for him, you know, like, because when I did interview him, he seemed like one of the nicest kids in the world and much more innocent than I ever expected him to be. So, I mean, you go to the NBA, man, the training wheels are off.
Yep.
And I just think it certainly would be best for him to go to college and also take the training wheels off in terms of dealing with the media, you know, being available, getting used to that side of it, because it's going to be a big change in life if he comes to the NBA. And I respectfully think that's going to be a lot for this kid, man. He's a kid who hasn't been able to just, like, you know, he's almost like if he was part of the royal family, the way that they protect him. And I just don't know if he's, I'm not even talking about basketball, just the life part of being an NBA player and the expectations and the pressure and the daily demands. I think that's going to be a lot for him.
No doubt. A couple more questions for you before we let you run. Does Phoenix do anything? Or does Ishbio just say, you know what, let's try to get a point guard and just run this thing back and maybe get a new coach?
You know, it's interesting. When I sat down with Bradley Beal last month, he had this line that kind of stood out to me where he basically, I talked to him about championship expectations, and he said, you know, we're thinking more long-term. We're thinking more, you know, and I was like, whoa, like, kind of sounded defeatist, right? Like they were expecting not to do that well this year. And another thing I kind of got from being around the Suns early on was like, there's not really a great connection with Vogel. I think the lengthy practices was kind of, wearing on these guys. Often talking about his past with LeBron and stuff. I don't know that they were ever really impressed with that either.
Yeah.
So I think it's like, when I coach LeBron, I'm like, shoot, I'm Kevin Durant. Why am I tripping off
exactly.
the back? You know what I mean? I heard there was some name dropping that was probably more annoying than helpful for him. So I'm curious to see what happens with him. I'm curious to see what happens with Darvin Ham. But I think, they don't have a draft pick in Phoenix at 2030. But I see them sticking with it until the trade deadline next year. If it looks bad, then kind of trying to abandon ship and make some moves then.
Yeah. Last one. What do you think of the Nuggets Wolves series? How do you see that playing out? That should be a really good one. I know.
Incredible. Get your popcorn. I hope everybody's healthy, ready to go. I'll tell you who's not going to be there is Chris Finch. I had that. That's the injury time. Remember when I was on crutches in 19? I had that same injury, man. And I was basically like, I remember I had to wait like a month or two before I even traveled. I was just going to Warriors playoff games on crutches. Yeah, that was the same. I had the exact same injury Coach has.
Wow.
And so I can't see him being anywhere near their bench anytime soon. And I wonder how that affects them, like to not have their head coach. I don't know if he's going to be like Janet Jackson with the pleasure principle here, wireless headphone or something like that. Like say that to
Nice.
the associate head coach or something like.
I thought you meant he was going to have a pasty.
Yeah. Well, maybe that too. But like, does he sit behind the bench? How do they protect him? I'm like concerned about how that affects everything they do because there's no way he could sit on the front of the bench. We've never seen a coach get injured like this, right? Like none that I can remember. So how does that? If suddenly you're associate head coach, I mean, Mike Brown coached the Warriors, right, in the playoffs for a while, but this is a different level. We're playing against the champs. I see the Nuggets winning because I just wonder how much the Timberwolves are going to be affected like that. But you're seeing a Michael Jordan-like star in the making right now.
Yep.
And Anthony Edwards. And the good thing about that team and him, like Cat, basically like instead of being jealous, he's like, "You got it, bro. I'll be Robin. I'm cool with that."
Yep.
I think that's helped them in a lot of ways. Is they got on the same page with Rudy Gobert, and they let Anthony be Anthony.
And all due respect to Mike Brown, because I love the guy, I think I could have coached that team. That team was on autopilot.
Do you remember who they beat? I'm trying to remember who they beat.
In the playoffs, I think it was Portland, wasn't it?
Yeah, he lost one game, and the whole Warriors fan base was ate crazy, right? Like they just ready to kill Mike after he lost one game.
How could you lose? All right, brother. Well, enjoy the playoffs and enjoy you're gonna be in Alameda for a little bit, I would imagine.
Oh man, yeah. No, there's a game 7 in LA on Sunday. I'm going to that. Talking about Dallas and Dallas and the Clippers. I'm really intrigued by that series.
No, I'm looking forward to that game tonight. Well, enjoy Alameda while you're here. Hopefully there is a game 7. You get to go down there and see that, and we will talk to you again next week.
All right, now. Take care, guys.
Thanks, Mark.
Appreciate it, Mark.
Appreciate it, man.
Mark Spears, ESPN and Landscape.com, joins us weekly on the Uma Guest Line. Talk a little hoops. We got more playoff basketball coming up. We also have another Giants-Red Sox game. Eric Miller going to start today for the Giants. Dalton Jeffries likely after that. It is a bullpen day for the Giants. But before we do that, we have a sound soiree featuring a whole bunch of bees. That's next on the Sports Leader. Mike Yastrzemski joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss how the Red Sox fans don't give him the same love as his grandfather. Listen to that podcast on KNBR.com, and it's on the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, reminding you that the San Jose Earthquakes host their biggest game of the MLS season against their rivals, Los Angeles FC, at Levi Stadium on Saturday, May 4th, presented by Audi. The biggest Cinco de Mayo party on the West Coast returns with special appearances and performances, a meet and greet with El Tri legend Osvaldo Sanchez, and a halftime performance by Ya Acabo. It's Quake Soccer on Cinco de Mayo weekend. Get your tickets at sjearthquakes.com. The largest Cinco de Mayo weekend celebration on the West Coast, and the event kicks off with a fan fest, as I said, featuring Mexico national team legend Osvaldo Sanchez, Reynoso and Soltero. The Give and Go podcast will be there, and the fan fest opens to all fans at 1:30 p.m. just outside of Gate A, and will conclude prior to kickoff at 4:30 p.m. It's Quake Soccer on Cinco de Mayo weekend. Make sure you're there this Saturday, May the 4th, at Levi Stadium, and get your tickets at sjearthquakes.com.
Metro! This is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means, party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert & Cope's with you a Wednesday afternoon Giants pregame for Game 2 between the Giants and the Boston Red Sox, coming your way in about 12 minutes at 3:10 for a 4:10 first pitch. And we'll have it all for you right here on the Sports Leader. Tom, that brings us to our Sound Soiree for today, Wednesday, May the 5th, 2024. So last night in the Dodgers and Diamondbacks game, there was a delay due to a beehive There was a bee delay that started. It was like a big delay. Sorry, it was a big hive that started swarming on like the netting right behind home plate.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a delay. We've got a bunch of sound. Here's the PA announcement and the story of the hero that saved the day.
Due to a bee colony forming on the protective netting behind home plate, we ask that you please be patient.
Matt Hilton is his name, and he has lived it up. They were chanting MVP. They were playing I Need a Hero, and he was that hero. He got the place cleared. And just a moment ago, he threw out the ceremonial first pitch. They just announced that he's going to be available for interviews in the press box at 8:45. Matt Hilton, 37-year-old father of 4, movie star, good looks, now a superstar.
Where were you when you got the call here tonight from the Diamondbacks?
So I was actually at my son's T-ball game, the last game of the season, when I got the call to come out here.
And what was it like when you rolled into the building and you got a standing ovation?
I thought I was here to just take care of a bee problem, and people were pretty hyped up. It's pretty cool.
Dude, so did you see the video of this, Tom?
I did.
Dude, he rolls in the stadium and he's like hyping up the crowd. Like he's coming in on card and and then he gets out there. He's like getting raised up on a ladder or whatever. He takes care of the beehive. He's like vacuuming him up. He's cheering. They give him the ovation. People got into it. We have more audio.
Oh, no, not the bees! Not the bees! Ah!
There you go. Tim says we have more audio.
Bees! Bees! Bees in the stars! Bees everywhere! God, they're huge! They're ripping my flesh off!
Oh, brother.
No bees!
They don't allow you to have bees in here.
Do we, is the Giants have a beekeeper?
Bees? Beads.
Beads?
Beads?
Stupid.
Does every team have a beekeeper on call?
No, yeah, every team
on staff?
have a beekeeper on retainer. Yeah,
exactly. Give the beekeeper. Could have called Jason Statham. That was a different kind of beekeeper, I think.
Yeah.
Although he did keep bees.
The Beekeeper, bad movie.
And whooped ass.
Tim and Derek both nod, yes, bad movie. You both saw it in theaters?
No, I saw it. I liked it. I'm sorry. Look, if you turn on a Jason Statham movie, or you go to a Jason Statham movie, you know exactly what you're getting.
Exactly.
That's what I love about Jason Statham. Like you're never surprised by one of his movies ever. Like he knows who he is. He knows what his bread and butter is. That's what he does. So you know exactly what you. I don't know how you can go to a Jason Statham movie and not like it. Like this is going to be good. Like what do you mean? You know exactly what you're. And you know.
It's like going to see Fast and Furious and pointing out plot holes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Tim, what'd you say the best part of that Statham movie was?
My popcorn.
Yeah, thank you. Moving on. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. Mets TV broadcast. I guess the fans are hyped because it's $1 hot dog night at Citi Field. Here's the TV broadcast.
For $1 hot dog night? 10 grand. 70,000 hot dogs have been ordered for tonight. An extra refrigeration truck was needed to house all the hot dogs.
What happens with the leftovers?
Guys, I don't know if you're saying anything to me. I can't hear anything. But everybody's really excited about what's going on here at Citi Field tonight. I'd say they got themselves a hit.
Seems like they're consuming more than hot dogs.
I wouldn't know anything about that, Gare.
Are they saying steam more wieners? They're yelling
for $1 hot dog night.
Oh, we want wieners. So there was steam more wieners. I like steam. If I could posit an idea for their next chant, pretty good sound there. How about more? Oh, dude, we got to. I'm just laughing knowing what the soundbite's labeled as. It's just labeled as Stephen A. Smith. His thoughts on Mike Trout's knee injury. I'll tell you what.
This guy.
I don't know what's coming. Here's Stephen A. on Mike Trout's knee
Mike
injury.
Trout is a sensational player when he's healthy. One of the greatest. He really, really is. And I'm a huge, huge fan. But I've grown disgusted with his lack of availability.
Disgusted.
It makes me question. I know he looks the part. What the hell are you doing to take care of yourself? All always injured. I mean, damn, it's baseball. I mean, what are we talking about here? It's not football. It's not boxing. It's not the UFC. You're not running up and down the court 94 feet basketball for 82 nights a year. It's baseball. Half the time y'all out standing out in the outfield, chewing on pumpkin seeds or something, waiting for a fly ball to come your way. How the hell is he always hurt? I don't understand this.
He is always hurt.
It drives me nuts when I see baseball players getting hurt. What is it that you're doing with yourself physically that you can't stay healthy? Playing baseball.
Why was he revving at such a high-pitched tone for that entire rant that time?
Idea.
That's baseball.
I have no idea.
Because usually he comes back down here. You know what I mean? Like he was high-pitched for that whole thing. That was weird.
How many baseball games do you think he watches in a year?
None. Zero beginning to end. I would bet my paycheck on the fact that he does not watch a single ball game beginning to end all year.
He's probably seen Mike Trout play twice.
I'm a big Mike Trout fan.
I like Mike Trout.
But now I got to come at him because his ability disgusts me.
It's baseball.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit if he said, look, I like Mike Trout. He's one of the best first basemen ever.
Yeah, dude, I mean, don't forget.
He plays center field. Oh, that too.
Don't forget, he also said that Ohtani couldn't be the face of baseball because he didn't speak English for years.
Yes,
Remember
exactly.
That one? Remember that one?
Yes, he did.
Well, like, you don't watch this guy play, have you?
And I'm a huge fan.
Remember when he said
the
Derek
funniest
Johnson,
part.
Hunter Henry was the biggest matchup of the Chiefs?
I'm sorry. Oh, we got to follow up.
That's right.
Oh, that's right. That's my mistake.
One's on the IR, one doesn't even play for the team anymore.
Yeah, that's right.
That's my bad. That's not going to be a good matchup.
Sean Merriman going to be a big matchup tonight.
Lights out. Give me the lights out. Let's go.
We got follow up, Tim. We got follow up audio.
The worst day to be horny is Sunday. The best day is a Friday and Saturday night. Because Friday and Saturday, she looking to go out in most instances.
So
That's
weird.
just creepy.
What?
She's looking to go out.
That's the same guy, by the way.
Go out.
We got to about 3 minutes here. 4 minutes here till Giants pregame. You get some soup?
I do.
Tim,
I got a whole bunch of them.
Piping hot soup is what Tim.
Yeah, a bunch of them that are an open tab. So it's like I was trying to figure out which one I want to get rid. Let's do this one because this one isn't so much about the story. It's about one line in the story. A man had to get surgery on his unit because he actually had an erection while he was sleeping, rolled over, and fractured it.
Oh!
You know how he knew it was fractured?
I could guess.
Because when he rolled over, he heard a snapping sound.
No!
We got a bleeder!
I swear to God, anytime someone has it's a fractured penis, there's always a part in the story where it goes, he heard a snap. I was like, oh God, just a snap. I think of like a 2x4, just somebody like snapping a piece of wood or a twig, like a thick branch, and you snap it. Oh my God. They said it was an eggplant deformity. Maybe that's where the emoji comes from. I don't know.
I was like, snap into a Slim Jim is what I was thinking immediately. But.
The unnamed 27-year-old patient, I'd want to be unnamed too, from Tunisia.
Unnamed, dude.
Quote, an audible snapping sound. Followed by intense pain. No kidding.
Step into
really.
a Slim Jim.
Step into a Slim Jim.
Derek says, what's his mattress made out of, dude?
Oh, my God.
That was a snap, never a crackle and pop.
Step into a Slim Jim.
Never a crackle and pop.
Well, there could be a crackle and pop, but by that time, you ain't hearing it.
Oh, boy.
You ain't hearing anything after the
brother,
snap.
I'm good.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
I mean, when your penis is doing a right angle, that's not a good thing. It's not good at all. I mean, it could be interesting, but no, it's not good.
I think they have ads for that, says Tim.
Sexy.
I think we have some ads for that on our station.
Oh, they could take care of it. They could absolutely take care of it, along with Duppinger syndrome or whatever it's called. I'm not sure what it is. I know it's something like that. Oh my gosh! Yeah, that. Double fracture. The double fracture. Yeah.
Like, move on. Give me the next story, dude.
That's gonna really
we
hurt.
sit here and bathe in this for the next minute and a half. What is this?
Step into a Slim Jim.
Okay,
more snaps.
This is the man got arrested. I'm trying to figure out what. It's not really important what he did, but he was trying to avoid apprehension. So what did he do? Dressed up like a woman. Figured that'd get him out of it. Problem was his disguise. He looked like like the woman he dressed up as looked like he could be an extra in one of the Wayans movies. Like it wasn't what you call it wasn't what you call convincing. They have a picture of this dude with a wig on. His hair looks like Khalil Green. It's like straw. It's just like straight straw. Bad dress, and then he's got like the Dale Earnhardt wraparound song. I was like, bro, what are you doing?
Straight disguise, dude. Yeah.
Like, who are you trying to convince? All right, let's get ready for the Red Sox and the Giants. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Mark Spears, our guest. Coach, we'll be back in a second. Getting everybody ready for baseball here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Oh my God!